Dating Sim Reincarnation. Is it wrong to pick up a losing heroine in a back alley? Volume 2, by Kabachamasuku. Translated by Ren. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Viscount Ash Weiss, raise your head. It was the height of summer, the incessant chirping of cicadas, z, echoing through the city streets. Kneeling in the audience chamber of the Grand Royal Palace, situated at the heart of the Laquisha Kingdom's capital, I lifted my gaze at the voice of the elderly sovereign who ruled from this very castle. First, allow me to apologize for the considerable trouble my foolish son has caused you and Lady Feinstadt. You have my deepest regrets. His Majesty, the King, inclined his head ever so slightly, an act of deference to a mere vassal like me. The attendants surrounding us stirred, their murmurs tinged with confusion. And well, I was just as shocked. Who could have predicted that the supreme ruler of this nation, its highest commander, would not only call me by name but personally offer an apology? And no, Your Majesty, the matter has already been resolved, so there's no need for you to apologize. Feeling utterly out of place, I hastily bowed even deeper, my words tumbling out in a rush. Viscount Weiss, you are a magnanimous man. The king's expression softened for a moment before he resumed his regal demeanor, turning to face me once more. However, as the ruler of this nation and a father, I must take responsibility for this series of events. At his gesture, an attendant stepped forward, carrying an elongated wooden box draped in fine white cloth. With careful reverence, the seal was undone, revealing a ceremonial sword within. The position of Vice Commander of the Kingdom's Second Royal Knight Order has been vacant since the recent turmoil. Will you not accept it? To take that sword in hand would signify my appointment as Vice Commander of the Royal Knight Order. A pinnacle achievement for a low-ranking noble of the Laquisha Kingdom. Not long ago, I was a nobody, barely assured of inheriting a minor noble title. Now, I was being offered an official position, one of high prestige no less. Truly, a year ago, I could never have imagined this. Faced with a once-in-a-lifetime choice, I wrestled with my thoughts, my heart heavy with indecision. And then, I've made my decision. The events leading to this moment began roughly 1 week prior. Section. I'll be heading out now. All right, take care. The aftermath of the gala attack had settled, the regular exams were over, and the academy was finally regaining its calm. On one such day, Fine, whose classes for high-ranking nobles started earlier than my own low-ranking noble class, finished her morning chores, gave me a quick farewell, and hurried off to the academy. 10 minutes later, I grabbed my bag and made my way to the building housing the low-ranking noble classes at the Royal Magic Academy. It's worth mentioning that the Royal Magic Academy divides its students by lineage, with separate classes and facilities. For someone like me or Ian, children of newly minted low-ranking nobles who might lose their titles upon adulthood. The curriculum focuses on vocational training to ensure smooth employment after graduation. In contrast, the high-ranking noble classes, attended by the likes of the Four Idiots, are tailored for those destined to remain nobles, with lessons in etiquette, international affairs, and other refinements befitting their status. Fine, however, is an exception. Her ability to wield holy magic, a power exclusive to saintesses, has earned her a place in the high-ranking noble class as a potential future queen. Meta-commentary aside, if she weren't in that class, there'd be no way for a protagonist like me to cross paths with a romanceable character like her. In any case, Fine and I only see each other in the mornings like this or after school. I have no real insight into her daily life at the academy, not that it bothers me much. As long as Fine's enjoying her time at the academy and isn't being bullied or anything, I'm content. At least, that's what I told myself when we first started living together. Section. At a corner table in the low-ranking noble cafeteria, with a clear view of the academy's sprawling central courtyard, I caught sight of something peculiar. Hidden among the trees in the shadow of a building, 2 students, a boy and a girl, were engaged in conversation. The boy, unfamiliar to me and clearly not from the low-ranking noble class, was gesturing animatedly, pressing closer to the girl. The girl, in turn, bowed her head deeply before fleeing the scene as if escaping. And that girl was none other than. My thoughts were interrupted as Ian plopped down beside me, his tray piled high with the daily special. a towering stamina rice bowl, and a bowl of tanjiro. Ash, I get that Fine-chan's cute and all, but stalking her at school. Not a good look, man. Don't treat me like some creep. Even back when I was playing Kizaru in my past life, I always wondered, where the heck does this country get japonica rice, soy sauce, or miso for all this Japanese-style food? With that thought, I glanced at my half-eaten lunch, an omelet, rice, and shrimp fry set. So, what's on your mind, Ash? Ian asked. Lately, Fine's been off, like she's feeling guilty or something. Maybe she caught a cold or isn't feeling well. You've seen her magic, right? As long as she has mana, she can heal minor injuries or illnesses on her own. Fair point. So, you think that high-ranking noble guy from earlier has something to do with Fine-chan's mood? That's my guess. I let out a massive yawn, stabbing a shrimp fry with my fork and chewing absent-mindedly. By the way, Ash, you're looking pretty sleep-deprived yourself, Ian noted. Yeah, maybe. Lately, I've been drowning in a flood of letters from my family. If only I could just ignore them and toss them in the trash, life would be so much easier. You should have Fine-chan take a look at you. It's just some paperwork stress, no need to bother her. Besides, I'm almost done with it. Just don't mention this to her, okay? Got it. I'll keep quiet about you stalking Fine-chan, too. Yeah, whatever. As we bantered, the chime signaling the end of lunch break echoed through the cafeteria. Crap, gotta scarf this down, Ian muttered. Good luck with that. I cleared my plate and left Ian to his frantic eating, stepping out of the cafeteria. I've found a suitable match for you. Return to the main Leben estate during the summer break without fail. Joshua Leben, head of the Leben baronetcy, and, coincidentally, my father, a man I haven't seen in over a decade. He's barely contacted me all this time, even going so far as to say I'd never be allowed back in the estate when I had to duel the 4 idiots. And now he's suddenly demanding I return. The reason he's summoning me is obvious: to absorb the Weiss Viscount title I hold into the Leben family. That's why he's been sending me these endless marriage proposals from his relatives, hoping to tie me down. What a pain. I've managed to dodge them so far, citing schoolwork, ceremonies, or exams. But with summer break starting this week, those excuses won't hold up much longer. Hiya. With a heavy sigh, I slumped my shoulders and trudged back to the classroom. Section, I'm home. Welcome back, Ash-san. You got a letter from your family. When I returned home, Fine greeted me with a bright smile, a stark contrast to the subdued expression I'd seen at lunch. She handed me the letter with a cheerful air. Oh, Fine, you got out of school pretty early today, huh? Yes, with summer break approaching, classes are only in the morning for now. Got it. Letters from my family always arrive during the day. Since the low-ranking noble classes end earlier than the high-ranking ones, I've been able to intercept them before Fine notices. Until now, that is. So, from now on, there's a higher chance Fine'll see these letters. I doubt she'd read them without permission, given her personality, but still. I took the letter with an awkward hand, my mood sinking further as I saw the sender's name, Joshua Leben. Now, what excuse can I use to brush this one off? School-related stuff won't work anymore, so once the closing ceremony's over, would you like to visit my hometown with me? Lost in thought, I was startled as Fine raised her voice, her words catching me off guard. There's no real tourist attractions, but the nature is beautiful, the air is clean, and the villagers are all kind, wonderful people. I think it'd be a relaxing trip. True enough, in the game, every romanceable character who visited Fine's village described it as a comforting place. A trip there might just soothe my exhausted soul. The question is, why is Fine bringing this up now? Fine, do I really look that worn out to you? To be honest, Ash-san, you seem like you're being chased by something, and it looks painful. Even earlier, you had such a stern expression. At first, I thought it might be a curse or illness, so I tried using my magic to heal you a few times, but there was no sign of recovery. Wow, I thought I'd done a decent job hiding it, but Fine saw right through me. So, I started thinking it might be stress or something like that. I know it's sudden, and I might just be confusing you by saying this, but no, you're spot on. I'm fed up with these letters that keep piling up every day. Raising my hands in surrender, I confessed. Motioning for Fine to follow, we moved to the living room and sat side by side on a sofa. Once she was settled, I took a deep breath and laid out my situation honestly. To put it simply, my family wants the Viscount title I hold. That's why they keep sending me these marriage proposals every single day. And if I want to refuse, I have to write back to each family, which is why I'm sleep-deprived. Officially, I'm Viscount Weiss, but the Weiss Viscountcy is a title in name only. No land, no office, no assets. In noble hierarchy, it's about as low as you can get. The Leben baronetcy, on the other hand, holds a minor court position, owns enough wealth to maintain 2 estates in the capital, and, through my maternal grandfather, is tied to an earldom. Rejecting their demands outright, especially when they're leveraging the Viscount title, is no easy task. What's worse, every woman my father proposes as a match is connected to my grandfather's earldom. I can't just brush them off with a casual, not interested, sorry. Each refusal has to be a carefully worded letter that declines the offer without offending the other family. A nightly ordeal that's nothing short of torture. My family's probably banking on me caving under the pressure and bending to their will. Specifically, they want me to pass the Viscount title to their eldest son, someone I've never even met. So, fine, your invitation means a lot to me. But if my family tracks me down to your hometown, I'm happy you're thinking of me and my village, but I can't just leave you like this. If it comes to it, I'll drag you away from your parents by force if I have to. Got it? All right. Overwhelmed by Fine's unexpected intensity, I nodded vigorously. With a satisfied good and a bright smile, she headed to her room to change out of her uniform. Fine's hometown, her village, Kagato, is a place you only visit in the game under specific conditions. Either during a second-year event tied to certain character routes or in the normal ending. Outside the normal ending, it's mostly a spot for romancing heroines and collecting CGs. At least, that was the case at launch. But Kagato Village holds something else, a rare item, obtainable only there. I'm not sure if I'll need it, but it's probably worth grabbing as a precaution. All right, let's get packing. Yes. With a resigned shrug, I set the letter aside and began preparing for the trip, throwing caution to the wind. Section. Are we really taking that? The day after the closing ceremony, we stood at the station, dressed in our Royal Magic Academy uniforms and lugging large travel bags. We were headed to a town near Fine's hometown, Kagato Village. If we went to Kagato Village by carriage or on foot, we'd spend most of the summer break camping out. Better to rely on modern conveniences, don't you think? But that's... Fine pointed to an enormous structure, larger than even the grandest noble estates. At its center were multiple rails and platforms, and atop one of those rails sat a massive iron behemoth, supported by wheels and a chassis. It was a new mode of transportation, introduced just a few years ago. Even the cramped third-class cars came with a hefty price tag. In Kizaru, it's a game-changer, unlocking fast travel to specific locations across the kingdom starting in the second year. Its name? The Magic Train. Chapter 1. An eventful train journey. This is amazing. The scenery outside the window keeps changing, and the seats move exactly how you want them to. It's so comfortable. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. In Kizaru, the interior of the Magic Train was depicted only as a background, and even then, it felt luxurious enough. But experiencing it in reality, the opulence rivaled, no, surpassed, the royal palace's audience chamber. The walls and ceiling were adorned with wallpapers featuring traditional patterns from various regions of the kingdom. Instead of fire, chandeliers glowed with magical lamps. The deck was paved with marble, and the seats were reclining, designed for maximum comfort. I'd opted for first class to relieve stress and make the journey easier, and it seems I made the right call, though it did come at a steep price. Still, unlike third class, there's hardly anyone here, just me, Fine, a young noblewoman with her kids sitting near the carriage door, and a few soldiers guarding the first-class car. The first-class carriage had about 30 seats, 2 rows on the right, 1 on the left, but only 7 people were aboard, including me. 3 of them were railway security guards, dressed in identical black suits and armed with magic staves and swords for protection. In other words, there were only 4 actual passengers, including us. Well, the Magic Train hasn't been operational for long, and the first-class fare is comparable to a suite at one of the capital's top hotels. It's no surprise the car's practically empty. In Kizioru's game, a certain event lets you ride the magic train for free. But in this broken world where the story's gone off the rails, opportunities to ride it are rare, maybe a handful in a lifetime. So I figured I should enjoy it while it lasts, but by the way, Ash-san, how long do we have to keep wearing these hero medals? The whole time we're on this train. Thanks to these, we're not being mistaken for some kids who stole tickets. The reason Fine and I are wearing our Royal Magic Academy uniforms and hero medals is to avoid triggering the explanation event that occurs when passengers or crew get suspicious of us. Magic train tickets have to be purchased at the station, and even if you're dressed elegantly, kids traveling alone can't buy them, or if they do, the crew gets wary. That suspicion triggers the explanation event, which puts Fine and the others through a lot of hassle. So, by wearing the Academy uniforms, proof of our noble status, and the hero medals, which carry severe penalties for forgery, we're nipping that event flag in the bud. Still, I had no idea travel could be this comfortable. There's even a dining car, right? Seems like it, plus restrooms, a powder room, and even a shower room. Pretty incredible. To think we get all these amazing services and can reach a town near my hometown in just 20 hours. It's honestly perfect. Why yeah, sure. Fine was practically glowing as she read the pamphlet handed out when we boarded, but the words, 20 hours, made my smile twitch. In this world, even the fastest carriages take 4 or 5 days for a journey, and between the bumpy rides and threats like bandits, nobles rarely stray far from their estates. Travel is generally seen as something commoners do. The magic train, though limited to domestic routes, can reach any destination in 3 days or less, no matter the distance, and it's leagues more comfortable. It's undeniably a history-changing invention. But for someone like me, with memories of modern Japan, where sleeper trains are fading and bullet trains like the Shinkansen exist, 20 hours on a train feels absurdly long and grueling, especially since I'm not exactly a train enthusiast. To make matters worse, the magic train isn't a sleeper train, so there's no lying down to rest. I don't know if this is everyone in first class, so I can't just use another seat as a makeshift bed. And if that happens, sitting for over half a day is rough. Sure, I can stretch my legs more than the folks in other cars, but still. A headache hit me, accompanied by a sour sensation, as if my stomach contents were creeping up my throat. I pressed a hand to my forehead. If I'd chosen a rattling carriage or third class, I'd probably be a complete mess by now. As I mulled that over through the haze of my headache, I tapped Fine's shoulder as she gazed innocently out the window. F. Fine-san, could I trouble you for a moment? Yes, what's wrong? Oh no, your face is pale. As expected, Fine looked utterly shocked at my ashen complexion. I'm motion sick, please, use your magic to fix it. Wah! I don't even know if my magic works on motion sickness. Just try it. If it doesn't work, I'll make a run for the bathroom. Okay, got it. With that, Fine hurriedly cast her holy magic on me. The dizziness, cold sweat, and nausea that had been plaguing me gradually subsided. Are you okay? She asked, concern lacing her voice. I'm better for now, but it'll probably get bad again, so could you cast it every hour or so? Got it. Every hour, right? Yeah, sorry to put you through this, but please. With Fine's cheerful voice as background music, I focused on the distant scenery to stave off the motion sickness. Outside stretched an endless expanse of grasslands, dotted with low-level monsters here and there. For someone like me, who spent most of this life in the capital, it was a refreshing sight. If only I weren't battling motion sickness. Fine, I'm going to the dining car to get some water. You coming? Oh, I'll go with you. I'm curious about what kind of food they serve. I'm jealous of Fine's robust health. But compared to back then, when she was soaked and battered, she's really bounced back. With that thought, I kept my eyes on the distant scenery to avoid getting sick again as we headed to the dining car. That's when I noticed the noblewoman's daughter from earlier, looking unwell. Are you feeling okay? You don't look so good, Fine asked. The young noblewoman, her eyes partially hidden by an aerial hat, cradled the girl on her lap and answered with a worried tone. Well, my daughter started feeling unwell. Even in noble society, the magic train isn't exactly commonplace. It's no wonder she'd be anxious if her child got sick during such a rare journey. May I hold her hand? Fine asked. Oh, yes, that's fine. Pardon me, then. Fine closed her eyes, gently clasping the struggling girl's hand, and activated her holy magic. Almost instantly, the girl's complexion improved, her breathing steadying. She should be fine for now, but if anything changes, please let me know, Fine said. Thank you so much. The noblewoman bowed deeply in gratitude. HM. In that moment, I caught a glimpse of the woman's face, and it felt oddly familiar. But it wasn't a face I recognized from Kizaru, just my imagination. Brushing it off for the time being, I continued with Fine to the dining car. Section, GYAHH. Ga. Eek. What the? About half a day after departing the capital, I was still grappling with motion sickness, relying on Fine's holy magic to keep me functional. That's when the train screeched to a halt with a deafening jolt. What's going on? Did we hit a monster? A person? Or is it some kind of mechanical failure? As I braced myself, Fine grabbed the hem of my clothes tightly. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her tense expression radiating fear in the face of this sudden crisis. It's okay, whatever happens, I'll handle it, I reassured her. Okay. I patted her head, trying to calm her down. What's that, you lot? Do you know where you? Shut it. Didn't I tell you to keep quiet? But before I could do more, angry shouts and a sickening explosion-like sound echoed from the rear carriage. Take that. The next instant, a man dressed like the first-class guards stumbled through the rear door, collapsing into our carriage. His chest was slashed open, blood spilling from his mouth. Ki, well, ain't this a fancy ride? One voice sneered. This is perfect. We'll make a fortune just stripping this place bare, another added. Hey, forget pocket change. Think about how much we can squeeze from those filthy rich nobles' families. A third voice barked. 3 figures emerged, dressed like vagrants with hoods pulled low to hide their faces, a man and 2 others. They brandished whips and sabers, pointing the blades menacingly at us. You filthy thieves, roared another guard, enraged at the sight of the female thief stomping on the chest of the bleeding guard. He drew his sword with a shout. Oi, you still got bullets, right? If we're just gonna hand him over later, might as well use 'em all now. The female thief snapped. Hech, was plannin' on it, boss, one of her lackeys replied. At her command, the man pulled a vividly colored egg-like object from his pocket and hurled it at the guard's feet. The moment it hit the floor, it released a cloud of purple smoke, transforming into a massive plant-like monster, a guilty flower. With a single swipe of its vines, it knocked the guard's sword away. Now, get it? We're in charge of this train. If you value your lives, hand over your valuables and let us tie you up, quietly. The female thief declared, brandishing her whip as she issued her commands. She seemed confident that no one in the carriage posed a threat. Ash-san, what do we do? Fine asked, her voice steadier now that she knew the culprits were human. What do we do? There's no guarantee they'll spare us even if we hand over our stuff. We fight. I'll take out the monster and the thieves. Fine, you focus on healing the injured. Understood. Hiding behind a seat to assess the situation, I determined the thieves could be dealt with straightforwardly and sprang into action. Good thing the train stopped. Right, let's start with that woman. Oi, you brat, don't move, gah. I dashed toward the nearest lackey, a short man, dislocating his dominant hand's joint and wrenching his weapon away. Fine. Let's teach this fool a lesson, the female thief spat, still believing they held the advantage. She cracked her whip, directing the monster to attack me. Gah. The guilty flower sprayed venom from its rose-like head, but I deflected it with a wind magic spell. Shield Tornado. Grabbing a guard's sword from the floor, I sliced the guilty flower clean in half. Wah! Nobody said there'd be a pro on this train. The female thief stammered, panic creeping into her voice. B-boss, what do we do? Her remaining lackey muttered. Use the rest of the bullets. With that many, we can take him out. Why, yes, ma'am. As they bickered, the other lackey threw more of those toxic-colored egg-like objects onto the floor. Like the guilty flower, they transformed, spawning a swarm of plant and insect-type monsters that lunged at me in unison. A quick glance told me their average level was around 15 to 20, far too powerful for mere thieves to control. I'll need to keep at least one of them alive to investigate who's behind this, which means my next move is Kyoi. The first to notice was a monster at the center of the swarm. No matter how frantically it moved, it couldn't get any closer to me. It glanced down at its feet in confusion. What are those beasts doing? the female thief snapped, noticing that the monsters in front of me weren't advancing either. She lashed a nearby monster with her whip. Then she realized. She and her lackey were being pulled, along with the monster swarm into a tornado conjured by my wind magic, Windlock, centered within the carriage. What the? Don't touch me, you creep, the female thief shrieked. Their protests were futile. The thieves were swept up with the monsters they'd summoned, trapped in a single mass. And there, at the top of the heap, I summoned a small thundercloud, unleashing a bolt of lightning that incapacitated the thieves and monsters in one fell swoop. Right, time to check for any stragglers. Muttering to myself, I headed to the other carriages to round up the remaining thieves. Section, Lord Ash Leben Weiss and Lady Fine Stott, we cannot thank you enough for your assistance in apprehending the thieves and aiding the injured. An hour after the attack, the train resumed its journey. With their leader neutralized, the remaining thieves lost their will to fight and were swiftly restrained. Upon arriving at our destination, we were greeted by the local militia, railway security, the station master, and even the town's lord, all showering us with gratitude and handshakes as if we were celebrities. For the record, all 18 thieves, including the 3 we first encountered, were apprehended, and the gravely injured guards were fully healed thanks to Fine's holy magic. That said, considering the severity of their crime, train robbery, the thieves might soon wish they'd perished instead. Phew, finally free, I sighed. I didn't expect to end up more exhausted, Fine muttered. We'd narrowly escaped being dragged to a celebratory banquet by insisting, please save the thanks for another time. Now, we sat on a bench outside the finest inn in the area, reserved for first-class passengers, catching our breath. The excessive praise was likely a ploy to offset the embarrassment of thieves infiltrating their jurisdiction and attacking a first-class magic train, no less. But that's not our problem. As I mulled this over, a familiar voice called out, "Excuse me, students, may I have a moment?" Turning toward the voice, I saw the noblewoman and her daughter from the first-class carriage. Oh, right, they're staying at this inn too. Did you need something? I asked. It's not much, but I wanted to thank you. Thanks to your brave actions, my daughter and I were saved. Truly, thank you. Oh, thank you. You're not hurt, are you? Fine asked. No, both my daughter and I are unharmed. That's a relief. Still, that woman, I know I've seen her somewhere. Not in person, but through a screen or an image, maybe. You're students at the Royal Magic Academy, yes. My family used to run a clothing shop in the capital, though it closed recently. If you ever need clothes or fabric, I'd be happy to gift you some of our unsold stock. I faltered, unsure how to respond. Oh goodness, I haven't even introduced myself, the woman said, removing her hat and gesturing to herself and her daughter. I'm Carla Leben, and this is my daughter, Aisha Leben. Once again, thank you for saving us. Her words hit me like a punch, stirring a sensation akin to motion sickness, despite being off the train. The names she gave, they belonged to the wife and daughter of my brother, Carl Leben. Chapter 2. The Saint's Hometown and the Severance. To reiterate, my interactions with my parents and older brother have mostly been through letters, and the last time we met face-to-face was when I was so young I hadn't even realized I had memories of a past life. As such, my perception of them is practically that of strangers. Even so, the undeniable fact remains that I am bound to them by blood. No matter how much I might wish to deny it, that truth will never change. Section. Carla-san and Aisha-san. To think I'd run into my sister-in-law and niece in a place like this. Life really is unpredictable. Well, considering I've been reincarnated into a game world, I suppose that's stating the obvious. Now, fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, they don't seem to realize that I'm their brother-in-law or uncle. In that case, my response should be, I am Ash Weiss, and she's Fine Stott. Nice to meet you, Carla-san, Aisha-chan, Fine interjects. I fumble my words, instinctively hiding the Leben surname, but Fine, perhaps sensing something despite not fully grasping the situation, grips my hand and introduces herself smoothly. We're actually quite tired, she continues. I'm sorry you went out of your way to visit, but could we rest in our room for now? Of course, Carla-san replies. I'm so sorry I wasn't thinking. Well, if fate allows, perhaps we'll meet again. Fine skillfully wraps up the conversation and supports me as we head to the inn's bedroom. Just to be safe, I'll heal you, she says gently. If anything comes up, come to my room anytime. Take care. Without prying further, she leaves the room with those kind words. Left alone, I lie on the bed, taking deep breaths to calm my racing heart. To think I'd encounter family in such a way. Could the Leban family have sent them here, knowing I was heading to Kagato village? No, that's unlikely. Deciding to take the train to Fine's hometown was a last-minute choice. There's no way they could have predicted my actions. If that's the case, what reason could Carla-san have for bringing Aisha on that train? The only clue is that she didn't mention the Leban family's noble status, despite being aristocrats, however minor. In this country, there's virtually no downside to revealing one's noble title. It changes how people treat you and often comes with significant perks. Yet, she hid the fact that she's from the Leban family, a minor but legitimate noble house. Considering the personality of my family back home, the most likely reason would be time to sleep. Either way, I'm parting ways with those two in this town. We'll head to Kagato village as planned. With that thought, I close my eyes to avoid overthinking and exhausting myself further. The next day, we're swaying in a large covered wagon, heading toward Kagato village. The chirping of cicadas echoes through the trees. Thankfully, the shade from the surrounding forest keeps the heat at bay. Though motion sickness remains an issue, as always. Right now, however, my attention is on the other passengers besides Fine. Aisha-chan, you're really good at drawing. I've been drawing for a long time. To think we're headed to the same place. What a crazy coincidence, right? Haha, why yeah. I'm not sweating from the heat, but cold sweat from nerves is pouring endlessly. Who could have imagined that Carla-san and her daughter were also headed to Kagato village? Is such a coincidence even possible? More importantly, what's their purpose for going to that village? It's neither a tourist spot nor, to my knowledge, a religious holy site. Just before boarding the wagon, Fine asked if I was okay with a concerned look. I told her I'm fine for now and that I'd ask for help if needed. It's pathetic, but I'm completely out of mental bandwidth right now. For now, I lean back, emphasizing how exhausted I am, trying not to think too much and praying this journey ends quickly. Oni-san, do you know a lot about Kagato village? Yup, it's my hometown after all. As I'm lost in thought, I overhear Fine and Aisha's conversation. Then, do you know about the place that helps or guides unfortunate people? Unfortunate people? Oh, you mean the Kagato church? Yeah, that place. Me and Mommy are going there to get help. Aisha, I told you not to talk about that. Suddenly, Carla-san, who had been smiling calmly until now, snaps at Aisha with a startlingly loud voice. Mommy, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry for yelling, Carla-san says, her face showing regret as she apologizes to both Aisha and us. I'm sorry for causing a scene, Ash-san, Fine-san. It's okay, don't worry about it, Fine replies kindly. Thank you, Carla-san says, bowing her head. The wagon falls silent, the atmosphere heavy. In this world, churches serve a role similar to the divorce temples of my previous life. They protect women seeking to divorce their husbands, mediate under church authority, and, if reconciliation is impossible or deemed dangerous, accept the woman as a holy servant for 3 years of training. Once completed, she is granted freedom. During this time, the husband cannot forcibly take her back, mediation summons are mandatory, and contact with the freed woman is prohibited without the church's permission. It's truly a last refuge for women suffering in unhappy marriages. If Aisha's mention of getting help refers to this, well, that's just awful. Either way, this is all the more reason not to reveal my full name. As I dwell on this, Fine breaks the awkward silence with a bright voice, pointing ahead. Look, everyone, you can see Kagato village. At her gesture, I see a small village enveloped in the same pastoral charm as in the game. It lacks the conveniences of the capital, but the residents and children work and play with bright smiles, a scene that perfectly embodies the word peace. This is Fine's hometown, the place where holy maiden Klee and hero Aaron swore their love, and the true holy land where the holy goddess Me descended in ancient times. The village where the saintess was born, Kagato village. Carla-san, Aisha-san, we've been expecting you. It must have been a tough journey, so please rest well at the inn tonight. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Sama. Come on, Aisha, say thank you. Thank you, Sister Sama. After arriving in Kagato village and disembarking from the wagon, About 10 minutes pass. At a small 3-story church, a short walk from the orphanage where Fine grew up, Carla-san and Aisha are greeted by a young sister waiting at the gate. And Fine, Grandma's probably at the field behind the orphanage. Make sure you go say hi. Got it, Oni-chan. All right, Ash-san, I'll take you to the orphanage. Okay, lead the way. The sister speaks to Fine in a casual tone, and Fine responds with a smile, pulling me along toward the orphanage, a place I've seen countless times in the game's stills. Fine is practically bursting with excitement. Well, considering she was ostracized and mistreated at the Royal Magic Academy until recently, it's no surprise. From her reaction, she likely didn't return last year, so reuniting with her hometown and orphanage family must feel incredibly nostalgic and joyful. Family, huh? Fine, Nichan's back. Nichan, play with us. No way, I get to play with Nichan first. Hey, hold on, Fine Nichan isn't a toy. As we reach the orphanage, children rush to Fine, hugging her tightly. She embraces them with a warm smile. Some kids tug at her hands, eager to play, and though it looks chaotic, Fine seems genuinely happy despite her gentle scolding. Looks like an outsider like me should make himself scarce. Fine, I'm gonna take a look around the village for a bit. Oh, then I'll guide. No need, I won't go far. You stay and play with the kids. Okay, got it. I give a small wave and turn away, leaving Fine surrounded by the orphanage kids as I head toward the village. Just then, my, I thought the kids were being noisy, and here you are back home. A familiar elderly voice, one I've heard countless times in game cutscenes, reaches my ears. Turning toward the sound, I see a petite, white-haired woman in farming clothes. Grand Mother Hilda, I'm back, Fine says. Fufu, no need to be so formal, dear. Just call me Grandma like always. Yeah. I'm back, Grandma. Welcome home, my dear Fine. Fine hesitates at first, but reassured by the woman's gentle tone, tears well up as she hugs her. If the story follows the game, Fine's hesitation likely stems from guilt over breaking the rule against using holy magic on outsiders and nearly causing trouble for the orphanage and its children due to the academy incident. But Mother Hilda greets her with the same warmth as always, as if nothing happened. How much comfort that must bring Fine. After embracing Fine, Mother Hilda turns to me with an apologetic expression and a slight bow. Oh, I'm sorry for the late introduction. I'm Hilda Lerja, the head of this orphanage. Ash Weiss, nice to meet you. As I introduce myself, Mother Hilda smiles and gently envelops my hand with her wrinkled ones. I've heard about you from Fine's letters. She said you're the kind person who helped her so much in the capital. Huh, what? Her letters conveyed your sincerity and kindness, but meeting you in person, you seem even more good-hearted than I imagined. Thank you. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Could you come to the church alone tonight? Wait, hold on, that line. It's about Fine, something very important. That's the line from the game that signals the unlocking of a romance route. Seriously, unable to refuse Mother Hilda's request, I make a vague excuse about not wanting to interrupt Fine's reunion and wander aimlessly through the village streets. In Kizioru's common route, after defeating the Demon King's vanguard and entering summer break. If a heroine's affection level reaches a certain threshold, Mother Hilda's line triggers the start of their romance route. But I haven't defeated any vanguard, so why did Mother Hilda say that line? I'm completely stumped. My perception of Fine hasn't changed much since we first met, or so I thought. Well, I do rely on her more than anyone else I know, and I trust her completely, but still. Oh. Hayes, hi. Lost in thought, I bump into Aisha in front of the village general store. Judging by the coins clutched in her hand, she's here to shop. I mean, why else would you come to a store, right? But I'll let that slide. Is your mom not with you? She's talking with the sister Samas about something important. They said this village is full of good people, so it's okay for me to go out alone to shop. I see. She's right, this village is full of genuinely kind people. The idea of someone harming a young girl like her probably doesn't even exist here. Still, a kid wandering alone does worry me. What are you doing here, Oni-san? Me? Honestly, I just escaped the wholesome atmosphere because I couldn't handle it, but I can't exactly say that. Oh, right? Oni-san came to buy some souvenirs a bit early. Then wanna look around together. I'm not sure why she said then, but I'm feeling down on my own, so I'll take her up on the offer. Oni-san, your hand. Hi. Hold my hand, come on, hurry. All right, all right. And so, Aisha pulls me into the general store. Welcome, oh, new faces, huh? Tourists. A burly, bald man with a cheerful grin greets us as we enter. In the game, the shopkeeper used a generic NPC sprite, so I didn't know he looked like this. Something like that. Heth, I hate to say it, but there's not much around here. Not true. This pastoral atmosphere and nature aren't something you can find just anywhere. I've never left this village my whole life, so I wouldn't know. Never thought it had that kind of value. You might realize how special your hometown is if you travel somewhere else. That's so. Whoops, if I keep chatting, my wife will chew me out again. Sorry for keeping you. No worries at all. After some banter with the shopkeeper, I head toward a shelf displaying my target, a rare item. Lined up like souvenirs are wooden statues resembling a seated woman from Saddle Haryuk. These are the primordial holy goddess statues, a special material in the game that enhances holy magic, only available for purchase at this point. While not essential to defeat the final boss, having it significantly lowers the difficulty. When I learned about its existence and effects online after my first playthrough, I regretted not getting it sooner during my second run. Oni-chan, you're buying that. Aisha's voice snaps me out of my nostalgia. Why yeah. It just feels kinda historical, you know. Ahem. So Aisha-chan, what are you buying? This. She holds out a set of crayons. Oh, right, she mentioned to Fine that she loves drawing. You like drawing? Yup. Back at the mansion, it was the only thing I could do. Oh. Aisha claps a hand over her mouth, realizing she said too much. As expected, she's been told not to talk about her family or home. Don't tell anyone about this. Not even mommy. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul, I say, giving her a gentle smile and patting her head before heading to the counter with the primordial holy goddess statue. Excuse me, I'd like to check out. Sure thing. Wait, you're seriously buying that? Yeah, it was on the shelf, so I thought it was a local specialty or something. This is kinda embarrassing, but I found that thing buried in the dirt while foraging for mushrooms in the mountains. It looked kinda sacred, so I put it on display, haha. So it's not for sale. Well, I guess you could say that. From what the shopkeeper says, he found this sacred statue by chance and displayed it as a good luck charm. Now that I think about it, there wasn't a price tag. I wanted to secure this item for unexpected situations, but if it's a charm and not for sale, I can't exactly buy it. Maybe if Fine were here, he'd have let it go. Wait a sec. In the game, these had a price, and there were way too many for a charm. Plus, on closer inspection, they look recently handcrafted, not like unearthed artifacts. Hey, mister, if you didn't want to sell them, why not keep them at home? And do you really need that many charms? Aisha tilts her head, asking the shopkeeper with a puzzled look. You've got a point there. Sweat beads on the shopkeeper's forehead as he fumbles for a response. His reaction, could it be? Mister, are you just saying that because you don't want to sell to outsiders? And no, it's not like that. So, what's the real reason? Aisha's relentless questioning turns the shopkeeper's face pale. Finally, unable to bear it, he slams his hands on the counter and bows to me. Sorry, I've been told not to sell those statues to people from outside. Is that some kind of village rule? Why, yes, sir. There's a village legend that says giving these statues to outsiders brings disaster. Only those approved by the village chief or Mother Hilda can buy them. I see. In the game, it was Fine, beloved like a granddaughter by the village chief and Mother Hilda, who bought them. They wouldn't sell to some unknown guy like me. Plus, these statues technically go against the teachings of the Holy Goddess Church. No choice, I'll have to give up. Got it. Then do you have any recommended souvenirs? In that case, how about this pendant? It's made by the village's best blacksmith, perfect for gifting to a lady. I used one to confess to my wife, you know. Oh right, there was an item like that in the game. It was classified as equipment, but offered no stat boosts, just flavor text that wasn't even that interesting, so it was something you'd only buy if you had money to burn. Still, it looks nice, so maybe I'll get one for Fine, Ian, and Lady Sarasa, who helped during that recent attack. Then I'll take 4 of these. How much are they? No, I was really rude to you, so these are on the house. I'm truly sorry. Wait, really? My voice rises with excitement at the shopkeeper's words. Whether they're valuable or not, getting them for free is something to be grateful for. Well then, I'll gladly accept. I'm really sorry about this. The shopkeeper wraps the pendants and hands them to me, bowing deeply once more. Mister, is it okay if I buy these crayons? Oh yeah, those are just regular crayons, so they're fine, little lady. Then I'll take them. No, those are on me too. I lied to you as well, after all. Thank you, mister. Aisha hugs the crayons tightly, gives a small bow, and hurries out of the shop toward the church. I owe that girl one this time. Maybe I'll do something nice for her if we meet again. Though running into that mother and daughter is gonna be super awkward. With that thought, I head toward the village square, wondering how to kill time. Ash Sayan. A very familiar voice rings in my ears. Turning around, I see Fine, carrying large travel bags in both hands, accompanied by the orphanage kids. That's Fine-Nichen's husband. No way, he's Fine-Nichen's boyfriend. The kids point at me, giggling and chattering, calling me Fine's husband, boyfriend, and even her master. You guys. Yikes, Fine-Nichen's mad. Help us, Oni-san. The kids, who'd been saying whatever they pleased, scramble behind me, laughing and hiding. I've seen this scene plenty of times in the game, but it's my first time witnessing Fine like this in this world. Hey, that's not fair. Fine starts to scold the kids but trails off, perhaps because I'm here. No choice, guess I'll step in. All right, kids, I get that you're excited to see your favorite big sister, but don't tease her too much, okay? Okay. Good. I make sure to speak gently, avoiding any intimidation, and the kids respond readily. When I scold them, they pretend not to hear or run away. That's 'cause Fine-Nichen's not scary. Yeah, Fine-Nichen's kinda soft, no matter what. I don't mean to be, but this doesn't feel fair. Fine puffs out her cheeks, muttering unhappily, while the kids snicker. It's clear they're thrilled Fine's back and that her role in the village is the one who gets teased. Well, anyway. So, Fine-san, where are you headed with the kids? There's a river in the nearby forest, and I was thinking of letting them play there. Oh, river playtime, huh? You can dive in that river and catch fish super easily. There's tons of berries too, so dinner's gonna be awesome. But the grown-ups won't let us go alone, and they're always too busy to take us. It's not fair. To the kids, it's just playing in a familiar river, so it's no wonder they're frustrated that the adults won't let them go alone. But river play can be dangerous. There's always the risk of drowning, and someone trying to save a struggling kid could lead to a secondary accident. The adults, likely aware of these risks or having seen such incidents, forbid the kids from going alone for good reason. Now, it's best to heed the adults' warnings. Ignoring them could lead to something worse than just a little pain. It could be irreversible. Okay, good, they're obedient kids. I like that, though Fine's still pouting at how easily they listen to me. So, Fine's in charge of watching the kids then. Why yes, I'm an adult after all. Adult, huh? Well, compared to Lady Sarasa, she's definitely mature. She can handle housework, has a good sense of money, and plenty of adults have a bit of a childish side, right? By the way, can you handle all these kids on your own? It's fine, I've done this kind of thing before I enrolled at the academy, though this is my first time being in charge of river play. That last part makes me a bit uneasy, but is she really okay? Hey Ash Oni-chan, come with us. A little girl grabs my hand, beaming innocently as she invites me. Yeah, Ash-san, you should come too. The scenery's beautiful, it's cool by the river. Let's go. Fine, unusually high energy, claps her hands and urges me along. No, not high energy, this is probably her true self. All right, I'll join you then. Fine, and the kids' faces light up as they tug at my hands. There's no air conditioning magic tool in this village, so cooling off by the river sounds nice and charming. Those bags look heavy, I'll carry them. Oh, thank you. I take the travel bags from Fine and join her and the kids. Here we are, Ash-san. The spot Fine and the kids lead me to is a beautiful river, its surface sparkling with sunlight filtering through the trees, fish swimming in its clear depths. The surrounding trees block the sun, and a refreshing breeze flows through the gaps, keeping things cool. The water's only knee-deep for small kids, so it does seem unlikely for accidents to happen unless something goes seriously wrong. Still, we can't let our guard down. First. I'm second. No fair. As soon as we arrive, an energetic boy and girl jump into the river without a care for getting wet, chasing fish. while a long-haired girl hurries after them, upset at being left behind. Yale. Take that. Elsewhere, kids are splashing each other, each enjoying the river in their own way. What a heartwarming scene. If I had a deck chair, I'd love to take a nap here. Ash-san, I've set up a blanket. Fine waves enthusiastically, letting me know she's laid out an old blanket they were planning to throw out. Thanks, Fine. That's a big help. Sitting on the rocky ground wouldn't be pleasant, and standing until the kids are done playing would be rough. So this is much appreciated. Yeah, the rock's bumpiness isn't completely gone, but it's way better than sitting directly on them. Now then, Fine, don't you want to play too? But I need to watch the kids. I can handle that. Go have fun. Well, if you say so, here I go. Fine, who'd been itching to join the kids, beams, kicks off her shoes, and races toward the river like a kid herself. Woo! Fine Nichen's here. Oh no, she's gonna steal all the fish. The kids cheer and dive into river play with even more excitement. Watching this lively yet peaceful scene, I feel a sense of warmth as I keep an eye on Fine and the kids, their smiles perfectly suiting their age. Eek! A familiar scream interrupts my thoughts. Standing up to see what's wrong, I'm at a loss for where to look, flustered by the sight. Hee, we beat Fine Nichen. No fair. 3 against 1 with water splashing is cheating. Fine Nichen's an adult, so it's fine. Apparently, the kids started a water fight, and Fine, outnumbered, couldn't withstand the barrage and fell. She doesn't seem hurt or to have hit her head, so that's a relief. Take this. Fine-san. Burning for revenge, Fine splashes water at the kids without a care for getting wet herself. And the kids, thrilled, splash her back. They're completely caught up in playing, oblivious to their current state. Fine-san. Ash-san, what's wrong? You look kinda down. Your hair and clothes are well. Oh, by the way, is there a towel over there? My hair's soaked. Finally, Fine seems to notice her situation. She wasn't wearing a swimsuit or anything, just a light white mini dress and sandals. Falling into the river and splashing water in that state, it's obvious what happens. Eek! Soaked to the point where her undergarments are visible, Fine's face turns bright red as she shrieks. Good thing we had towels and spare clothes, including yours in the bags. On the way back, the fact that the travel bags had towels and clothes for Fine, and the kids saved us from the worst-case scenario of returning drenched. Apparently, the orphanage sisters foresaw Fine getting carried away like this. I'm definitely getting scolded by Oni-chan later. While the kids chatter happily, Fine slumps in dejection. I think she should be more concerned about me seeing her undergarments, but pointing that out now would just rub salt in the wound, so I stay quiet. As I'm thinking this, an orphanage boy approaches with something shiny. Hey Ashniachan, I found something weird. Something weird? It's a silver arrow, its tip coated in a slimy substance with a strange smell. Fine, any idea what this is? I'm not sure, but it smells like highly concentrated holy water. Holy water? Why would that be on an arrow? Hey you guys, you okay? As I puzzle over it, the general store shopkeeper runs toward us from the village, pale and frantic. We're fine, what's going on? Oh, good. They found a threatening letter at the orphanage earlier, so we're checking on everyone's safety. A threatening letter? Do you know what it said? Let me think. It was something like, hand over the cursed harlot and her treasure, or face divine punishment. And it was tied to a silver arrow. The shopkeeper's face pales further as he sees the arrow in my hand and shouts. That's it. It's the same kind of arrow the letter was attached to. Section, no suspicious people or monsters in the central square. We're heading to Morris-san's ranch to check next. Got it, we'll check the orphanage again. If you notice anything strange, don't hesitate to use a smoke signal. At night, an intense atmosphere hangs over Kagato village. Those unable to fight are staying in the orphanage and church, which have been opened as shelters. Every other building is lit up, and vigilante groups armed with weapons patrol in teams, calling out reports as they move through the village. I'm worried whether a village with only a makeshift vigilante group and no soldiers can fend off whoever sent that threatening letter, but if push comes to shove, I'll figure something out. Glancing at the village's tense state, I slip out of the orphanage and hurry to the church. Phew. Standing before the church's back gate, I take a deep breath and open it. Good evening. I'm sorry for making you come to the church at a time like this. No, it's fine. I'd just be restless and unable to sleep at the orphanage anyway. Mother Hilda, holding an old candelabra, greets me. After a brief exchange, she leads me to the chapel. Let me thank you again for looking after the children during the day. No need for thanks. They're the family of Fine, my dear friend. Dear friend, I see. Fine spent her whole life in this village, so I was worried about how she'd fare at the capital's academy. But knowing she's made a wonderful friend like you puts my mind at ease. The dim chapel makes it hard to see Mother Hilda's expression, but her voice sounds relieved. As we talk, the light from her candelabra illuminates a statue of the holy goddess. Coming before this statue means, if the game's pattern holds, that conversation is about to happen. Mother Hilda pulls a silver key from her pocket and inserts it into the statue's pedestal. With a grinding sound, zuzuzu, the pedestal shifts slightly toward the back of the chapel, revealing a staircase leading to an underground chamber. There's something you need to know about the source of Fine's power and the fate awaiting her. Descending the stairs, we enter a basement lined with shelves packed with thick books. At the far end are a desk and chair, likely used for some kind of research. Old magic tools, treated for moisture and pest protection, are placed among the books, emitting a peculiar smell that stings my nose. Do you know what happened to the hero-sama and saintess-sama in the founding myth of the Lakwasha kingdom, the legend of the hero? The hero-sama and saintess-sama. I've heard that they prayed to the holy goddess Mi-sama, and the saintess turned into a sword to slay the demon king. Afterward, they were enshrined in the royal family's treasury, enjoying eternal peace as descendants of the hero-sama. The holy maiden Klee, known as the first saintess, prayed earnestly to the holy goddess and became a radiant holy sword to aid the hero. The hero then founded the kingdom of Lakwasha in this once ravaged land, leading to the present day. That's the common knowledge everyone knows, but sometimes the truth differs greatly from what's been passed down. The commonly known ending of Hero Eren-sama and Holy Maiden Klee-sama in the Legend of the Hero is as you described. However, the truth is far different. After defeating the Demon King, Eren-sama dedicated his life to researching how to restore Klee-sama in this remote land. Meanwhile, Eren-sama's younger brother, the mage apprentice Luo, the sword saintess Ellie, and the sage Uranus, who accompanied them on the quest, used Eren-sama's name to found Lakwasha in this war-torn land. In Kizaru's Legend of the Hero, the spotlight is on Hero Eren and Holy Maiden Klee, but their adventure to defeat the Demon King included Eren's younger brother, the mage apprentice Luo, the female swordmaster later known as Sword Saintess Ellie, and Luo's mentor, the sage Uranus. After defeating the Demon King, Hero Eren vanished with the holy sword Klee, and this land, bereft of its leader, faced a new threat: wars among humans. In such a situation, Eren's younger brother, Luo, made a momentous decision. He would erase his identity as the hero's brother and assume the mantle of Hero Eren to rule this land. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, only their companions knew the full details of Hero Eren's journey to defeat the Demon King, and Luo had joined the party just before the assault on the Demon King's castle. Moreover, though young, Luo bore a striking resemblance to Eren. Backed by the former members of the hero's party, the renowned sage and sword saintess, Luo was easily recognized as the savior hero, Eren, and before new wars could erupt, the kingdom of Lakwasha was established with him as its monarch. This is the story of Lakwasha's founding, revealed through the conversation event with Mother Hilda and the official supplemental materials. However, this alone, merely the kingdom's hidden history, doesn't explain why Mother Hilda would summon me to this secret underground chamber. What does this story have to do with bringing me here? As I mentioned, Hero Eren-sama came to this land with the holy sword and studied ancient magical tomes to restore her. However, the power of the holy goddess Sama's divine artifact was immense, and all Eren-sama could extract from the sword was Klee-sama's power as a saintess. It was then discovered that the saintess's power transfers to another infant deeply blessed by the holy goddess Sama upon the previous saintess's death, creating a new saintess. After this revelation, Eren-sama entrusted the holy sword to his brother and vanished. As she speaks, Mother Hilda retrieves an ornately bound, thick book from the shelf, places it on the desk, and opens it to a specific page. This book chronicles the names and lives of every saintess since Klee-sama. And currently, The latest Saintess recorded is that girl Fine. The page contains a photo of a young Fine and a detailed account of her life from being taken in by the orphanage to enrolling in the Royal Magic Academy. However, there's no mention of Fine's parents, only a single line. An infant abandoned in a graveyard was taken in and later identified as the current Saintess. For some reason, all those born as Saintesses share similar appearances. As a result, they're often suspected of being illegitimate children, mistreated, or abandoned. Fortunately or unfortunately, Fine has no memories of her biological parents. But I don't want her to suffer any more misfortune, simply for being a Saintess. Mother Hilda closes the book and bows deeply to me. Please, I beg you, continue to be a good friend to that girl, to Fine. That is my one and only request. When I first saw this event in the game, I couldn't help but mutter, "That's harsh," at Fine's tragic circumstances. Moreover, in this world, she's already faced a bad ending once. Thinking about that, there's no way I could refuse Mother Hilda's request. I understand, so please, Mother Hilda, raise your head. Oh, thank you so much. Tears well in Mother Hilda's eyes as she repeats her gratitude. Her words make me feel a bit awkward, but I resolve in my heart never to betray Fine. Leaving the church, I use the lantern a sister handed me to light my way as I head back to the orphanage, now a shelter, while recalling my conversation with Mother Hilda. Still, why did that event trigger? Of course, I have no intention of breaking my promise to her, and I genuinely want to be a good friend to Fine. But that event is supposed to signal the start of a romance route. Why would it activate for me, someone who's not even a romanceable character? I'm stumped. One thing's certain, mulling over this with my exhausted brain won't get me anywhere. For now, I should get back to my bed and rest. I'll think it over tomorrow, that's probably the best approach. With that decision, I start walking toward the orphanage where my bedding awaits. But then, I sense something off. Isn't it too quiet? On an ordinary night, this silence wouldn't be unusual. But tonight, after that threatening letter, the vigilante group is on high alert, patrolling and periodically shouting roll calls to confirm safety. Yet now, all I hear are the hoots of owls and the chirping of insects. Moreover, some of the house lights, kept on for visibility, are now extinguished. I should have brought a weapon. Given that the silver arrow was coated with holy water, or something similar, it's likely the perpetrator is human, not a demon or monster, but I can't afford to be careless. As I ponder this and approach the village square to check, I notice several large shapes sprawled on the ground. Considering the possibility of a monster or a trap, I cautiously approach, ready to cast magic at any moment. The torchlight reveals their true nature. It's the young men of the vigilante group, collapsed on the ground. They all wear pained expressions, unable to move their limbs, stuck where they fell. This is clearly an emergency. They need to be taken to safety and treated immediately. But I don't have any healing potions on hand. That leaves me with one option: find Fine quickly and have her use holy magic on them. Wait here. I'll go get Fine from the orphanage right away. I say this and start running toward the orphanage. W8 the church. But the closest vigilante, struggling to reach for my leg, forces out words despite his slurred speech. The church, a black figure, the enemy that attacked us, went there help. What? Please forget us, stop the enemy. With that, the young man collapses, motionless, as if his strength has given out. I quickly check his condition. Thankfully, he's only unconscious, still breathing. But he's clearly poisoned, and there's no time to waste. He needs treatment soon. Still, got it. I'll take down the enemy and bring Fine back. He might not hear me, but I say it to affirm my resolve. Then borrow a usable weapon and one of the primordial holy goddess statues they carried as charms before rushing back to the church. Everyone hurry to the square. The vigilantes will definitely protect you. Damn, I'm too late. When I arrive, the church's windows are shattered, black smoke rises from various spots, and the sisters are calming panicked evacuees while directing them to the village square, where the vigilantes are supposed to be. Spotting the sister Fine called Oni-chan among them, I run to her to find out what happened. Excuse me, what's going on? You're the one from earlier. Someone with a bow-like weapon suddenly broke into the church, and, Though shaken, the young sister begins explaining what happened. Did everyone in the church manage to escape? Some people who fled to the upper floors are still trapped, and we don't know where Mother Hilda is. Got it, I'll go rescue them. Please take the people here and evacuate to the orphanage. The orphanage? Wouldn't the square be safer with all the vigilantes there? The vigilantes in the square were taken out by the intruder. The orphanage is safer right now. Understood. When I relay the vigilantes' situation, the sister gasps, her face paling. But right now, sharing accurate information to prevent further harm is the priority. Also, there are people collapsed in the square, so please find there immediately. Why yes. The young sister nods and runs to inform her colleagues. All right, time to do what I need to do. If I'm going to infiltrate, the second floor, where the smoke hasn't reached much, is my best bet. After observing the church and reaching that conclusion, I take a running start, leap, and crash through the second floor window as planned. Inside, I find myself in a second floor hallway with corners ahead and behind, and no one else in sight. As expected, the smoke hasn't reached this floor yet, but that won't last long. I need to find the trapped people before the enemy spots me. Now, I'll channel magic through the statue like a graze. The moment I cover my eyes and raise my hand, the goddess statue emits a blinding flash. Now, timing the moment the light fades, I charge into the hallway with a wooden shield raised, approaching a suspicious figure writhing on the floor from the sudden flash. They're clad entirely in black, a hat, coat, and a crossbow-like weapon, looking like a stereotypical villain. The figure, their mouth covered by an out-of-season scarf, raises the crossbow again. A barrage of arrows, seemingly loaded from nowhere, fires at me. The force is intense, shattering my wooden shield to pieces in no time. Windlock. I make it look like I'm casting the wind magic windlock, but instead, I unleash a torrent of water magic to neutralize the arrow's momentum. The enemy, unprepared for water magic, shows clear signs of panic. The key to casting magic is visualization, and vocalizing the spell's name strengthens that image. But it's possible to cast magic without saying its name. So, what if I say one spell's name, but cast something entirely different to throw off the enemy? I tried it and it seems to have worked perfectly. Ha! I kick the enemy's right arm with all my strength, sending the crossbow flying, then deliver another kick to their legs, throwing them off balance. This ends now. Gah! Grabbing their head, I slam it hard against the floor. The enemy lets out a pained groan before going limp, unconscious. Phew! After a deep breath, I confiscate their weapons, crossbow, knife, and all, tie them to a pillar with rope I borrowed, and rush to the third floor. Don't be afraid, everyone. Help will come, I promise. In the third floor parlor, Mother Hilda is soothing frightened evacuees who fled upstairs with her gentle voice. Oh, Oni-san. Among them, Aisha Leben notices me, stands, and runs over to hug me. Mother Hilda and the other evacuees also notice me and approach. Ash-san, why are you here? I came to rescue everyone. I've disarmed and restrained the enemy downstairs. Please escape outside now. The first floor is filled with smoke, so cover your mouth and nose with a cloth. I see. Thank you so much for risking danger to save us. All right, everyone, let's evacuate outside. At Mother Hilda's call, the evacuees head downstairs. Come on, you need to go too. Okay. When I speak gently to Aisha, she lets go and follows Mother Hilda. Well, that should wrap things up, right? Or so I thought. Ash-san, what will happen to the person you captured? Aisha's mother, Lady Carla Leben, approaches with a worried expression, asking about the culprit's fate. They'll likely be kept restrained, and we'll send for guards by horse to take them into custody. Is something troubling you? No, if that's the case, then it's fine. Carla Fujin's face is pale with anxiety as she speaks. Her expression suggests there might be more to this incident. Damn, so that's how it is. Carla-san, I'd like to discuss something at the church tomorrow. Please stay in the village until then. Chapter 3. Unfilial Parents, Unhappy Children. Ash-san, they say everything's ready. Oh, right, I'll be right there. In a room at the church designated as a temporary sleeping area, I rub my eyes and manage to squeeze out a response to the child calling me. The morning sky glows through the window as I stretch, get out of bed, and leave the room. Yawning, I head toward the confessional designated as the meeting point and bump into Fine. Oh, Ash-san, good morning. Hey, morning, Fine. Sounds like things were rough for you, huh? Yes, but it was to save everyone. She looks utterly exhausted, as if she could collapse at any moment. And no wonder. She spent the entire night without rest, rushing around the village to heal the vigilantes injured in the attack. "I won't let anyone die. I'll save them all." The words Fine muttered with a fierce, determined expression, while healing the wounded with holy magic, are something I won't forget anytime soon. To Fine, an abandoned child, the villagers who cared for her since she was young are like family. It's only natural she'd do everything in her power to save them if they were on the brink of death. Thanks to her relentless efforts, not a single person died or was left with life-altering injuries. She truly did an incredible job. For now, the danger's been dealt with, so go rest in your room, Fine. You did amazing. Yes, I'll do that. When I pat her head, she responds softly, looking comforted. Watching her wobble toward her assigned room, I reach the confessional, take a deep breath, and knock on the door. "Come in." Mother Hilda's calm, familiar voice echoes from inside. Feeling a strange contrast between her gentle tone and what I'm about to do, I open the door and step in. Damn it. To think I'd be taken down by some kid. In the small, soundproof room sits a man, his weapons confiscated, his hands and feet bound to a chair, looking utterly drained. There's no main character in Kizaru with this appearance, but based on the enemy character designs and descriptions in the game, it's easy to guess who these types are. Trained in exorcism at the Holy Goddess Church, they excelled as elite demon hunters, but were excommunicated for corruption and drifted into the underworld. Posing as holy men, they extort others, teach corrupt nobles how to summon demons, or clean up the resulting messes for profit. These villains are known as demon tamers. That's this guy's true identity. I'll take my leave then. I exchange a glance with Mother Hilda, leaving us alone. I pull up a spare chair, place it in front of the bound man, and sit down. "I've got a pretty good idea of who you are. What I want to know is who hired you, and whether you've got any accomplices." "Ha, you think I'll talk that easily? I've taken down countless demons and church pursuers." "Oh, really? By the way, have you heard about the idiot who punched the second prince and forced him to apologize?" As I speak, I conjure a small thundercloud in my palm and give the man a light shock. "Gah. And no ways you're. If you're ready to talk, you'd better do it quick. You know, don't you? The kind of pain the vigilantes in this village went through because of you." Grabbing his collar and pulling him close, I flash a grin and continue. 18 vigilantes were injured because of you, right? You've got two choices. Endure the exact same pain they felt until you break, or spill everything now and pray to the gods for safety in a cell. So, what's it gonna be? With the thundercloud still hovering in my palm, I ask the trembling man what he wants to do. It doesn't take long for him to hang his head and name the exact client I'd expected. "Sorry to keep you waiting." No, don't worry about it. We just got here ourselves." Some time later, with the sun fully risen and before the guards arrive from a nearby outpost, I meet with Carla-san in the church. Her face is grim. The events of last night likely play a part, but more than that, she's probably worried about the pursuer's appearance and the fact that someone connected to them, called her here. Let me reintroduce myself. My full name is Ash Leben Weiss. I'm, technically speaking, your brother-in-law. I knew it. There's something about you that reminds me of him. Carla-san's shoulders tremble as she speaks. As expected, this mother and daughter. First, let me say that I'm essentially independent from the Leben family. Estranged, really, so I'm not blindly on their side. I know it's hard to believe, but I have no intention of harming you or Aisha. And no, I believe you, to be honest. Everything they said about you was filled with anger or jealousy. I see. Carla-san speaks apologetically, but her words actually bring me a sense of relief. If they'd spoken of me with any affection, my resolve might have wavered, considering what's to come. Now, let's be upfront. You were forced into marriage with my brother, suffered abuse, and fled to this church. The Leben family sent an assassin to retrieve you. Is that correct? Yes, that's mostly accurate. In Kizaru, several corrupt, villainous nobles appear, engaging in dirty deeds and plotting to eliminate political rivals. And my birth family in this life, the Leben family, fits that mold perfectly. But there's something I don't understand. My family is a low-ranking noble house, hardly one with the connections, money, or political power to pull this off. Even if they targeted me, I can't see why they'd go to such lengths to pursue you and Aisha. The man who attacked the village last night confessed he was hired by the Leben family to abduct Carlasan and Aisha. Targeting someone like me or Fine, who have likely made enemies, would make sense, but causing this much chaos to go after Carlasan, a nobody in noble society, is abnormal. If you know anything, could you tell me? It might help prevent something like this from happening again. At my words, Carlasan looks down and falls silent. Maybe I'm not the right person to ask after all. Just as I'm about to give up, they're after my family's treasure. With a resolute expression, Carlasan begins to speak. My family made a living in the capital crafting custom clothing for sale. In the church's confessional, Carlasan speaks, her head bowed. My grandfather's dresses, in particular, were so high quality that they became renowned among nobles, with even dukes waiting years for one. As our noble clientele grew, my family formed personal connections with the upper class. That's when we began associating with your family, the Leben family. Indeed, some trendy shops among high society make even dukes wait years for their goods. And it's not uncommon for such relationships to evolve from shop and client to family ties. As a child, I simply thought it was wonderful that my grandfather's dresses were so highly valued by the upper class. I didn't notice how anxious my father was about failing to surpass my grandfather's legacy. Dresses so exquisite that even top-tier nobles poured money into them and patiently waited years for completion. But for the heir, it meant creating garments of equal or greater quality while incorporating the latest high society trends, a daunting task. My grandfather was an old-school craftsman who barely taught my father, telling him to learn by watching. He was meticulous, remaking pieces until he was satisfied. But that perfectionism allowed him to create stunning, comfortable dresses that impressed nobles. She took a breath before continuing. When he suddenly passed away from an illness in the workshop, my father, forced to take over, must have been overwhelmed. According to Carlasan, they initially managed by selling dresses her grandfather had nearly completed, with her father, decently skilled despite being self-taught, making final adjustments. This kept sales steady for a while. But the stock soon ran out, and they had to craft new dresses from scratch. Though Carlasan's father wasn't incompetent, he lacked his predecessor's genius, and their noble clients gradually drifted away, sending the family's finances into a steady, undeniable decline. About that treasure you mentioned earlier, why didn't you use or sell it to rebuild the family? At my question, Carlasan hesitates for a moment. It's not that we didn't want to, it's that we couldn't. Because the treasure, deciding honesty was best, she lowers her voice and continues. My family's treasure is a client list containing information about our noble customers. Oh, I see. In this world, information about what nobles buy or use can be a weapon capable of ruining a house, depending on how it's wielded. Such shops typically guard that information fiercely. I've heard that when shops like that go under, it often causes a stir, and this must be why. With no choice but to let go of long-time artisans and staff, unable to source high-quality fabrics, and unable to use the treasure, the family had no option but to live off the dwindling inheritance left by Carlasan's grandfather. With almost no hope of recovery, that's when they came. Lord Joshua Leben, a noble who'd been close to my grandfather's generation, he offered to provide aid if my father married me to Karl Sama. My father, in tears, begged me to marry into the Leben family, and I agreed. The Leben family, my family in this life, offered aid in exchange for Carlasan marrying my brother. Understanding the dire situation, Carlasan made the painful decision to marry into the Leben family. But after Aisha was born, they relentlessly demanded my father reveal the treasure's location, borderline threatening him. And my father, he took his own life. After that, they treated me like I was disposable, resorting to violence. The memory must be agonizing, as Carlasan covers her face with both hands, sobbing. I'd always thought my family was awful, given they never bothered to visit their own child, but I didn't realize it was this bad. Though I've never spoken to them, they're still my blood relatives, and I feel a deep sense of guilt. One day, I happened to reunite with an old friend in the capital, now a sister in a rural church. When I confided in her about my situation, she told me about the church's role in severing ties. From there, Carlasan moved quickly. She asked the sister for sanctuary, used her secretly saved money to buy train tickets, and fled the mansion with Aisha to escape to Kagato village. The rest, Ash-san, by the way, I have a question. What is it? Does what's happening in this village have anything to do with the Leben family? Yeah, at this point, it's natural to suspect that. I can't say for sure yet, but it's definitely a possibility. I see. Hearing my response, Carla-san closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and suddenly drops to her knees in a deep bow. Carla-san, I don't care what happens to me, but please save Aisha, I'll do anything, just please protect her. Rubbing her forehead against the floor, Carla-san pleads in a tearful voice. She truly loves her daughter Aisha with all her heart. Aisha is my blood relative in this life. That settles my choice. Raise your head, I won't let Aisha or you suffer anymore. I'll make sure my family pays for their wrongs. Section. In the main residence of the Leben family in the capital, in the drawing room, Joshua Leben, the family head with a Kaiser mustache, and Karl Leben, the lanky heir with a bowl cut, sit drenched in cold sweat. Across from them is a middle-aged man whose gentlemanly demeanor belies a commanding presence. A rapier hangs sheathed at his waist, marking him as a seasoned warrior. Now, it's been a day past the deadline, yet the promised item has not arrived. The man pulls a pocket watch from his coat, glancing at them with dissatisfaction. Please wait, Lord Park. We will absolutely deliver that woman to you, so please, just a little more time. Feeling the uncomfortable sensation of cold sweat soaking his back, Carl, alongside Joshua, desperately prostrates himself before the man, Simon Park, Vice Commander of Lackworsh's 2nd Royal Knights. The Leben family and I go back to Joshua Dono's time. I'll trust your word and wait a bit longer. Thank you. However, Park places a hand on his rapier's hilt, glaring at them with murderous intent. I'm not a patient man. If it doesn't arrive by tonight, you'd best prepare yourselves. Yes, W will check with our people, so please, just wait a moment. Feeling a chill down his spine, Carl forces a smile, exits the drawing room with Joshua, and, in a fit of rage, strikes one of the waiting servants. Hey, where's Carla? The treasure, the list, still nothing. We paid a fortune for that assassin, not even a single report. And no, we haven't heard anything yet, gah. That useless, fine. You lot, someone go to Kagato village and drag that woman back today. Young master, the last train has already. A mere commoner dares talk back to me. Carl punches another servant who objects, then relentlessly kicks their side. After pummeling the servant like a punching bag until he's out of breath, Joshua places a hand on Carl's shoulder. Calm down, Carl. If reckless demands worked, we wouldn't be in this mess. Be but father at this rate, we'll. If it doesn't arrive, we'll pass off some servant girl and forge documents as Carla. That way, our Leben family will gain wealth, and His Highness Alberich, currently in exile in a neighboring country, will grant us a marquisate and a ministerial post. Brilliant, father. Carl am truly impressed. Hahata. If you're to succeed me, you'll need to master this level of scheming. Carl gestures theatrically in awe at Joshua's words, and Joshua beams at his son's reaction. Meanwhile, the servants around them, including those beaten by Carl, watch the pair with cold eyes. Few among them are well-versed in politics, but the Leben family's baseless, delusional optimism makes it painfully clear to them that the family's downfall is not far off. Master. Urgent news. At that moment, a young servant girl rushes to the Leben pair, out of breath. What is it? Someone at the gate wishes to see you, master. What do they look like? A woman in a brown hood, and a man in a black hat and black coat. Taking this long, that incompetent. Hey, bring them here now. Yes, sir. Carl barks orders at the servant girl with an intimidating tone, then turns back toward the drawing room. It seems we won't need to fabricate anything, father. Indeed, this must be heaven recognizing our virtue. Joshua nods smugly, while the servants inwardly roll their eyes but keep their faces serious to avoid angering him. Master, I've brought them. A few minutes later, the servant girl returns with a man dressed entirely in black and a woman whose face is hidden by a deeply pulled hood. You took your sweet time. This delay's coming out of your reward. At Joshua's low growl, the man in black silently bows. Meanwhile, Carl approaches the hooded woman, touching her shoulders, chest, and hips with lecherous hands, bringing his face close enough for his breath to reach her. You had the nerve to escape from me, Prepare for a proper punishment later. The woman lowers her face, trembling with fear. Grinning, Carl grabs her shoulders and pulls her close. Now, let's deliver the promised item to Lord Park. Come, Carl. Yes, father. In high spirits, Joshua and Carl lead the man in black and the hooded woman into the drawing room. Lord Park, apologies for the wait. This is the woman who knows the treasure's location. She has no one to back her, so do with her as you please. Ho, is that so? By the way, about the matter we discussed. Of course, I understand. Once we have the treasure, Lakwish's nobles, fearing scandal, will have no choice but to negotiate with our legitimate Lakwisha government. When His Highness Alberich returns triumphantly from the Republic and ascends as the true king, we'll grant the Leben family a marquisate and the position of finance minister, as promised. Consider this an advance celebration. With that, Park hands Carl a large white sack. Carl hurriedly opens it, revealing gold coins and various gems that glitter under the room's lights. Thank you, Your Excellency. This is a gift from His Highness Alberich. Direct your gratitude to him, not me. Yes, sir. The Leben pair bow deeply, their eyes sparkling at the treasure. Meanwhile, Park glances coldly at them before stepping in front of the hooded woman. Now, Carladono, why don't you tell me directly where the treasure is? Oh, and I wouldn't recommend resisting. It'd be unfortunate for both you and your daughter. As Park reaches to remove the woman's hood. So, you wanted the treasure to fund the fugitive second prince, huh? What? A bolt of lightning shoots from the man in black's palm, forcing Park to release the hooded woman. You bastard, what's the meaning of this? Nothing much, you shitty brother. You. Carl, thrown into confusion by the sudden turn, shouts at the man in black. In response, the man removes his hat and coat, draws a sword from a sheath hidden on his back, and points it at Park and the others. I'm here to make you pay for your sins. It's the least I can do as a family, you shitty brother. Ash. Section, 30 hours earlier, Kagato Village Church. So I just need to cast my magic on this. Yeah. There might be some kind of curse on it, so I'd like you to purify it with your magic. Well, that's fine, but... In a church room, Fine looks confused, glancing back and forth between me and the items on the desk. On it lies the full set of equipment I stripped from the assassin who attacked Carla-san and the others. Even though it's getting warm this time of year, I was amazed he could move so well in such heavy clothing. Turns out it's an air-conditioned outfit. This is probably more comfortable than light clothing. What are these clothes? They're what the assassin who attacked the village last night was wearing. What? Ash-san, what are you planning to do with them? Fine's expression is half confusion, half anxiety as she looks at me. The chances of Fine being connected to those guys are next to zero, so it should be fine to tell her. Well, I'm thinking of wearing this, pretending to be that assassin, and infiltrating the enemy's base, the ones who hired him. That's dangerous, it's too risky. I know the layout of the place and who's there, so I can handle it alone. Alone? Ash-san, you're planning to go alone. Crap, I let that slip. And no, I've got a good grasp of their forces, so I'll be fine on my own. Even so, going to a place like that alone is too dangerous. If you insist on going, I'm coming with you. Wait, hold on, that's way too risky. We don't know what they're capable of. That applies to you too, Ash-san. I can't let you go into danger alone. With that, Fine huffs and plants herself in front of the door. Just like in Kizayoru's main story, stopping Fine once she's made up her mind is no easy task. Outside of bad ending routes, changing her course of action when she's this determined is practically impossible. But if we're going to strike, this is the only chance we've got. I cross my arms, stare at the ceiling, let out a heavy sigh, and look at Fine again. All right, you can come with me, but if I tell you to run, you run immediately. And if you feel you're in danger, you escape right away too. Got it? Yes. In the end, I swallow my reservations and allow Fine to come along. Based on the information I got from interrogating that assassin, Fine could likely escape with ease, or even take down the enemy single-handedly if it came to it. Plus, if she's with me, we can execute a more effective surprise attack. Of course, I'll stay vigilant to ensure no harm comes to her, avoiding any carelessness or overconfidence. While I'm mulling this over, Fine has already purified the assassin's black outfit with holy magic. Ash-san, it's done. Thanks, I hate to ask when you've just finished, but could you do me one more favor? Yes. Anything you need. Could you go to Carla-san and borrow the clothes she wore when she came to the village? Carla-san's clothes. Yeah, remember when I said we're infiltrating the enemy's base? We need them so you won't raise suspicion. Fine and Carla-san are similar in build. A deep hood should conceal differences in hair or features. Wearing Carla-san's clothes should fool them for a while. Just to be safe, I'll prepare an extra trick. Even if someone close to Carla-san gets suspicious, the shady guy in black next to her will likely draw their attention instead. From what Carla-san told me, and the faint memories I have of my parents' and brothers' personalities, they're short-sighted. If a man dressed like the assassin they hired shows up with a woman in Carla-san's clothes, they'll probably let us right into the mansion. And since we're past the expected time, they'll likely skip a thorough search and urge us to hurry in. If we clear this final hurdle, the rest should fall into place. With that, Fine and I secure the clothes, board the fastest train to the capital, change into our disguises at the mansion, and head to our target, the Leben family's main residence. As planned, the servants are wary of my appearance, but pay little attention to Fine disguised as Carla-san, allowing us to reach the room where the mastermind awaits. Though when that shitty brother of mine, Carl Leben, started harassing Fine, I nearly punched his face in. Thanks to Fine subtly squeezing my hand to calm me, I barely managed to hold back. Anyway, the plan mostly went as intended, and now. Section, Laquisha Kingdom Capital, Leben family main residence. Ash, why the hell are you here? My brother, or rather, Carl Leben, glares at me like I'm his mortal enemy. Why, this is technically my home, isn't it? Nothing strange about me coming back, right? Then what's with those clothes? Why are you wearing his outfit? Oh, I thought it was a cool design, so I asked him for it and he handed it over. Handed it over? That's ridiculous. Wait, Carl, if he's Ash, then this woman. Sorry for deceiving you, but I can't let you people near Carla-san and the others. With a cold, anger-laced voice, Fine throws off her hood. She's wearing clothes borrowed from Carla-san, but there's one difference. A pendant-like object with a small gem sewn near her chest. It's a protective shock field magic device from the hidden domain. When someone with hostile intent touches the wearer, it deploys a special barrier that fully absorbs the impact while making the attacker feel as if they touched bare skin. This ensured Carl's lecherous fingers never actually touched Fine, but that doesn't mean I'll forgive him for trying with those filthy hands. As I think this, I shed my coat and pull a rectangular box from my trouser pocket. Your conversation has been recorded by this recording magic device. Colluding with the fugitive second prince, bribery, preparing a rebellion. If this goes public, you won't get off lightly. But if you do that, you won't escape unscathed either. Sure, but I retrieved the holy sword Klee from the second prince and inherited the Weiss Viscounty. If I publicly expose this, what do you think happens? You can figure that out, right? You bastard, you'd sell out your own family. Have you forgotten the debt you owe us for raising you, you shameless ingrate? The debt for raising me, huh? I've never had my studies overseen, received a proper gift, played together, eaten a meal with them, or even had a real conversation. The only connection we have is blood. If I didn't have my past life knowledge shaping who I am now, who knows what would have happened to me? Still, I'm not entirely ungrateful for being born or for the mansion where I live with Fine. That's exactly why. Before you pile on more sins and tarnish the Leben name further, I'll stop you here. That's my way of showing consideration. You. Now, Josh Udono, no need to panic. The gentlemanly man they called Lord Park draws his rapier from its sheath, flashing a defiant smirk at me. If we silence Ashkun and that girl here, no one will know about our deal. Isn't that right, Joshua Dono, Carl Dono? Oh, exactly, Your Excellency. If we crush this ungrateful scum, everything's resolved. Your Excellency, please deliver justice to those wretched traitors. Instead of stopping him, my brother and father eagerly urge Park to kill me. Ash-san. Don't worry, I was prepared for this. I reassure Fine, who grips my sleeve with a sad expression, and ready my high-attack one-handed sword from the hidden domain. All right, let's wrap this up. HMPH. The man called Lord Park, by my shitty family, moves first. Feinting a thrust at my heart with his slender, pointed rapier, he tries to pull Fine toward him with his other hand. No way I'd let that slide. I swing my sword to deflect the hand reaching for Fine, but Park parries my strike with pinpoint precision, using his rapier. His rapier is likely a nameless blade, while my sword is a high-stat weapon from the hidden domain. In a direct clash, his rapier should shatter. But, not bad for your age, but you're still no match for me for us. The rapier's blade morphs into a liquid metal state, dispersing my attack's impact and absorbing it entirely. The silver liquid, writhing like a slime, forms a single eye at its center and seems to grin at me. That's a weapon used by the Demon King in the Old War, the magic statue. I found one sealed by the hero and saintess and made its power mine. With this, I'll overthrow the foolish current royal family and establish a new Laquisha kingdom under His Highness Alberich. Park trembles with excitement as he gazes at what was once his rapier, while my shitty family cowers in fear. The magic statue. It never appeared as an enemy or item in the game, but it was mentioned in Holy Maiden Klee's flashback cutscenes, war-era concept art, and official lore materials. Autonomous, armed, fortress, transforming, and mimicking types, various magic statues were created by the Demon King using ancient relics. Hero Aaron's party struggled greatly against them, but before the final battle with the Demon King, they managed to seal all but one. Yes, sealed, not destroyed. Even Hero Aaron couldn't destroy them, only neutralize them temporarily with Holy Maiden Klee's holy magic and seal them underground. And this Park guy found and reactivated one of those terrifying relics. An enemy with unknown stats and no clear weak attributes, how do I handle this? Oh, is this really the time to zone out? The rapier-turned magic statue, now a slime-like mass, transforms into countless silver needles and surges toward me. Ashsan, get down. Just as one of the needles nearly pierces my skin, Fine shouts, and I instinctively drop to the ground. At the same moment, Fine casts holy magic, creating a wall of light between us and Park as a shield. The tentacles aimed at me hesitate briefly before the light wall, then revert to the rapier's original form. So that's the evil power that disgraced His Highness Alberich. Then I'll take revenge for him right here. Park, grinning excitedly, absorbs nearby furniture into the magic statue, transforming it into a massive halberd-like weapon. Unlike a real halberd, thin needles extend from the handle, piercing Park's arm like syringes, seemingly enhancing his muscles, making his physique visibly larger. Why, Your Excellency, those are my family's heirlooms, eek. And never mind. Unable to bear the sight of their treasures being consumed, Carl shrieks at Park but cowers under his blood-red gaze, shrinking into a corner. Sighing, Park glares at Fine and me, protected by the light wall. If numbers won't work, let's settle this with pure strength. With that, Park swings the halberd-shaped magic statue at Fine's light wall with all his might. Rejoice. Your heads will be sent to His Highness, plotting his comeback in the neighboring country and displayed as traitors. Lowly scum like you shouldn't even have the privilege of facing him twice. Fine strains to maintain the holy magic barricade, but Park's relentless swings, powerful enough to crack walls and shatter furniture, keep coming. His attack power likely rivals high-damage weapons obtained late in the game, and Fine's holy magic can't withstand it much longer. I need to land a hit and pull him away from her, but eek. My mansion. Each of Park's strikes generates a massive shockwave, making it dangerous to step out from behind Fine's barricade. Isn't there something, anything, to create an opening and throw him off? You cowardly rats, your time as sacrifices for my magic statue is running out. If you've got last words, now's the time. Laughing gleefully, Park swings the halberd like a child playing with a stick, carelessly but with tremendous force, cracking the light wall further. And then, when particles of holy magic leaking from the wall touch the halberd, did part of the halberd just dodge the light particles? I focus, observing the moment the halberd strikes the light wall again. Sure enough, when holy magic particles leak out, the halberd morphs into a slime-like state to avoid contact, but it can't fully evade them. The parts touched by the particles twitch and briefly blacken, as if charred. The magic statue was neutralized by Holy Maiden Klee's holy magic before being sealed. Could it be extremely weak to holy magic? If so, there's a way. Fine, when I give the signal, forget defense and hit him with the strongest magic you can muster. You have a plan, don't you? Understood. I'll follow your lead, Ashsan. Fine nods firmly at my words. She trusts me, then I'll give it everything I've got. Now, as Park raises the halberd, I shout. Yes, Fine unleashes a torrent of holy magic light. What ga? The magic statue, shifting to a slime-like form to evade, pulls Park's body, physically connected by the needles backward. Tra. Ga yuo. Seizing the moment, I charge at Park, now immobilized by the neutralized magic statue, and push him toward a collapsing wall, toward the courtyard with the pool. The wall, weakened by the battle, and Park's enlarged frame make it easy to send him crashing into the pool. Fine, one more. Yes. I deliver a kick to Park's stomach midair, using the recoil to leap back and call for Fine's follow-up. Fine blasts a diffused laser-like holy magic at Park, hitting both him and the reactivated halberd. NGHU. Still refusing to give up, Park, soaked and half-submerged, glares at us from the pool, trying to climb out. But this is the end. Ha. Ga. I conjure a thundercloud above the pool with magic, striking Park with lightning. The magic statue, reverting to its slime-like form, peels away from Park's body as he convulses and collapses. Landing near him, I use a hidden great potion to heal Park's body while binding his hands and feet with rope, still unconscious. Ash-san, are you okay? Fine leaps down from the collapsed wall, rushing to me with a worried expression. Yeah, I'm fine. How about you, Fine? You holding up? Oh, I am okay. Good to hear. Could you bind them with magic chains then? Got it. Thanks, I'll take care of the last bit of cleanup. Taking a running start, I leap to intercept my shitty father and brother, who are trying to open a door from the ruined drawing room to escape inside. Where do you think you're going? Ash, we were going to get the guards to help you. I had no intention of harming you. Oh, right. I have a marriage prospect to introduce you to. They stammer excuses, backing away to keep their faces from me. I let out a small sigh and raise my fist. Wait, you'd strike your own father and brother? Don't you feel any gratitude for us raising you? Gratitude for raising me, huh? If I had any, the way to repay it would be to keep you from piling on more sins and further tarnishing the Leban name. I'll knock you out right here. That's my way of repaying the debt of raising me. With a voice colder than I expected, I declare this and swing, knocking out Joshua and Carl with full force. Section, my brother Carl Leban and I are half-brothers, sharing the same father. My birth mother, Emma, was a servant of my father, Joshua Leban. A moment of indiscretion led to their relationship, resulting in my birth as Ash Leban. This was apparently unbearable for Carl's mother, Lady Therese, and about a year after I was born, my mother Emma suddenly passed away. Back then, my past life memories were still vague, and I hadn't realized this world was Kizioru. When I was about 3 and heard about my mother's death from Therese, I took her words at face value. Looking back now, it was likely their scheme. However, the relationship between my father Joshua and Therese was far from good. By the time I turned 5, she returned to her family, effectively divorcing him. I have no knowledge of my name, family, or life in my past life. In other words, I only know what a normal, decent family is like through books. That's why, right now, I'm at a loss. What am I supposed to feel about blood relatives committing unforgivable sins and facing death at the hands of the kingdom's highest authority? Section. Ash-san, Ash-san. We're almost at the station. Shaken awake, I open my eyes to see Fine in the Academy's summer uniform. Looking around, I'm in a first-class train car. The bright summer sun streams through the curtains, and there are no other passengers besides us. Seems I dozed off while the train rocked. Despite that, I'm still exhausted, and my body feels oddly cold. Sorry, I nodded off. If you're tired, should I cast some magic? Thanks, but you don't need to go that far. I see. Moments after responding to Fine, the train jolts briefly and comes to a stop at the station platform. We disembark in an indescribable atmosphere and exit the station, where a carriage adorned with decorations rivaling the first-class train car awaits us. A royal guard knight, clad in splendid military garb and astride a white horse, greets us. Viscount Ash Leban Weiss-sama, Fine Stott-sama, we've been expecting you. We will now escort you to the royal castle. Thank you very much. Fine responds to the knight's refined speech and graceful bow with a slightly nervous greeting. Noticing her, the knight's expression softens ever so slightly. Fine's heroine charm is as potent as ever. I think to myself as I board the carriage silently and take a window seat. Fine hesitates briefly before sitting next to me. The coachman closes the door, and the carriage soon starts moving. After the chaotic battle at the mansion in the capital, it was only natural that guards arrived swiftly, and we were taken in for questioning. At first, they suspected us of being members of the Republic Liberation Front, responsible for the terrorist attack at the Magic Academy. But for some reason, Crown Prince Elzes, who arrived at the scene, cleared us of suspicion, and we spent the night at the guard outpost. The next day, escorted by knights, we were sent back to Kagato village via a special train and carriage, instructed by an accompanying official to stay there for a while. Most of the officials and knights returned to the capital with the assassin we'd captured in the church basement, but a few remained in the village, patrolling with the vigilantes while keeping an eye on us. Being constantly watched and unable to leave the village was restrictive, but the idyllic, soothing atmosphere of Kagato village and the lively interactions with the orphanage children made for a decent summer break, allowing me to relax mentally and physically. That is, until a week later, when an official returned to Kagato village and informed us that Joshua Leben and Karl Leben had been executed. The Leben family had been dissolved, and neither Carlosand's family nor I, as Viscount Weiss, would face charges for the incident. Alongside this came a royal decree from His Majesty, ordering us to return to the capital immediately and present ourselves at court. From here, Viscount Weiss is to enter alone. Your companion is to wait in the reception room. After a tense carriage ride, we arrive at the royal castle, where a stern-looking female official guides us to the audience chamber and speaks in a flat tone. But. Fine, just do as she says. Understood. Fine seems about to protest, but complies when I intervene, following the official to a reception room near the audience chamber. All right, here we go. Taking a deep breath, I approach the door to the audience chamber. As if by some unseen mechanism, the door opens automatically, just like in the game, revealing the opulent audience chamber with His Majesty's throne at its far end. Recalling the etiquette lessons for meeting the king, etiquette a low-ranking noble would rarely use. I bow, kneel, and place a hand on my chest to signal I mean no harm. The cicadas' zzz echoes through the city, and even in the air-conditioned chamber, the summer heat is palpable. Whether it's sweat from the heat or cold sweat from anxiety, my back feels sticky and uncomfortable. From the throne, an elderly man with a weary air, King Salus IX of Laquercia, begins speaking, his eyes devoid of vitality. Viscount Ashweiss, raise your head. At His Majesty's command, I look up. First, I wish to apologize for the great inconvenience my foolish son has caused both you and Lady Finestout. I am truly sorry. His Majesty slightly bows his head to me, a mere vassal. The attendants around us stir, visibly confused. Who could have predicted that the supreme ruler of Laquercia would not only address a low-ranking noble by name, but also offer an apology? And no, Your Majesty, the matter has already been resolved, so there is no need for you to apologize. Viscount Weiss, you are a magnanimous man. However, as the ruler of a nation and a father, I must take responsibility for this series of events. With that, His Majesty shifts his gaze to a robust attendant standing beside him. The attendant brings forward a tall wooden box covered in fine white cloth, carefully unsealing it to reveal a ceremonial sword. The sword's crossguard bears a vivid crest, and a scutcheon with the royal emblem, flanked by two sword-wielding knights. Having seen it in classes, the game, and supplemental materials, I instantly recognize what it is and what it signifies. For the vacant position of Vice Commander of the 2nd Royal Knights, will you not accept it? The former Vice Commander, Lord Park, was apprehended, stripped of his title and wealth, and subjected to interrogation to uncover his ties to the fugitive 2nd Prince and his whereabouts. However, Park was found in a state of severely diminished cognitive ability, his body withered like a dried tree. Reduced to a literal husk, capable only of eating and excreting, Park was deemed unfit for questioning or torture and was ultimately granted death. Taking the ceremonial sword would mean accepting the role of Vice Commander of the 2nd Royal Knights, a pinnacle achievement for a low-ranking noble. Not long ago, my status as heir to a minor noble house was uncertain, yet now I'm being offered a formal position of the highest rank. Truly, a year ago, this would have been unimaginable. Ash Leben, the family killer, Ash Leben, the kinslayer, you'll pay for this, mark my words. The moment I see the ceremonial sword, Carl's venomous words, hurled at me as he was loaded into the prisoner transport wagon, flash through my mind. I am still young and believe it presumptuous to lead seasoned veteran knights. Seizing the holy sword and suppressing Park this time, your achievements are more than sufficient, are they not? Even so, with my studies and the aftermath of my foolish father and brother, I am hardly capable of leading knights entrusted by your majesty. I humbly request your permission to decline. H.M. His Majesty places a hand on his chin, deep in thought, then raises his face as if struck by an idea. Then how about appointing a proxy? The current acting vice commander of the 2nd Royal Knights could continue in that role until you graduate from the academy, after which they would be promoted to a leadership position among the Royal Guard Knights. How does that sound? It seems His Majesty wishes to keep me close, more likely, under surveillance. Even so, the position of vice commander is desirable, and pushing further for concessions might stir trouble. I am deeply honored by your Majesty's gracious consideration. Should I formally assume the vice commander role, I will dedicate all my strength, however modest, to repay your Majesty's kindness. Viscount Ash Weiss, hearing those words here and now brings me relief. That is all. You must be weary from your long journey. Rest well. With permission to leave, I rise from my kneeling position, bow once more to His Majesty, and exit the audience chamber. Rest well, I'd love to, but I'm not even sure I'll have time to sleep. With a sigh, I slump my shoulders and head to the reception room where Fine awaits. Sorry, kept you waiting, Fine. Ash-san. As I enter the reception room after my audience with His Majesty, Fine rushes to me with a worried expression. Are you okay? They didn't make you do anything painful, did they? No, it was just trivial talk, really. But your face looks pale. Feeling guilty as I see Fine's concerned expression, I pat her head. I'm really, truly fine, so don't worry, okay. I see. Hey, sorry, but could you head back to the mansion first? No need to prepare dinner, just lock the door. In as gentle a tone as I can muster, I say this to Fine, then glance at the female official silently observing our conversation. Excuse me, could you escort her to the mansion, given the circumstances? Understood, Fine-sama, please follow me. Fine looks at me with confusion, but follows the official out of the reception room. Watching her go, I take a deep breath to calm myself, clench my fists to steel my resolve, and leave the room after them. We've been expecting you. I will guide you from here. Please follow me, Ash-sama. Waiting for me is a burly knight, his face and arms scarred, with a scruffy beard and a muscular frame evident even through his armor. His chest bears an emblem, the royal crest on an escutcheon, surrounded by 5 sword-wielding knights. This marks him as a member of the 5th Royal Knights, the elite among the knights who face barbarians and monsters daily in border patrols. Assigning such a figure as my guide and likely overseer gives me a sense of how the capital views me. Lost in these thoughts, we arrive at a windowless room in a corner of the castle, chilling despite the summer heat. The room, designed to prevent zombie or wraith-like monsters, is encircled by a moat of holy water, with exorcism items placed in every corner and heavily armed clerics standing ready. At the center, on a marble platform resembling an altar, are 2 small urns etched with magic sigils to ward off evil spirits. According to the Holy Goddess Church's teachings, the dead return to the earth in their physical form, welcomed into the paradise where Holy Goddess Misama resides, granted eternal bliss in their prime. Thus, burial in Holy Goddess Church nations is typically interment, regardless of status. But one group is exempt: heinous criminals. After execution, their remains are burned, their bones crushed to powder with a hammer blessed by holy water, and sealed in urns with stringent measures to prevent monstrous transformation before burial in an isolated cemetery. Those buried this way are said to have their souls bound to the mortal realm, enduring endless torment until the world's end. Of course, no one knows what happens after death. This world has ghosts and undead monsters, but they're just that, monsters, lacking the rationality of their living selves. Asking them what happens after death only prompts groans and attacks. That's why death, unknowable and inevitable, is feared across all faiths. Viscount Ash Weissama, here are the remains. Please scatter them into the pit, and the ritual will be complete. A high-ranking cleric hands me the urns. They contain what was once Joshua Leben and Karl Leben. For nobles or higher, executed and reduced to powdered bone, the final act is for a blood relative, their kin, to scatter the ashes into this deep pit, lined at its base with the holy shroud, a relic of holy maiden Klee. The reason is simple: to prevent the hatred of a freed spirit from spreading if they turn monstrous. This ritual isn't unique to me. Park's kin, and even past kings, have performed it. I reach into the urn containing Joshua Leben's remains, scattering the powdered bone into the fathomless pit. Ash, the father killer, ungrateful Ash, you'll pay for this. As the white bone dust of my former father drifts into the abyss, his furious words, shouted as he was taken by the knights, echo in my mind. I pour holy water into the empty urn and let it flow into the pit, then pick up the urn that once held my brother Karl. Your hands will be forever stained with blood. Remember that. Just as with Father Joshua, I cast Karl's bone dust into the depths of the pit where the holy shroud lies. Closing my eyes, I offer a silent prayer for a few dozen seconds before turning to the exit. Well done. The ritual is complete. The spirits have been purified, so please rest easy tonight. A cleric gives me a gentle smile, but I feel no peace. With a slight nod, I leave the ritual room in silence. Guided by the burly knight, I'm led to the castle's exit and taken by a royally adorned carriage to a plaza near my mansion. Section. Finally, I can go home. In the evening, I step off the carriage at the plaza near my mansion, shielding my eyes from the scorching sun with one hand while wiping endless sweat with a handkerchief in the other as I head home. The Leben family's assets were confiscated. Illicit items went to the knight's special vault, while the rest were auctioned off, with proceeds donated to orphanages and the poor. Most of their assets were highly illegal, so their societal benefit is questionable. My mansion, bought with earnings from the hidden domain, has so far escaped confiscation. I'll need to plan for that, though. Oh, Ash-san, doubly welcome back. As I try not to dwell on the ritual or the white bone dust falling from the urns, I approach the mansion's entrance. Fine, now in a cool mini-dress, sprinkling water to cool the ground, briefly looks awkward but quickly musters a bright smile to greet me. Hey, I'm back. Sorry to ask right away, but could you prepare a cold drink? Got it, barley tea okay? Yeah, with lots of ice. With that exchange, I enter the mansion's living room, sit cross-legged on the floor instead of a chair or sofa, and stare at the ceiling. I've never killed anyone. Probably not in my past life either. But this time, even knowing it would happen, I turned my father and brother over to the knights and saw their bones reduced to dust. They were the ones at fault, stacking injustices, committing vile acts, treating their wife and child as mere tools for power, and abusing household members without reason. I know that, but being involved in someone's death, is this terrifying? With Alberich, I felt a near-murderous impulse, but Fine stopped me. This time, though, it's different. Their final words, the sight of their powdered remains cast into the pit, their voices, they're burned into my eyes and ears, refusing to fade. The only mercy is that I didn't have to witness their final moments. Is human death this merciless, unjust, terrifying, and fleeting? Ash-san. Suddenly, Fine gently embraces me from behind. Fine. When I was broken and could only crouch helplessly, you stayed by my side and supported me so kindly. So, Fine kneels before me, touching my cheek with her pale, delicate hand. So please, let me support you too. I know I'm not as capable as you, Ash-san. Even so, I can't ignore your pained expression. Please let me help you, lean on me, and... Blushing shyly, Fine embraces me with her slender frame. Fine. Lean on me as much as you need. To me, whose past life knowledge is limited to Kizaru, the concept of family is elusive. My father and brother, who saw me as a nuisance, locked me in this mansion and never sought me out. That's all I know of family. But I'm about to do something really pathetic, so could you not look or listen? Yes. If that's what you wish, Ash-san, I will. Embraced gently by Fine, I let out small sobs, confessing my lack of resolve and the pain of being involved in the deaths of blood relatives. Section. When I come to, it's pitch dark outside. Feeling embarrassed, I pull away from Fine and turn on the light. Sorry, I kept you here this long. Don't worry. Compared to the time you've spent for me, this is just a fleeting moment. Fine smiles with a motherly, no saintly warmth as if nothing happened, though her eyes are slightly red. I'm the one who's sorry for not noticing how much you were suffering, Ash-san. And no, it's my fault for bottling it all up. You don't need to feel bad, fine. I hurriedly deny her words. Fine shouldn't have to bear my pain. The responsibility is mine alone. So from now on, let me share it with you. Your pain, your joy. Fine takes my hand and speaks gently. Lit by the ceiling light, she looks nothing short of a saintess. Her kind, sweet words are impossible to resist. Then, I'm counting on you. Yes, leave it to me. Ash Lebenweiss route unlocked. Section, Kagato Village Church. In the dead of night, when all are asleep, a young girl closes the cover of a thick book, far too heavy for her age, and lets out a sigh. To think this world is the same as Kizaru. The Leben family name never appeared in the game, so I didn't realize it until I met the protagonist Chan. Muttering to herself, the girl Aisha moves to a window bathed in moonlight. That Ash guy is probably like me, right? From his tone and quirks, yeah, it's definitely him. In that case, Aisha flashes a sly grin. With our blood connection, I'd be a fool not to make full use of it. Right, Oni-chan. Chapter 4, Beside the Bad End. For anyone who has ever played a game, it's likely they've experienced clearing the main storyline without completing certain event quests they'd accepted along the way. In a game with a happy ending, one could optimistically assume that the characters tied to those event quests were somehow saved, even if only through a forced interpretation. But what if the game ends in the worst possible bad ending, where the protagonist finds no salvation whatsoever? What happens to those event quest characters, who are, in a sense, the stars of their own stories? Having lost the protagonist, their final hope, what becomes of them? Section. Very well, let us continue from last time and review the reign of His Majesty George IV, also known as the Merchant King. Summer break passed in the blink of an eye, and now, at the Royal Magic Academy, I was struggling against hunger during a late morning class. On the podium stood a quintessential nobleman of a teacher, monocle, golden periwig, and ostentatious attire, lecturing on the history of the Lakwasha Kingdom. I scribbled notes as he spoke. In the main storyline of Kizaru, the classes at the Royal Magic Academy were depicted only as plot devices, serving as flags for later strategy events. But in this world, where the mysterious power of magic exists, there are classes dedicated to its study. As nobles, we're also expected to write elegant letters, so calligraphy classes are frequent. On top of that, there are lessons in etiquette, speech, swordsmanship, practical magic, horseback riding, and even mathematics, much like the schools of my previous life. For a sleeveless student like me, those without noble crests on their uniforms, keeping up with this curriculum is no small feat. That said, the academy has no system for failing students, and unless you commit a serious crime, expulsion is unheard of. As a result, among the sleeveless students, most of whom have no chance of inheriting their family titles, only a handful, including myself, take these classes seriously. Now, after His Majesty George IV passed away, the throne was inherited by someone whose name you all know, Vaskia, the bloodthirsty tyrant, who held the first right of succession as George IV's younger brother. The teacher's face twisted with disdain as he spat out the name of the former king without honorifics. George IV was a man of exceptional mercantile talent, multiplying Lakwasha's wealth several times over and cementing its status as a great nation. However, as the saying went, His Majesty's only lover is the treasury. He never formed romantic relationships with women and passed away without producing an heir. This led to the Dark Age of Lakwasha, the era of slaughter under King Vaskia, who is called the Second Coming of the Demon King. Regardless of status, pauper, commoner, noble, high noble, or even royalty, Vaskia, alongside his trusted confidant, the commander of the Jaganard Night Order, indulged in relentless bloodshed. He reveled in public torture spectacles, transforming the Lakwasha capital into a city of death, reeking of blood from every corner in just a few months. But such barbarism by Vaskia was opposed by none other than His Majesty Salus VII, the hemostatic saint king, who rose like the hero Aaron of old. The teacher leaned forward from the podium. his voice booming with fervor as he proclaimed the name of a king second only in popularity to the legendary hero party in Laquisha. Salus Vii, the son of the previous king, acted swiftly when Vaskia ascended the throne. He gathered his family, close aides, Vaskia's opposition faction, and as many weapons, gold, and provisions as he could muster, storing them in a secret warehouse overlooking the capital. Day after day, he observed the city through binoculars. His aides were ready to storm the capital with Salus Vii and overthrow Vaskia at a moment's notice, and they urged him to act. But Salus Vii rebuffed their pleas, saying, "The time is not yet right," and continued his vigil over the capital. For 6 months, he repeated what seemed like a futile routine. Then, one night, clad in armor, Salus Vii roused his confidants and declared, "My comrades, your long endurance has been commendable. The time has come to settle this." Salus Vii had meticulously observed Vaskia's torture rituals, how many people were needed, how much time they took, and what kind Vaskia enjoyed. He had become so attuned to Vaskia's patterns that he could predict the tyrant's next move with uncanny accuracy. When Vaskia planned an elaborate torture spectacle requiring a large number of soldiers to work day and night, Salus Vii saw his chance. He launched an assault to take Vaskia's head. As predicted, the royal castle, guarded only by a small number of soldiers loyal to Vaskia, fell easily that night. Though gravely wounded, Vaskia escaped to a neighboring country with his confidant Jaganard, using many soldiers as human shields. While Salus Vii failed to claim Vaskia's head, he achieved the great feat of halting the bloodthirsty reign, earning the title of Hemostatic Saint King. He was formally crowned, and Laquisha regained the peace it had lost since Vaskia's ascension. Had the story ended here, it would have been a heroic saga of a champion defeating a villain. But the era demanded further turmoil. Salus Vii fell gravely ill and passed away shortly after his coronation. The throne passed to his son, Richard. Around the same time, a proclamation came from the neighboring country. The dictator of the Effuk Grand Duchy, Grand Duke Galland, had been overthrown by Vaskia's forces. Vaskia declared the Effuk Grand Duchy the Vaskia Kingdom, crowned himself its king, and claimed to be the rightful heir to Laquisha's throne. He demanded Richard's execution and his own triumphant return to Laquisha, threatening to annihilate the rebels occupying the capital if his demands were unmet. Those who had lived through Vaskia's reign naturally urged King Richard to reject these demands. However, Richard's frail health raised doubts about his ability to withstand a war, and many nobles, gathering their wealth, fled to neighboring countries. Yet King Richard boldly declared Vaskia and his forces as traitors and swore to protect Laquisha from this demon. And so, King Richard, in his first campaign at the First Battle of the Plantenine River, the chime signaling the end of class echoed through the academy, cutting the lecture short. The teacher, who had been passionately recounting the kingdom's history, slumped his shoulders in disappointment and trudged out of the classroom. "Ash, let's grab some lunch." "Sure." Ian called out to me, and with a light reply, I packed my textbooks and notes into my bag, heading to the cafeteria with him. "So Ash, what are you getting?" Fine prepared a bento for me, so I don't think I'll be ordering anything." "Oh, is that so? What's with that look?" Nothing. Just thinking you've gone off to another world entirely." Feeling a shiver from Ian's oddly warm gaze, I made my way to the cafeteria to meet Fine. Then, wait just a moment. Do you realize what you're saying?" A sudden shout echoed through the hallway. Turning toward the sound, I saw 4 sleeveless female students with blank expressions and a blonde, crested female student who looked on the verge of tears. "Of course, we understand perfectly. That is why we are declaring we will no longer associate with the Lenibelza family." What? The Lenibelza family holds an earl's title and has deep ties with the Albrecht Duchy. And that is precisely why my father strictly instructed me to have no further dealings with you. Farewell." The sleeveless student gave a curt bow and walked away from the blonde, crested girl. "What is that, the 3rd case this week?" "I'm not counting, and I don't want to. But yeah, I've seen enough to know it's happening a lot. At the Royal Magic Academy, there are multiple salons centered around crested students. Among them, those tied to families close to the 4 knights have long acted arrogantly, leveraging their connections like foxes borrowing a tiger's might. However, the authority of the Four Knights crumbled after the sword theft incident during the duel and the terrorist attack used as a cover for their escape. Eugene, Recon, and David resigned, faced property confiscation, and met honorable self-destruction. As for the central figure in the Elise incident, Elise Ringstad's family, the Ringstad house, was stripped of its noble status and all its wealth. The family was executed, and the house was utterly dismantled with no chance of restoration. As a result, crested nobles who had relied on their ties to the Four Knights or Elise Jew suddenly became pariahs. Students began publicly withdrawing from their salons to distance themselves, loudly proclaiming, "We have nothing to do with them. Why must I go through this?" Feeling a pang of awkwardness as the blonde girl stood stunned in the hallway, I tried to slip past unnoticed. Ash Lebin. Her furious, almost murderous glare caught me, her presence sensed by the surrounding students. But she did nothing more, perhaps because she could do nothing more. Her face flushed with anger, she stormed off. "Ash, just to be safe, watch your back." "Yeah, I'll do that." What a mess, I thought, letting out a heavy sigh as I continued toward the cafeteria with Ian. A few minutes after witnessing the collapse, or rather, the dismantling spectacle, of that crested noble lady's salon, Ian and I reached the cafeteria and scanned the area for Fine. Soon, I spotted Fine at a distance, her back to us. But is she being harassed by two crested female students? Or maybe they're just talking. Damn, I can't tell from here. The worst-case scenario flashed through my mind, Fine being bullied again, like before. Overcome with anxiety, I approached her, but... "Stotsan, thank you. Now I can make those sweets for him." Stotsan, if it's not too much trouble, could you teach me how to make sweets sometime?" "Of course, I'd be happy to help any time." To my surprise, Fine and the two crested girls were chatting amicably, smiles on their faces. After a bit more small talk, the two girls waved lightly at Fine and headed toward the cafeteria. Fine, having concluded her conversation peacefully, placed a hand on her chest and let out a relieved sigh. As she turned, likely intending to head to the cafeteria, she noticed me standing nearby. Ash-san, how long have you been there?" Around the part where they asked you to teach them how to make sweets, I think." "Who were those people, by the way?" "Well, we had a preparatory cooking class recently, and I was in the same group as them. I gave some advice on cooking, and they started asking me all sorts of questions. We've been getting along better ever since." Fine's expression was a mix of joy and unease. Given that her closest friend, Elise, betrayed her so cruelly last year, it's only natural she'd feel wary. Wait a second. Fine's friend. Something clicked in my mind. In the game Kizaru, Fine had a friend, a character who filled that role. That's right, Agnes. Agnes Vallon, the daughter of an impoverished earl's family, was bullied by other crested students due to her background. Fine stepped in to help her, and they became close friends, with Agnes taking on the best friend role in the romance game. But in this world, Fine was the one targeted by bullies, and her best friend role was usurped by Elise. I have no way of knowing what's become of Agnes now. Moreover, Agnes only plays a significant role in the game during the early tutorial event in the first playthrough, random events, or the normal ending route, so she's not exactly memorable. The events themselves are mostly tutorials, so my recollection of them is hazy at best. Ash-san. Sorry, I was just lost in thought. Shall we go find Ian? You're not hiding something again, are you? No, really, I was just spacing out. So, what's the main dish in today's bento? Fried chicken. You like it, don't you, Ash-san? Fried chicken's the best. No matter how old you get, it's a dish that never fails to excite. As I bantered with Fine, my thoughts lingered on Agnes in this bad-ending world of Kizaru. Agnes Vallon, a poor earl's daughter scorned and bullied until saved by Fine, has little additional background in the game. To put it bluntly, she's an utterly ordinary noble lady in the Kizaru world, with no bearing on the fate of the world. Until recently, Fine was the target of bullying by those leveraging their ties to the Four Knights. But with the Four Knights' families facing severe punishment and falling into ruin, the crested students who were hostile to Fine are now being shunned by others. Meanwhile, students are starting to approach Fine with kindness. Still, I can't help but wonder if Agnes is still being bullied as she was in the game. But I can't say for certain that's how it is. Back in Kagato village, Mother Hilda, for some reason, recited the exact lines signaling the start of a route, word for word, without a single mistake. Why she said those words to me, someone who isn't even a target, remains a mystery. At the very least, it suggests this world may be influenced by the flow of the main storyline of Kizioru. However, Agnes and I are from different worlds. Her a crested noble, me a sleeveless one, so we'd rarely have a chance to interact. Asking Fine about her wouldn't yield immediate answers either, since Fine has only recently started building what could be called friendships with other students. There's also the possibility that a person named Agnes doesn't even exist in this world. Well, for now, I'll just savor the joy of eating the bento Fine made for me. With that thought, I pushed aside the what-ifs and turned my attention to the present reality, or rather, to the homemade bento in the bag dangling from Fine's left hand. Section, wow, this is quite the feast. Having met up with Ian and secured a table in a corner of the cafeteria, we settled down to eat lunch. Ian had ordered the cafeteria's stamina bowl with a side of vegetable salad. The bento Fine and I shared featured fried chicken, tamagoyaki, octopus-shaped sausages, broccoli, cherry tomatoes, potato salad, and round onigiri. A quintessential bento menu that anyone would recognize. By the way, this world has cooling packs mass-produced using ice magic, so there's little worry about the fresh vegetables in the bento spoiling. Though I've heard that some shady vendors pretend to include cooling packs while selling bentos made with ingredients that have gone bad in the summer heat, causing price crashes. Is it really that good? It's just something I often made when I was on cooking duty at the orphanage. No, these classic dishes take a lot of effort to make yourself, Ian said. Right, Ash? Totally. Fried chicken is a hassle when you think about dealing with the oil. And honestly, having to pull out multiple cooking tools just makes it even more of a chore. As we chatted, I picked up a piece of fried chicken with my chopsticks and popped it into my mouth. The juicy meat burst with flavor, enhanced by the rich taste of the marinade it had been soaked in overnight. The tamagoyaki and potato salad were flawless, and I couldn't stop my chopsticks from moving. Hey, Ash, how about trading one of your fried chicken pieces for some of my meat? Fine, I guess. Sweet deal. With that, Ian deftly snatched a piece of fried chicken from my bento box and brought it to his mouth. Whoa, this is seriously good. I'd buy this every day if they sold it at a shop. I'm glad it suits your taste. Would you like me to make some for you too, Ian-san? Hearing Fine's cooking praised was, in itself, a joyful thing. It should have been joyful. But the thought of someone else eating the bento that's been made just for me stirred a strange, murky feeling inside. For real, then I'll take you up on. Is something wrong? And no, I mean, making enough for 3 people would be a lot of work, right? I'm good, really, I'm good. It's no trouble at all. Preparing for 1 or 3 people takes about the same effort. No, really, I'm fine. Besides, if I say anything more, I feel like Ash might actually snap. Ian glanced at me as he muttered something, his expression like he'd seen something terrifying. Was I making a weird face or something? Whatever. As long as I get to keep eating Fine's homemade bentos, wait, why do I feel so relieved? As Ian turned down Fine's offer, the murky feeling faded, leaving me puzzled. Still, I continued to enjoy the bento she'd made for me. Section, phew, finally done. With the last class of the day over, I stretched my arms wide, loosening up my body. After this, I'd meet up with Fine to go shopping, and then there wasn't much else planned, right? Yup. Hey, Ash, let's head back together. I'm going shopping with Fine on the way, but if that's fine with you. Oh, in that case, I won't intrude. But how about giving me some tips on picking a place to live instead? You commute to the academy instead of staying in the dorms, so you probably know more about the capital's housing situation than I do, right? As I thought about the rest of my day, Ian brought up this topic. Well, I'm not that knowledgeable. Wait, aren't you living in the academy dorms? Yeah, I am, but I'm thinking about commuting like you. I heard the academies started offering some subsidies for rent. Oh, that's kind of sudden. Did something happen? When I asked, Ian's face took on a weary expression. You saw that crested noble lady getting ditched by clerks, or rather, abandoned by her former allies at lunch, right? Stuff like that's been happening a lot in the dorms too. But the sleeveless and crested dorms are separate, aren't they? So that kind of thing shouldn't happen. No, it's worse for the sleeveless students. The impact of the Elise incident is hitting them hard. Every day, someone's crying or yelling, and more students who aren't involved in the incident are opting to commute from outside. According to Ian, there were even more sleeveless students than crested ones who had been acting high and mighty, leveraging their ties to those close to Elise or the Four Knights. Now that I think about it, aside from Elise, those figures were among the upper echelons of high society, so direct interactions with them were limited. That meant more students joined their salons by currying favor, only to lord it over others. Still, if it's that bad, can't you report it to the dorm supervisors or the academy to get them to stop it? A group of us tried once, but they brushed it off, saying they can't get involved in personal matters. The adults clearly want nothing to do with this mess. The supervisors and staff are commoners, so I get why they'd avoid getting tangled up in noble affairs. But the academy not doing anything about it seems off. The number of students voluntarily withdrawing because of the Elise incident is growing. That should tell you why the academy's being so passive. I see. The students causing disturbances, like the noise issues, will likely leave the academy soon. By doing nothing, the academy avoids getting involved, and the problems will eventually resolve themselves. The more I heard, the more disgusted I felt. It was a stark reminder of how ugly adults can be. Anyway, what kind of place are you looking for, Ian? Rent varies a lot depending on whether you want something near the academy or closer to the central plaza. Which one's more expensive, by the way? The plaza area by far. The academy's got that ridiculously huge staircase and is built near the forest for training, so it's super inconvenient. The plaza, on the other hand, has shops, the magic train station, and the carriage station, so it's way more accessible. Then maybe the plaza area. Ian crossed his arms, pondering deeply before reluctantly choosing a place near the plaza. Got it. It's not the peak moving season right now, so you should find something quickly if you check with a real estate agent. Cool, thanks for the advice. Catch you tomorrow. See ya. I waved lightly as Ian left, then packed my things and exited the classroom. The Elise incident's impact was bigger than I'd expected. Considering the crimes they committed, stealing the holy sword Claria and escaping, it's only natural. But I hadn't anticipated it affecting student relationships to this extent. They say the end of money is the end of ties, but this is just ridiculous. Reaffirming how raw and ruthless noble society could be, I left the school building and headed toward my meeting spot with Fine. Just then, 3 sleeveless female students rushed toward me, blocking my path. Ian's words about the Elise incident hitting sleeveless students harder came to mind, along with the memory of the crested girl glaring at me at noon. Sensing the tense atmosphere they exuded, I braced myself, wondering if they'd come for revenge. Do you ladies need something? As I cautiously addressed the trio, who stood silently before me, the girl in the center suddenly grabbed both my hands. Please, I'm known Grease of the Grease Baronetcy. Ash Weiss-sama, if you'd be so kind as to join me for tea. Wait just a moment, I'm Nana Fant of the Fant Viscountcy. Wouldn't it be better to associate with me, whose title outranks hers? Oh my Fant-san, weren't you quite close with that Elise? Ash Weiss-sama, rather than that tainted woman, why not have tea with me, Norn Dones of the Dones Viscountcy? The 3 sleeveless girls clamored noisily, each vying to drag me off somewhere. Wait, these girls. It finally hit me. They were the same sleeveless students who, at noon, coldly abandoned the blonde, crested girl from the Lenibelza family, citing her ties to the Albach Duchy. I started to piece together their intentions. Even if they weren't directly involved, they'd been part of salons hosted by students closely tied to Elise and her group, and they'd been chummy with them until the summer break. Naturally, their treatment by other sleeveless students wouldn't be kind. So, they're cozying up to me, someone who opposed Elise and was recently treated like a monster, in hopes of improving their own standing. There's also the obvious calculation of wanting to connect with me, now a rising star with the title of Weiss Viscount and an audience with His Majesty the King. But how do I get out of this? They don't seem hostile, so attacking feels wrong, but I don't owe them my time either. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ash-san, let's head home. As I pondered my escape, Fine appeared with a cheerful smile. Pushing through the girls, she firmly linked her slender white arm with mine, pulling me away from the one gripping my hands. Hey, you, Ash-sama is currently with us. Wait a moment. That's... One of the sleeveless girls started to protest Fine's sudden appearance, but another seemed to realize who she was and stepped back. I'm glad you understand, if you'll excuse us. Still wearing her bright smile, Fine gave a slight bow to the stunned girls. Then, with our arms still linked, she tugged me along, leading us out through the school gates. We walked for a while until we reached the central plaza, where few Royal Magic Academy students lingered. There, Fine let go of my arm. Her cheerful expression shifted to a pout as she fixed me with a steady stare. Fine-san, did I do something to upset you? Ash-san, when those girls surrounded you, you just stood there without resisting, didn't you? Don't tell me. No. I have absolutely no interest in them, not even a speck. Fine seemed satisfied with my response, but immediately afterward, her expression turned puzzled. Why was I so upset just now? Don't ask me. Why, you're right, I'm sorry. I dragged you away in the middle of an important conversation. No worries. I was just about to get roped into some dark, gritty noble society nonsense. I explained how the Elise incident had drastically reshaped the Academy's student hierarchy, how those girls had coldly ditched the crested noble lady hosting their salon at noon, and how they likely approached me for my title alone. I did notice fewer students around after the summer break, but I had no idea this was happening. Point is, we'll probably see more students cozying up to us for power or prestige, so we should stay cautious. You're right. I'll do the same. I never want to go through something like that again. Perhaps because she was a central figure in the Elise incident and had been deeply betrayed by someone she trusted. Fine's expression hardened. I doubt we'll run into anyone as cunning as Elise again. It's harsh to say, but once their factions wiped out, things should calm down. I just hope this can be resolved without anyone getting hurt. Most of the people getting hit by this are just facing the consequences of their actions, reaping what they sowed. So we should keep our distance as much as possible. Fine. Ash-san, doesn't that person seem a bit off? Fine pointed to a female student in a crested Royal Magic Academy uniform, walking unsteadily down the street as if in a daze. Crested students rarely leave the academy grounds. If they need something, they send servants, and the academy has plenty of recreational facilities. So, their reasons for leaving are limited, returning to their family estate, attending an event, or withdrawing from the academy. But that silhouette, I'd seen it somewhere before. Danger. At that moment, Fine's expression changed, and she grabbed the girl's uniform, pulling her toward the sidewalk. Near them was a large cargo carriage, its horses agitated from a sudden stop. If Fine hadn't intervened, the girl would have been run over and met a tragic fate. But the crisis wasn't over yet. Damn it. I'd thought the worst was avoided, but Fine's slender frame couldn't fully support the girl, and they were about to fall, risking a head-first collision with the cobblestone sidewalk. Seeing this, I instinctively unleashed my full status and rushed in, cushioning their fall to prevent the worst outcome. Ow. Ash-san, are you okay? I'm fine, don't worry. What about you too? Any injuries? Why, yes, I'm unharmed. What about you? As if snapping back to reality, the girl stood up and immediately bowed deeply to us. I am so sorry. My carelessness caused you both such trouble. You don't have to go that far. Come on, lift your head. At that moment, a flood of realization hit me, and I understood why her silhouette felt familiar. A crested female student with long red hair tied into twin tails at the back, no doubt about it. She was Agnes Vallon. Chapter 5, A Girl Named Agnes Vallon. In romance games, there's a character archetype known as the best friend, who provides information about the affection levels of romanceable characters or tips needed to win them over. These characters possess information-gathering skills so exceptional they could rival operatives of the FBI or CIA, all while remaining completely devoted to the protagonist without a hint of romantic interest in the targets themselves. Truly convenient allies. However, as romance games shifted from focusing on capturing a specific character's heart to emphasizing narrative-driven visual novels, the concept of affection stats and the best friend archetype began to wane. Furthermore, as the romance game industry became harder for newcomers to break into, games with RPG or character, nurturing elements, outside of social games, dwindled even further. In recent years, Major titles often feature a structure where players choose their desired romance route after a common storyline, or use a flowchart to jump directly into their preferred route. Amid this landscape, the game Kizayoru stood out. With its RPG and character development elements, affection mechanics influenced by choices and actions, and the nostalgic presence of a best friend character, it evoked the charm of classic romance games. On top of that, its character illustrations were stunning even by modern standards, drawing significant attention from players of all genders. However, this widespread interest led to a broad audience purchasing Kizayoru, which in turn revealed the existence of its bad end routes. The shocking content of these routes sparked a controversy far greater than the developers likely anticipated. In Kizayoru, the best friend role is filled by Agnes Valen, a beautiful red-haired girl. She lives in the room next to the protagonist, Fine, in the academy dormitory. Early in the game, as a commoner in a precarious position, Fine is treated kindly by Agnes, one of the few characters to do so, leaving players with a favorable impression of her. The game's first choice, whether to rush to Agnes's cries for help, triggers a tutorial event where the player saves her from being bullied. That's the story in the original game. In this world, however, Elise has usurped Fine's role as the best friend, and through her schemes, Fine has become the target of bullying instead. In other words, until this very moment, Fine and Agnes have had no connection whatsoever. Section: The carriage driver, nearly running over me and Agnes as we appeared in his path, started to shout but stopped short upon noticing our Royal Magic Academy uniforms. Swallowing his curses, he quickly drove off. Now the remaining issue was, "Are you okay? You were stumbling quite a bit earlier." "I am totally fine. And more importantly, I've caused so much trouble for you too, I don't know how to apologize." Agnes was in a complete panic, crying and bowing repeatedly to us. On top of that, our Royal Magic Academy uniforms, symbols of a world far removed from the mundane, drew every eye around us to the scene. "Let's find somewhere quieter to settle down. We're drawing too much attention here, okay?" "Why, yes." I helped Agnes to her feet, and the three of us, Fine, Agnes, and I, headed to the cafe where Fine and I had discussed our plans after the duel incident. We took a booth at the far end of the establishment. Fortunately, the cafe was nearly empty, with no other nobles, academy students, or staff present besides us. Even if Agnes were to panic again, it should be manageable. I know it's late, but thank you so much for helping me. If you two hadn't been there, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Agnes Valen. I'm so sorry for all of this. The one who noticed something was wrong and helped you was her. If you want to thank someone, thank her. And no, that's not true. I was careless and almost got hurt, but Ash-san saved me. And I failed to notice that you two were in a potentially life-threatening situation. In other words, we all messed up, and we all helped each other out. So let's call it even, okay?" "Why, yes." Just then, the tea we ordered arrived, 1 cup for each of us. I urged Agnes to drink and calm down, taking a sip from my own cup while gently stopping her from apologizing further. It struck me then. Agnes Wright now reminded me of Fine when we first met. Lacking confidence, unable to trust anyone, and unsure if she could even trust us, the people closest to her at this moment. The difference was that Fine had been openly hostile, while Agnes was paralyzed by fear. "Please calm down. No one here is going to hurt or upset you," Fine said softly, moving to sit beside Agnes and gently holding her trembling hands, speaking in a soothing tone to reassure her. But instead of calming down, Agnes began to cry, tears streaming down her face. "I am sorry. Did I grip your hands too tightly?" Fine asked, concerned. "And no, that's not it. I knew Stotsan was going through such terrible things, but I was too scared to do anything. And yet here you are, being so kind to me, and I feel so guilty." Her words were like a confession of sin. In my previous life, I'd heard the saying that those who ignore bullying are complicit in it, and it seemed this world shared that sentiment. "You know about me?" Fine asked. "Oh, of course. My dorm room is, right next to yours, Stotsan." Fine, surprised to learn Agnes was her neighbor, still offered her that gentle smile and pulled her into a comforting embrace. "That's all in the past, so I don't mind. You don't need to worry about it either. More importantly, are you okay? You seemed unsteady on your feet." It was just, a prank. Some classmates did something, and it hurt a little, just a tiny bit. It's not just a prank if it leaves you in that state. And even though you're hiding it under long sleeves, you've got bandages all over, don't you? It's not normal to end up nearly run over by a carriage like that. Fine, perhaps noticing something off while holding Agnes pressed her with genuine concern. At the very least, you should take a break from school to heal. No, I can't. That place is my only path forward. Agnes, who had been timid until now, firmly rejected Fine's suggestion to rest. It was true that for some noble children, excelling at the academy was their only way to protect their families. But excelling didn't always mean academics. While good grades in studies, swordsmanship, or magic were valuable, a significant portion of the academy's students aimed to secure their family's future by forming engagements with promising noble peers. The girls who confronted me earlier today were likely among those with such goals. I'm sorry for raising my voice and pressuring you, but please, at least let me heal your wounds, Fine said softly. And no, I couldn't possibly ask that of you, Stotsan. Besides, this is all my fault, and you're not responsible. Agnes reverted to her nervous demeanor, politely trying to decline Fine's offer. She didn't seem to harbor any aversion to holy magic, unlike some nobles who had unfairly criticized it. Her hesitation stemmed purely from not wanting to trouble Fine further, an emotion clear on her anxious face. It was time for me to step in. You should take Fine's offer. Her magic can make your fatigue and injuries vanish in an instant. And if you have a reason to keep attending the academy no matter what, you can't afford to collapse from injuries or exhaustion, right? You're right. In that case, Stotsan, may I ask for your help? Of course, leave it to me, Fine said eagerly, rolling up Agnes's sleeve to reveal her bandaged arm and preparing to cast holy magic to heal her. At that moment, did Agnes's left eye just glow? It was only for a split second, but I definitely noticed something strange. Before I could process it, a small cry escaped Fine's lips. Turning to look, I saw a faint burn mark on Fine's hand. Agnes Vallon, meanwhile, had gone pale, as if she'd done something unthinkable. Section. Even after returning home from shopping, Fine's mood remained somber. While I worked on paperwork in the living room, she silently washed dishes in the kitchen. The failed holy magic attempt at the cafe was clearly weighing on her. Agnes had panicked, thinking she'd caused another problem, while Fine worried she'd hurt Agnes, creating a heavy atmosphere. Thankfully, the cafe had been nearly empty, with no academy-related people around, so it didn't escalate into a bigger issue. I tried to lighten the mood by throwing out topics, even if it felt a bit forced, and managed to end the encounter without further incident. Still, it's no surprise she's shaken after something like that. Fine had once been falsely accused by Elise and others of wielding evil magic, branded a witch, nearly expelled from the academy, and even faced threats to her hometown orphanage. In the duel against the four idiots, we proved those accusations were baseless, clearing Fine's name and exposing Elise and her cronies as the true wrongdoers. But this time, Fine's holy magic had caused her injury, a light burn, despite having no harmful intent. Though she healed the burn with her own holy magic, every attempt to heal Agnes produced the same result, deepening Fine's distress. The claims of her magic being evil were nonsense, backed by both her history of using holy magic and the established lore of Kizaru. Yet for some reason, it didn't work on Agnes. Worse, it caused Fine harm. The burns themselves were healed, but the mystery remained. I don't get it. Why is this happening? The more I thought about it, the deeper the mystery grew. I needed to revisit Agnes's event in the game to figure this out. But first, there was something more pressing. Fine, come here. But the chores. It's fine, come on. I called her over, and Fine shuffled into the living room like a scolded puppy, as if she had ears and a tail drooping in shame. Trying to keep things light and non-threatening, I gestured for her to sit on the sofa beside me. She sat quietly, clearly still upset about the cafe incident. My magic, is it really evil? She murmured tearfully, head bowed. The emotional scars from the bad end event weren't going to heal easily. I took a deep breath and gently patted her head. Ash-san, she said, startled. If your magic were truly evil, everyone you've helped would be suffering by now. You couldn't heal Valensan's wounds, but you didn't hurt her either. I don't think you need to blame yourself. B, but I couldn't heal her injuries. Is healing her injuries with holy magic the only thing you wanted to do for her? And no, it's not. If Valensan is suffering, I want to ease her pain, even a little. Then, what you need to do isn't to sit here moping. It's to find a way to help Valensan and figure out why that happened, right? You're right. I can't keep wallowing like this. A spark returned to Fine's eyes. For now, she seemed okay. Thinking she might not want me to keep touching her hair, I started to pull my hand away, but she gently placed her hand on my arm. Fine. I know it's selfish, but could you keep patting my head a little longer? She looked up at me with pleading eyes, completely unaware of how impossible it was to say no to that. If that's what you want. Thank you. Fine leaned closer, resting against me. Her sweet, gentle scent filled the air as our distance closed. A few minutes into patting her head, she tilted further, collapsing onto my lap and falling asleep, her soft breath signaling she drifted into dreamland. She must have been mentally exhausted from the failed holy magic and the resurfaced trauma. For now, I'd let her rest. That said, a teenage boy's body reacting like this is a bit overwhelming, to say the least. I knew she didn't do it on purpose. But still, this girl. Stay calm, stay calm. Deciding it would be unfair to wake Fine, who was clearly exhausted, I suppressed my urges and waited for her to wake naturally. After enduring another 10 or so minutes of this heavenly yet torturous ordeal, Fine stirred, rubbing her eyes. Realizing the situation, her face turned bright red, and she let out a voiceless squeak. Somehow, I managed to survive the experience unscathed. Section: I'm so sorry about last night. The next morning, the moment we met in the living room, Fine bowed repeatedly, apologizing with the same fervor as when she jolted awake the previous evening. No, don't worry about it. I'm partly to blame for making you work when you were already exhausted. B, but I'm getting paid to do my job, and I went and did that. Recalling the night before, Fine's eyes grew teary, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Calm down, I really don't mind. More importantly, do you have any special plans after school today? Even as I marveled at how much she embodied a heroine, I steered the conversation to practical matters. We had school today, and I needed to meet that person. My question was meant to help Fine regain her composure. No, I don't have any plans. Then, could we meet at the Fountain Plaza near the student dorms after school? That's fine, but, is this about investigating Valensan? Well, yeah, that's part of it. As I spoke, an image flashed in my mind. A room far messier than our mansion before Fine cleaned it, littered with books and empty potion bottles, and the silhouette of a brilliant yet eccentric young girl diligently conducting her research. First, I thought we'd ask the genius daughter of the Enforcer family to look into what happened with your magic yesterday. Sarasa Enforcer, a girl renowned as one of the foremost magical experts in this country, perhaps even the world. She was also someone I'd prefer to avoid unless absolutely necessary. But having her investigate Fine's issue was my first step. Section: Wow, this is more than incredible, it's downright overwhelming. Sarasa Enforcer. I learned after that terrorist incident that she's a prodigy who's proposed numerous magical theories. Though her ideas sometimes spark controversy, scholars worldwide unanimously call her a genius. However, her lifestyle at the academy, particularly her utter disregard for tidiness, has been a problem. Despite repeated warnings from faculty, she never listens. Expelling her, a scholar with global acclaim, would damage the Royal Magic Academy's reputation. Yet, letting her continue unchecked risks complaints from other students and their attendants. Caught in this dilemma, the academy took drastic measures. They relocated her to a dorm room at the edge of the building and granted her exclusive use of an adjacent former shelter-turned-storage space. When we visited her room before summer break for a certain errand, it was still barely habitable. But now, post-summer break, her dorm-side room, or rather, its door, was in a state where it seemed ready to burst from internal pressure. It was a miracle the surrounding walls weren't cracked. If we opened that door carelessly, an avalanche of grimoires and potions would likely bury us. Unfortunately, this dorm, heck, this world, lacked an intercom, so we couldn't even ask Sarasa-san, who was presumably inside, to open the door. I was at a loss when her voice suddenly echoed from nowhere. "Oh, it's you too. Perfect timing. Come on in." Is she monitoring the outside? I glanced around but saw no magical devices. Look above the door, her voice instructed. Fine, and I looked up at the precarious doorframe. Embedded there was a glowing red stone, within which a black, eye-like mist tracked our movements. You say come in, but this door looks like it's about to unleash a flood of stuff on us, I said, averting my eyes from the unsettling sight and questioning whether we could safely enter. No problem at all, hurry up and come in. You've come to me, so you must have encountered something fascinating, right? Tell me everything. Sarasa-san declared confidently, her excitement barely contained as she urged us inside. If an avalanche happens, I'll shield Fine, blast it away with magic, and deal with the damages later. Steeling myself, I told Fine to stay close behind me, cautiously gripped the doorknob, and opened the door. No avalanche came. Instead, a polished hallway led to the living room, where Sarasa-san stood, her hair as disheveled as ever and her uniform wrinkled beyond recognition. Where had all the stuff pressing against the door gone? Looking up, I saw a net of magical energy pinning a pile of grimoires, empty potion bottles, and mysterious tools to the ceiling. Come on, get to the living room quick. This spell won't last long, and you don't want to be crushed, Sarasa-san said with a grin, breathing heavily. Got it. Just keep that spell up until we're inside, please, I replied, and we rushed into the living room. Almost simultaneously, a snap sounded, and the pile crashed onto the hallway floor. Why did entering a simple dorm room feel like navigating a dungeon trap? That was way too close, but still. The living room was a junkyard with barely enough space for 2 adults to lie down. Yet, bizarrely, there was no smell or sign of pests, which only heightened the surreal atmosphere. We sat around a small round table in the center. Sarasa-san rummaged through the junk pile. The path to the kitchen's blocked, so no tea. I've got stamina potions if you want one. No thanks, I said. I'll pass as well, Fine added. HMPH, your loss. They're quite effective, Sarasa-san said, tossing the dubious, vividly colored stamina potion back into the pile. She then cleared a stack of papers, likely research notes from the table, miraculously producing a pristine notebook and pen. So, what kind of experience or discovery brings you here? I heard you encountered a magical construct. What were its properties? Sarasa-san leaned in so close her excited breaths hit our faces, her eyes gleaming with fervor. She coughed from the exertion. Actually, we're here for a consultation, I said. A consultation? She asked, intrigued. Yeah, something strange happened with Fine's magic. Oh, Sarasa-san's gaze shifted to Fine, who flinched but nodded slightly. Why, yes. I tried to heal someone's injuries, but not only did it not work, I ended up with burn-like marks on my arm. So Fine-san's holy magic failed to heal and instead caused her harm. Sarasa-san scribbled in her notebook, then turned to me. Was the person with the injuries from a special lineage? No, just a noble and a student at the Royal Magic Academy. Nothing else stood out, I think. In the game, Agnes had exceptional investigative skills, but this world, while inspired by the game, was as real as it gets. All I could offer was her name, appearance, and current situation. A noble whose injuries weren't healed by that magic, and Fine-san received mysterious burns. Sarasa-san wrote furiously, crossing out ideas that didn't fit and mulling over others. I wasn't one to talk, given my own messy past before living with Fine, but I didn't want to linger in this cluttered room. Plus, Fine was visibly itching to clean it, which was a bit alarming. I silently prayed for a quick conclusion. Do you know the noble's rank? Sarasa-san suddenly asked. It took me a moment to realize she was addressing me. I don't know the exact rank, but she wore a sleeved uniform, so probably high-ranking. Then it must be this. Sarasa-san circled a word in her notebook and placed it on the table. The word was demon. As you might know, Ashkun, during the Demon King War, sealed demons were scattered after the conflict. Some ended up in the hands of nobles, particularly those of Earl rank or higher. They used summoning rituals to eliminate rivals and solidify their status. The cause of Fine-kun's injury likely lies with a demon, Sarasa-san explained. I was familiar with this from a sub-event in Kizaru, where such a ritual was depicted. But Agnes, a mere best friend character, having a connection to a demon, and if she could control one, why would she passively endure bullying? Is it true that nobles use demons? Fine asked hesitantly. Yeah, remember the guy who attacked the church in Kagato village? He was called a demon user. I began, weaving in-game lore to give Fine a simplified explanation of nobles and demons. But if a demon caused those injuries, there wasn't anyone else around. Some demons don't materialize, existing only in their summoner's mental realm. They can still influence the physical world, Sarasa-san said, adding to her notes. Such demons can also affect the minds of those nearby. You too might have been unconsciously influenced. Demons can reject specific types of magic. Fine-Kun's magic must be incompatible with the demon parasitizing that student, so it hijacked your minds, turned Fine-Kun's magic aggressive, and redirected it to harm her. Indeed, Kizaoro's sub-events featured characters possessed by demons. But I couldn't recall any depiction linking Agnes to one, and more importantly, if a demon can do that, couldn't it have just killed Fine? That's what's puzzling me, Sarasa-san admitted. It's almost certain a powerful demon, one that broke free from its seal, is involved. Yet its resistance was surprisingly weak. I can't resolve this contradiction. As we debated back and forth, Fine interjected, Is it possible to exorcise that demon? She asked. It's possible, but a mind-parasitic demon requires restraining the host for an extended period. Plus, mental interference could disrupt the exorcism, making it quite difficult, Sarasa-san replied. I recalled that in the game, possessed characters were freed by defeating the host, forcing the demon to emerge, and then having Fine erase it with holy magic. But we couldn't do something that extreme to Agnes. Wait, maybe there's a way, Sarasa-san said suddenly, digging through the junk pile again. She pulled out a sheet of paper covered in intricate, layered magical arrays. What's that? I asked. Heth, this is my world-shaking invention born from my new magical theory, the Dreamscape Sharing Ritual. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6. The Demon. The day after our discussion with Sarasa-san. As Fine and I approached the unnecessarily grand staircase of the academy, we spotted a girl about our age, dressed in casual clothes, standing by a carriage with a trunk at her feet. She was tearfully conversing with a sleeved female student and a woman who appeared to be a servant. Reese, I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you properly. You don't need to apologize, Oni-sama. This happened because my heart was too weak. The fault is entirely mine. So please, at the upcoming ball, find a wonderful gentleman and... Yes, I promise. I'll definitely meet a gentleman worthy of the Randall earldom and bring prosperity to our family. The sleeved student gripped the hands of the girl in casual clothes, speaking passionately, but her words soon dissolved into sobs. The girl in casual clothes gently embraced her, then turned her gaze to the servant standing nearby. Jurda, please look after Oni-sama. Of course, without fail. Upon hearing the servant's words, the girl in casual clothes hid her face and boarded the carriage. That was, Fine began. Probably another case of voluntary withdrawal in the wake of the Elise incident, I said, though it seems like they were targeted in a different way. I recognized the sleeved student as someone I'd seen with Elise a few times. The other girl, likely her younger sister who was leaving the academy, I hadn't seen around Elise. Most likely, those harboring grudges against the sleeved student chose to target her sister instead, aiming to inflict greater pain. It's a common tactic in the cutthroat power struggles of noble society. But to see it play out among students makes me wonder if it's a sign of ruthless ambition or a bleak future. When I explained this to Fine, her expression twisted with a mix of anger and guilt. That's awful, she murmured. It'd be easier if we could just pin this on a demon's influence. But when you think about it, who's really worse, demons or humans? No, stop. Philosophical musings won't get us anywhere. There's something more pressing to focus on. By the way, it's already time for the matchmaking ball, huh? This year's going to be even more tense than usual, and we'll probably get dragged into it, I said, deliberately acting exasperated and sighing dramatically to keep Fine from dwelling on the earlier scene. The matchmaking ball. What's that? She asked. On the surface, it's a private social gathering hosted by the children of high-ranking nobles. Those from earldoms or higher can attend without question, but lower-ranking nobles need an invitation from a great house. Think of it like a grander version of the awards ceremony. But we don't meet the qualifications to attend, do we? And since it's a private event, we don't have to go, right? I said on the surface, didn't I? The academy's headmaster, court officials, the host's relatives, and sometimes even royalty get involved. Declining an invitation risks souring your standing with the great houses. So for students from earldoms or higher, the invitation is practically mandatory. You have to attend. I see, but we don't even know if we'll get an invitation. Students invited to the awards ceremony are basically guaranteed one every year. Plus, with our role in quelling the terrorist incident, it's pretty much certain we'll get one. And, never mind. Let's just prepare ourselves for getting roped into this event, I said, forcibly changing the subject and urging Fine to head to the academy. In the game Kizioru, the matchmaking ball was an affection adjustment event. The character with the highest affection toward Fine would trigger their romance route, but that didn't always align with the player's target. The ball allowed players to spend time with their chosen character, boosting that character's affection while lowering others. This let players steer toward their desired route, though some exploited the system to balance affection levels and trigger bad end routes. In this reality, the event might differ slightly, but Fine's invitation was almost guaranteed. The problem was the potential for unsavory types to target her. Unlike in the game, Fine had already experienced a bad end, making her more cautious, but she was still naive about the gritty realities of noble society. Her power and reputation could make her a target for malicious actors. I told her it'd be fine, but maybe I should pull some strings to ensure we could decline the invitation and keep the worst of the nobles at bay. There's too much to think about and do. If only I had someone I could trust to share all my info with. Elise and the 4 idiots caused such a massive mess. Since a reincarnator like her pulled off something that huge, there's no guarantee others won't try the same. Not that I know if there are other reincarnators besides me and Elise. I briefly suspected Sarasa-san due to her eccentricity, but she seems to be just a naturally born genius. Lost in these thoughts, Fine spoke up, her expression serious. Ash-san. What's up? For lunch today, I was thinking I'd like to eat with Villainess alone. I want to apologize for all the selfish things I said last time. Fine and Agnes eating lunch together alone. In the game, that'd be a normal, even mundane scene. But in this world, with the possibility of Agnes being possessed by a demon, it raised some concerns. All right, but you'll do it where I can keep an eye on you. I won't interfere or show myself unless necessary, but if you sense any danger, run and call for me immediately. That's the condition, got it? Why yes, I'll definitely follow it. In that case, should we decide where to eat lunch now? Yeah, let's go with the cafeteria's terrace seats. If anything happens, you can escape outside quickly, and it's sturdy enough to handle some chaos. Chaos, understood. Fine replied, slightly thrown off but saluting with determination. Here's your lunch then, it's sandwiches today. Oh, sandwiches. Everything you cook is delicious, Fine, so I'm already looking forward to it. I'm glad you think so. Well, I'll head off now. One more time. If you sense danger, run and call my name. Yes. Handing me the lunchbox, Fine gave a small wave and headed toward the sleeved students' building. All right, Fine and Agnes, lunch alone. I hope it goes well. Section. Having recently befriended a classmate who told me about Agnes Vallen's class, I, Fine Stott, used a break between classes to visit her classroom, or rather, just outside it. Vallen-san might be possessed by a demon. What Ash-san and Enforcer-san said could be true. Even so, I wanted to talk to her. Part of it was to apologize for my rudeness last time, but more than that, I just couldn't leave her alone. The look in her eyes when we met, it was familiar. Don't get involved. I'm here because I want to be. Those were the same eyes I had when Elise betrayed me, when I was despised by everyone and had lost hope in everything. That's why I couldn't ignore her. That's why I came here. I'm so nervous, but I made Ash-san agree to this, so I have to try. Taking a deep breath to steel myself, I opened the sliding door to Vallen-san's classroom. Excuse me. Is Agnes Vallen-san here? Stott-san. Vallen-san, seated near the door, looked shocked to see me and hurried over, slightly flustered. Do you need something? Is this about the other day? And no, not at all. I was hoping we could have lunch together today. Of course, if you have other plans, I understand. Lunch together, with someone like me? Are you sure? Please, I'd love to. Thank you. Shall we meet in front of the cafeteria during lunch break, then? Why, yes, that works. Oh, wait, the cafeteria. I'll need to cover your meal too, right? Valensan's eyes, which had been bright with excitement, suddenly turned cold and dark, her voice dropping to a frightened whisper. No need for that, I've brought my own lunch. Really? In that case, I'd be honored to join you for lunch. Yes, I'll see you at the cafeteria during lunch break. Noticing the time, I gave Valensan a small bow and returned to my own classroom. Section, fine Stott. It's utterly distasteful that someone so lowborn attends this academy. She was honored as a top performer in the ability test and played a key role in quelling the terrorist incident. Even ducal heirs are showing interest in her. With the witch incident and all, her presence tarnishes our dignity. I'd love to drive her out, but for now, let's use that commoner to oust the pauper girl instead. Section. Man, it's been a while since I've seen you eating alone, Ash. What's up? Did you and Fine-chan have a fight? Ian teased as he approached me in the cafeteria, where I was eating the sandwich lunch Fine had made. For the record, I'm currently enjoying an egg sandwich, thinly sliced egg with Aurora sauce and lettuce. It's delicious. Maybe I'll request it again. Nah, she just wanted to eat with a friend today, so I'm stuck with a solo meal. Well, true or not, it's great that Fine-san's making friends beyond us. Yeah, you're right. Before summer break, before the duel, Fine's treatment was abysmal. She even declared she wanted to be in the back alleys. Whether she becomes friends with Agnes or not, she's now able to talk with classmates, and her situation seems to be improving. Maybe this world, having hit a bad end once, could at least reach a normal end route. The difference between a normal end and a good end with a romance target is whether Fine forms a serious bond with them. But since the romance targets are now wanted criminals, there's no benefit to pursuing them. Still, I'm not keen on letting Fine fight the Demon King. I want her to live a normal, happy life, regardless of her Saintess powers. But the mechanics of the Demon King battle require her abilities. By the way, Ash, it's about time for the invitations to arrive. Got yours yet? Yeah, I did. A ton of them, requesting both me and Fine. Wow, that's something. I'd been vague with Fine, saying we might get invited, but the truth is, the invitations have already arrived. Dozens from prominent ducal, marquess, and earl houses. At the matchmaking ball, you have to pick one invitation and attend, which makes the whole thing even more daunting. So, what's the plan? I'd love to politely decline, but that's not really an option, is it? And we've got to wear suits or dresses, right? Uniforms are a no-go. It's also a chance to flex your family's power. With the 4 knights absent and the Elise incident shaking things up, the power struggles between houses are getting intense. The higher-ups will probably show up in extravagant suits and dresses. So it's guaranteed to be a tense mess, huh? With the mainstream and anti-mainstream factions flipped, plenty of sleeved students probably want to skip the ball, but not attending would signal weakness and invite further disdain. Meanwhile, the newly empowered mainstream faction will be waiting at the venue, grinning smugly. Trouble is practically inevitable. What a mess. Sighing heavily, I noticed Fine and Agnes entering the cafeteria and taking their seats at the terrace, as planned. Putting thoughts of the ball aside, I focused on observing their lunch. Section, shall we eat here? Why, yes. After meeting up with Valensan, I sat at the terrace seats as promised with Ash-san. I spotted him sitting with Ian-san inside the building. Relieved, I pulled my lunchbox from my bag. Oh, Stott-san, you brought a lunchbox too? Valensan asked. You too, Valensan. Why, yes, though I'm not sure this counts as a lunchbox. Valensan pulled out a paper-wrapped package and revealed a small, cold, hardened piece of black bread, placing it on the paper as a makeshift mat. That's all, I asked. Why, yes, it's enough for me. Valensan forced a smile, clearly putting on a brave face. I made a bit too much for lunch today. Would you like some? What? Me, eating such delicious-looking food. B, but that'd be too much trouble for you, Stott-san. I said earlier, but it'd actually help me out if you ate some. So please, don't hold back. Handing her a tomato, ham, and special sauce sandwich, Valensan's eyes lit up. She took a bite. It's delicious. I've never had a sandwich this good in my life. Thank you. Here, try some of the side dishes too. Really? Thank you. Valensan beamed, carefully scooping some potato salad from my lunchbox with a fork and eating it, her expression turning to pure bliss. Stott-san, this is amazing. Thank you, there's plenty more, so eat as much as you like. Yes. Valensan's genuine, delighted smile warmed my heart, and I was about to offer more dishes when, my, has the daughter of the Valen earldom fallen so low as to accept charity from a commoner? The deliberate clack of footsteps approached from behind Valensan, and her face paled instantly. G. Gradin Sama, she whispered. Greetings, Agnes Valen, daughter of the Earl. I heard your family's territory has been reduced to just your estate, yet you're still treated as an earl. How enviable, said the black-haired, sleeved student named Gradin, smirking with delight as she stood with two other girls. Valensan seemed utterly terrified. Oh, and didn't my family's dog take an interest in your filthy scent and run off toward you? Did you two get along afterward? Valensan's hand instinctively went to the bandaged area from the cafe incident. That expression, it was the same one I wore before Ashsan helped me. The reason for her fear was clear. Now, fine Stotsama, Gradin continued, turning to me with a condescending smile. Congratulations on being honored at the ability test. And to think, a commoner like you received the hero's medal from His Highness the Crown Prince. Truly remarkable. She approached me, her tone dripping with mockery. But you should know, Stotsan, the person you're sitting with is the daughter of a fallen house, barely clinging to their earldom with no real authority. Associating with her is pointless. Instead, why not befriend me, with my vast lands and many servants? And what does that have to do with me wanting to get to know her? I interrupted. What? It was strange, but my anger at Valensan's humiliation made me oddly calm. I returned her words with a natural smile. You must not understand, being a commoner, but befriending someone from a ruined house like hers brings no benefit, Gradin snapped. So you choose your friends based solely on profit. Of course, it's only natural for someone born into a noble house. You, Amir. Yes, I'm a commoner, not a noble lady. That's why I'm having lunch with Valensan, simply because I want to be her friend. Gradin and her two companions trembled with rage, their faces red. You'll regret making an enemy of the Gradin Marquisate. Gradin spat before storming out of the cafeteria with her entourage. I let out a small breath and turned to Valensan. Hic sob. V Valensan. She was covering her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Did I do something wrong? I asked, worried. And no, that's not it. I'm just so happy you stood up for me like that. I've never had anyone on my side, and even though I did nothing when you were treated badly, you've been so kind to me. I'm really, really happy. I stood and gently hugged her, speaking softly. As I said before, that's in the past, and you don't need to worry about it. So please, don't feel bad about me helping you. Why yes. For now, I understood Valensan's situation, and who was responsible for her suffering. I'd need to discuss this with Ashsan to plan our next steps. This isn't exactly a thank you, but... Valensan said suddenly, stopping her tears and turning to face me. Yes. Ashsan seemed to really like the egg sandwich from today's lunch. If you keep making them, I bet his affection will go up, she said with a forced, mask-like smile, her eyes glowing an eerie purple. Interlude, reminiscence side, Agnes Valen. My name is Agnes Valen, and the Valen earldom, my family, was once a prestigious house that produced numerous cabinet ministers, or so I've heard. But the previous head, my great-uncle, made a catastrophic investment blunder, leading the family to ruin. He took his own life along with his immediate kin, and my father, the head of a branch family and the only remaining relative, was suddenly forced to inherit the title. By then, however, the Valen earldom had sold off nearly all its heirlooms to pay off debts, and even that wasn't enough to clear them. My father seriously considered relinquishing the title and declaring bankruptcy, but the retainers who had served the main Valen line for generations tearfully begged him not to let the family's history die out. Being the kind-hearted man he was, my father couldn't ignore their pleas. He told me and my sisters, I'll protect you no matter what, so please forgive me, and chose to preserve the Valen earldom. He never suspected, not even for a moment, that those retainers were embezzling funds amidst the chaos of the succession dispute. By the time the truth came to light, the former retainers had plundered every asset they could and vanished from Valen territory. Devastated, my father issued wanted orders through the Knight's Order, but he continued working tirelessly to pay off the debts for the sake of the territory and its people. Over time, the light faded from his eyes, his cheeks hollowed, and the smiles he once wore disappeared. When we saw him, he'd barely glance at us. The cheerful father who used to hoist us onto his shoulders was gone. But the heaviest burden fell on my mother. Coming from a branch family that was practically commoner, she and my father had a rare love marriage for nobles. She should have lived a simple, happy life, perhaps occasionally attending noble social events with him. But when my father became the head of the main Vallon line, she had to handle dealings with other houses in his stead as he scrambled to manage the debts. The strain wore her down, both physically and mentally, until, almost inevitably, she collapsed. From there, things only got worse. What am I supposed to do? With less than a week until I was to leave for the capital to attend the Royal Magic Academy's entrance ceremony, I was crouched in a corner of our estate's library. A room now overtaken by cobwebs and dust, its shelves stripped of books. I don't know what happened to the traders who embezzled our wealth. Rumors reached me that they fled to a neighboring country or were caught by guards and handed over to the knights for execution. The only certain thing is that none of the stolen money has been recovered. My father rarely left his studies anymore, and my mother's health remained poor. The only change was that he managed to settle the debts by leasing most of Vallon's territory to major merchant guilds as a special economic zone for 99 years. In exchange, the income that should have sustained our family went to the guilds. Exhausted, my father collapsed, and our lives continued to deteriorate. Kiwahaha, the crybaby Aju-chan's bawling again. Shut up. Unlike you, I've got real problems. If you've got no business with me, leave me alone. That's a tall order. I'm a demon, you know. Nothing delights me more than human misery, especially when it's right in front of me. In a corner of the library's shelves, bound tightly with iron chains, was a single book. The voice coming from it laughed gleefully at my current state. The book had no title, and the chains bore the inscription, "Never break the seal." Its pages couldn't be opened, and within it was sealed a demon, a being now found only in fairy tales and legends. Whenever I cried like this, it mocked me from within the book. A few years ago, I decided to come here when I needed to cry so as not to worry my younger sister. Now, I wanted to punch my younger self for that choice. The seal kept the demon from causing direct harm, but its taunts fueled my frustration. Still, it's the only one I can vent to, annoying as that is. At the Royal Magic Academy, I'd have no one to rely on or confide in. The thought made me dread it all the more. "By the way, you're heading to the capital soon, right?" the demon asked. "Yeah, so what? What's that got to do with you?" "Not much. I'm just curious to see how a penniless earl's daughter, recycling old clothes and barely scraping by, gets bullied." "Don't make me think about that. I told you, I'm a demon. Human suffering is my favorite dish." I wanted to snap back at the infuriating demon but swallowed my words. It was right. My position at the Royal Magic Academy would be dire. As an earl's daughter, I'd be treated as an upper noble and wear a sleeved uniform. But the Vallon family was poorer than some commoners, unable to uphold the dignity expected of an earldom. Thrown into a cutthroat environment where noble children competed and schemed, I'd be defenseless. "Hey, Aju-chan, why not make a contract with me?" What are you talking about? A contract with a demon? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not joking. With my power, you'll face some hardships at first, sure, but push through, and all your problems will be solved. How would you know that? The ones who sealed me were third-rate hacks. As you can see, I can still exert some power, like talking to you. And with that power, I can glimpse the path your life will take. I couldn't verify the demon's claims. There was no way to. But it was true that, despite being sealed, it had teased me every time I came to the library. It wasn't impossible that it had some real power. Still, contracts with demons come with a price, right? I'm not sacrificing my life or my family's. "A price, huh? Oh yeah, there's that," the demon muttered, as if just remembering, letting out a thoughtful hum. "How about this? You keep me company until you die, and in return, I'll ensure you live a life better than most." Deal. For a demon's contract, it was an unbelievably generous offer. There's gotta be a catch, right? There's definitely a catch. "Relax, Aju-chan, I don't lie, I swear on God." "Aren't you God's enemy?" I thought, too exasperated to retort. My tears had dried, and I decided to leave the library. "Hey, wait. Like I said, there's no catch, no hidden terms, no one else would offer you a deal this good. The demon called out, sensing my departure. I'd been dealing with this demon for years. In my darkest moments, I always came to this library. Maybe I'd grown attached to it. Just to confirm, there are really no other conditions. Nope, none. With my power, no matter how tough things get at first, you'll come out on top in the end. Though, for the first year, I'll need to prioritize recovering my magic, so I can only offer advice for now. Sensing a sincerity in the demon's words, unlike its usual mockery, I moved to stand before the sealed book. You won't harm my family, right? Never, I swear on my demonic pride, your family will be safe. Then, I'll make the contract. If things stay like this, it's not much different from making a deal with a demon and facing ruin anyway. So how do we do this? Drip a single drop of your blood onto the chains. That'll seal the contract. Surprised by the simplicity, I hesitated but steeled myself. I pricked my finger on the corner of a shelf, letting a drop of blood trickle onto the chains of the sealed book. The next moment, the book opened on its own, and purple smoke poured out, seeping into my body. Nice guts, Aju-chan. I, Artie of Dreams, guarantee your future. The demon, no, Artie's voice, now echoed directly in my mind, not from the book. I had become one with it. There was no stopping now, no turning back. For my sister, my father, and my mother, I had to. Don't worry, Aju-chan. I won't let the descendant of that guy end up with a bad ending. Chapter 7, Matchmaking, Meetings, and Return Gifts. She said that I liked the egg sandwiches, and that I'd be more impressed if you made them again. Did she really say that? Why, yes. She suddenly stopped crying, and how should I put it, she said that with a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Did you tell Valensan anything about me being in the cafeteria, or where I was sitting? No, I didn't mention anything like that. After school, while walking home from the academy, I was listening to Fine's report about today's lunch gathering when a concerning detail came up. Apparently, despite having been crying just moments before, when Valensan said that line, she had a smile plastered on her face, as if it were a mask. I'm sure your favorability will increase. Those were the exact words used in the game when asking Agnes, the support character, for advice on raising a character's favorability. It's the final line of her advice. Does that mean Agnes, who is supposed to be the game's helpful support character, has already been possessed by a demon? However, even when she appeared in a side event or after the Demon King was defeated and all demons were eradicated, there was no change in Agnes's advice lines. What's going on here? This raises the possibility that the premise of her being possessed by a demon might be wrong. Either way, it probably won't affect the plan itself. Oh, by the way, that blonde sleeveholder student was bothering you, right? Did anything happen? Ah, yes. We talked a bit, and then she left right away. Oh, all right, that's good then. Yes. So Ash-san, please don't worry about it. All right, got it. Feeling a slight chill from Fine's adorable, yet intensely pressuring smile, I walked side by side with her. That's when I noticed an unusual commotion coming from the direction of the mansion. What's going on? Let's stay cautious for now. Fine, stay behind me. I urged Fine to be on guard as we cautiously approached the mansion. When we got closer, I saw a crowd so large it could have been mistaken for a festival. At the center of the crowd was unmistakably my mansion. Surrounding the mansion's gate were members of the First Royal Knights, mounted guards tasked with protecting the royal family, clad in full armor, adorned with an emblem featuring the royal crest and a sword reminiscent of the treasured blade clee. Nearby was a luxurious carriage reserved for royalty. You're here, Ash Weiss, Fine Stott. Amid the bustling crowd, a tall, striking man with auburn hair stood out, towering over the others. It was Elzaze. Laquisha, the first prince and crown prince of the Laquisha kingdom. Spotting us, he approached with a bright, refreshing smile. Why, Your Highness? I wasn't informed you'd be visiting. No worries. I had official business nearby, and since I had matters concerning you two, I thought I'd drop by. The crown prince, first in line to the throne, is way too casual. Suppressing the urge to retort, I managed a wry smile and squeezed out. I see. So about that business. Originally, I wanted her to deliver these, but given the circumstances, I decided to hand them over myself. With that, Elza's handed me 2 sealed letters. The senders' names were listed as the headmaster of the Royal Magic Academy and Elza's himself, with the recipients being me and Fine, respectively. That's all for my business. Sorry for causing a scene. Elzes gave a friendly wave to me and the surrounding crowd before boarding his carriage and heading back to the royal castle. The crowd, thrilled by the unexpected visit from the crown prince and his parting wave, gradually dispersed to their homes. Let's head inside for now. Why yes. Exhausted from just a brief exchange, I said this to Fine, and we entered the mansion. Inside, we changed into casual clothes and gathered in the living room to check the contents of the letters. All right, I'm opening it. Muttering to myself as if to steel my resolve, I grabbed a letter opener. Fine, sitting beside me on the sofa, nodded quietly. Carefully breaking the seal of the letter addressed to me, I found a single sheet of parchment inside. It bore the names of Elzes and the headmaster, followed by the contents. We cordially invite you to the social gathering, to be held at the Royal Magic Academy's temporary auditorium. That's the thing you mentioned before, right? Yeah. It's the matchmaking ball, no doubt about it. In the game, the invitation to the soirée is received either from the character with the highest favorability or from Agnes. That's exactly what Elzes handed me. Next, I opened the letter addressed to Fine, and aside from the recipient's name being hers, the contents were identical. Since we received these from His Highness, we have to attend, right? Yeah, it'd be bad if we didn't, but in a way, this might actually be a relief. What do you mean? Hold on a sec. I'll grab it. Grab. I stood up from the sofa and retrieved a small safe containing sensitive documents that shouldn't be seen by others. Placing it on the table, I showed Fine its contents. A stack of invitations to social gatherings from prominent noble families addressed to either me or her. Incidentally, most of the invitations were addressed to Fine, sent by students from powerful ducal or marquis families who had skillfully minimized damage after the Elise incident. Sorry for keeping quiet about this. We've been getting invitations for a while now. What? Then why didn't you tell me? I couldn't decide which invitation to accept or whether we should even attend. No, scratch that. It's just me being indecisive. I'm really sorry. No, please don't apologize. If that's the case, I understand your judgment, Ash-san. Getting letters from nobles would only leave me confused about what to do. Thankfully, Fine was understanding of my explanation. But that aside, the problem is that we received an invitation from the Crown Prince in front of a crowd. Attending the social gathering with the Crown Prince's invitation means that students from powerful noble families who sent us invitations can't complain about us not choosing theirs. Plus, it signals that the Crown Prince has an interest in Fine and me, so no one would dare make a move against us lightly. However, receiving the invitation directly from the Crown Prince in front of such a large crowd means that not attending would cause a massive scandal. It was already practically mandatory, but now we absolutely have to attend, no matter what. With Valenciennes' issue still unresolved, we also have to think about the social gathering. After hearing my explanation, Fine slumped, looking exhausted, as she voiced her thoughts about the approaching social gathering. Given the terrorist attack at this year's awards ceremony, the ongoing repairs to the main auditorium, and the attempt on our lives by the former deputy commander of the 2nd Royal Knights and the Leban family, I had hoped to find some way to dodge it. But it seems we have no choice but to go with the flow. By the way, you should use cleanse on that dress you wore to the award ceremony to restore it. See, can't I just wear my uniform? It's an event to show off your family's power, so everyone attends in their finest clothes. Wearing a uniform would make you stand out in a bad way, but if you're okay with that, I'll go clean the dress. With that, Fine headed back to her room. Between Agnes's situation and the social gathering, the problems are really piling up. For now, I just have to tackle these issues one by one without rushing. Section. As expected, I got one this year too. The moment I returned to the dormitory, the dorm manager handed me a package. It was an invitation to a social gathering hosted by a student from a prominent noble family attending the Royal Magic Academy. The sender was Bernard Jelba, the son of Duke Jelba. That jerk from last year's social gathering who had the audacity to say he'd buy my body. Thanks to Artie's quick thinking, I managed to get out of it last time, but who knows what'll happen this time. On top of that, since the Elise incident, I've been used as a punching bag by the former mainstream faction, leaving me physically and mentally drained. I don't want to go, but as the daughter of an earl, attending is an obligation. Hey, Aju-chan, you've got that nicely clouded expression today, too. That's when that infuriating voice, which I hadn't heard in a while, spoke to me. What? I think my face was way more clouded when those jerks were bullying me. I would have loved to see that face, but I had some business to attend to. So, this is the first time since summer break that I'm seeing your gloomy mug. Even demons have business to take care of, huh? So, you here to mock me like usual. Artie, who shouldn't even have a physical body, seemed to take a deep breath before speaking in a grave tone. I've recovered a decent amount of magical power. Not as much as my prime, but enough to make those lowlifes at the social gathering feel the pain you've endured. So, what do you say, Agnes Vallon? The second temptation from a demon in my life. But unlike last time, my answer came immediately. Then let's do it, to make those bastards feel this suffering, this pain. I placed my right hand over the bandages on my left arm, covering the scars left by the mad dog they sent after me, and gave my answer. Section, I never thought I'd be wearing this dress again so soon. Inside the carriage. Fine, sitting next to me, blushed with embarrassment at wearing her dress again after so long. There's no need for Fine to feel shy. That dress really suits her. I tried to say that, but seeing Fine in her dress for the first time in months, she was as radiant as ever, made me too embarrassed to speak, and I clamped my mouth shut. No need to be embarrassed. I don't know what's trendy among young ladies these days, or what makes a dress good or bad, but I think it suits you well enough. While I was flustered, a brazen voice from across the carriage complimented Fine's dress. Regaining my composure at the sound, I let out a small sigh and shifted my gaze from Fine to the girl sitting opposite us. And you're in your usual uniform. Didn't you say all the female attendees would be wearing dresses? Yeah, but it's not exactly mandatory, right? Besides, I'm not here for this matchmaking nonsense. I'm here to carry out the plan. Messy hair, a wrinkled uniform, and eyes clearly lacking motivation. Sarasa Enforcer, the Earl's daughter, yawned sleepily as she replied. Your parents don't say anything about you looking like that. My family's motto is, live free, die free. I've got no interest in getting tangled up in the royal court's stinking power struggles, and my parents don't nag me about it either. Well, they did make me swear not to do anything that caused deaths. So, if she hadn't made that oath, she'd have done something that would cause deaths. I had briefly considered asking her, an earl's daughter, to write an invitation, but I'm glad I didn't. By the way, this carriage rides rough. The one that picked us up for the award ceremony was much smoother, wasn't it? That was a special carriage used for state guests, enchanted with magic to absorb shocks and vibrations. This one's pretty expensive too, you know. The social gathering, or rather, the matchmaking ball, is an event to flaunt a family's power while seeking an advantageous match for the future. Even the carriage, a mere mode of transport, becomes a tool to showcase that power. Each family spares no expense to procure the finest carriages, arriving at the venue in their most luxurious suits or dresses, adorned with lavish accessories, as part of the customary performance. The carriage we chartered specifically for this soirée is far too extravagant for everyday use. But since it's rented rather than owned, the upper nobles at the venue will likely see it as the bare minimum to avoid being looked down upon. Not that it matters if you're turning green from motion sickness. About Agnes-san. Still embarrassed about her dress, Fine hesitantly raised her hand to speak to me. Yeah, you've had lunch with her a few times since then, right? Any changes or anything off about her? As the day of the social gathering approached, she seemed to lose more and more energy. She barely had an appetite either. Since attendance is mandatory for families of Earl rank or higher, it's almost certain Agnes will be at the soirée, but since it's not absolutely certain, I asked Fine to keep having lunch with her. That black-haired sleeve-holder student, Gradine, and her entourage bothered Agnes a few times, but they backed off under the pressure of Fine's angelic smile, at least when Fine was around. Perhaps because of that, Fine and Agnes have grown close enough to call each other by their first names. However, we still haven't figured out what caused that phenomenon when Agnes was affected by holy magic. Still, I've gotten a general grasp of Agnes's situation. As expected, she's being bullied. The Vallon Earl family was already too weak to even belong to a faction, and after the Elise incident, she's been targeted heavily by the anti-mainstream faction. And at last year's soirée, she was subjected to blatant sexual harassment by a certain high-ranking noble's son. That scumbag's name is Bernard Jelba. He comes from a wealthy, prominent noble family, and having navigated the Elise incident skillfully, continues to maintain his mainstream faction status. His father even secured a cabinet position after the parents of the four fools were forced to take their own lives, elevating the family to great noble status. Bernard, the only son, is regarded as a promising sleeve-holder student. But his reputation with women is abysmal, with rumors of him spending time with multiple women in his dorm room. And the harassment Agnes endured, he offered to buy her body. According to Agnes, thanks to someone kind who acted quickly, I managed to get through that situation. But scum like that don't give up easily just because they failed once. But the last time we had lunch, she seemed a little more energetic. No, more like she was filled with determination. That's the feeling I got. Filled with determination, huh? It's still just a hypothesis, but for someone who might be possessed by a demon to regain energy despite heading to a stressful place like that, it's suspicious. Or rather, the very definition of energy in this case. Hearing Fine's report, Sarasa-san muttered her thoughts, slipping into her own world of analysis. But given the information, it's no wonder she'd react this way. Last year, Agnes was sexually harassed at the social gathering. And this year, she has to attend while physically and mentally exhausted from being bullied by a sleeveholder female student. Above all, she's a mere decorative earl's daughter with neither authority nor power. She's bound to stand out awkwardly at the social gathering. By the way, fine Stott, do you think the people bullying Agnes Vallon will be attending tonight's social gathering? Most likely, yes. I remember them saying something like, "Unlike you two, we're busy choosing dresses for the social gathering." If that's the case, the reason Agnes Vallon was feeling determined might be simpler than we thought. Sarasa-san muttered this quietly, sounding almost bored. A moment later, I realized the conclusion she'd reached, and what Agnes was planning to do. She's aware of the entity we suspect to be a demon and is communicating with it in some way. And what she's planning to do at the social gathering venue is revenge. Section: the social gathering, attended by students of Earl rank or higher, those who received invitations and other related individuals, began quietly. It was a battlefield disguised as a social event, where attendees sought future spouses, forged connections between families, or schemed to undermine rival factions. Last year, the second prince and others held a lavish opening ceremony, but this year's subdued atmosphere might be due to the second prince being a wanted fugitive, still at large. But that's none of my concern. I've said it 1,000,000 times, but you absolutely won't involve Fine-chan, got it? Relax, Aju-chan, this won't cause that girl any harm. I'm trusting you on that. All right then. As I confirmed one last time with Artie, who's supposedly inside my body, that voice I wished I'd never hear again rang out, threatening to unravel my nerves. Turning around, I saw a young lady with black hair, wearing a crimson dress and heavy makeup. Gradin-sama. The person I fear most, Gradin, accompanied by her usual entourage, looked down at me with a smug expression, clearly in high spirits, probably because Fine-chan wasn't here. Aju-chan, all you need to do now is imagine it strongly. If this works, I won't have to suffer anymore. Convincing myself of that, my fear lessened just a fraction. Oh, yes. Now that you mention it, my dog did play with you, didn't it? You were so filthy, it must have mistaken you for one of its usual toys. I'm worried it might have caught some of your germs. Treating me as less than a dog, no, less than an object, Gradin laughed with genuine amusement. Until now, I had no choice but to endure the humiliation until they got bored and left. But not anymore. Yes, I'm sure that dog saw me as a toy, just like you all do now. Excuse me, what are you blabbering about? Have you finally lost it? G. Gradin-sama, A above. Above? What's up there, eek? Above my head was the ferocious beast Gradin had prepared solely to hurt me, now transformed into a demonic hound dozens of times larger. He seems to want to play with you all, just like he did with me back then. Please, entertain him until he's satisfied. Pointing my right arm at Gradin, the demonic hound opened its massive jaws and lunged at them. Aju-chan, there's no one here to stop you. Do as you please. I don't need you to tell me that. This is my revenge to make them understand my suffering. Oh, Is that Earl's daughter Agnes Vallon over there? As I wandered the venue, exacting my revenge, a voice with a chilling tone called out to me. A man with short brown hair, probably considered handsome, but his gaudy, expensive accessories made him look like a child playing at being a prince. Oh, I remember now. This guy is Bernard Gelbasama. Oh my, it seems my stunning beauty has pierced your heart, hasn't it? Ignoring my response or consent, Bernard Gelba brazenly began touching my bandaged arm and chest, as if he had every right to do so. Your body is still as beautiful as a gem, even with those scars. I'll give you one more chance. I'll buy everything about you. If you give that money to your family, it might make their lives a bit easier. Confident in his appearance, Bernard placed both hands on my shoulders, whispering so close I could feel his breath on my face. No thanks, I'd rather sell my soul to a demon than let you buy me. Oh, is that something you should be saying? With the power of the Gelba family, crushing a nominal noble like the Vallon family would be child's play. Now, take back that insolent remark and swear to offer yourself entirely to me. His face and tone betrayed clear irritation. He must be furious at being mocked. But to me, that doesn't matter. I'll say it as many times as I need to. No thanks. Then the Vallon family and you, Agnes Vallon, end here and now arg. When I refused again, Bernard's face flushed with anger as he raised his right hand to strike me, only to have his entire right side torn apart by my demonic hound's claws. What is that monster? What? This is me. Or to be precise, it's the manifestation of the hatred that's built up inside me. What the hell are you talking about? If you don't understand, that's fine. I'm sick of hearing your disgusting voice. With that, I ordered the demonic hound to finish off Bernard, who was already half dead with only part of his body remaining. Wait, I'll pay any amount of money. I'll even hand over the Gelba family headship. Just spare my life. Shut up. Despite his pathetic begging, Bernard, who could no longer be saved, was reduced to a red stain on the floor by the demonic hound, the embodiment of the terror I'd felt. Haha, all that big talk and this is how you end? Pathetic. I stomped and kicked the bloodied remains of his accessories over and over, and then, oh, it's already over. Everyone who'd hurt me was dead. After enduring so much suffering for so long, my revenge ended in such a short time. I wanted to make them suffer more. I wanted them to feel more pain. I wanted them to experience every ounce of the pain I'd endured. But that can never happen now, because I made sure of it. No, that's not it. That's not what I should be thinking about. I killed people. With these hands, so many too many. Selling my soul to a demon. I knew it meant becoming an inhuman, despicable monster. I knew that, yet I can't bear it. Overwhelmed by dizziness, a pounding headache, and nausea so intense I felt I'd vomit everything in my stomach, I clung to a nearby table to keep from collapsing. I'm the one who decided to do this. I'm the one who chose this, so I can't run from the sin. Agnes-san. At that moment, the voice I least wanted to hear reached my ears. F. Fine-chan, the first friend I made in this hellish academy. Wearing a lapis lazuli dress as beautiful as a starry night sky, she looked so noble and radiant, completely opposite to the blood-soaked me. It made me painfully aware of how filthy and vile I was. He said he wouldn't involve Fine-chan. If that's true, then the girl before me must be an angel sent by the goddess to punish me. As I thought this, Fine-chan approached me with her usual gentle smile. Don't come closer. I'm not someone who should be around a kind girl like you, Fine-chan. Why not? Because I killed so many people out of my own selfish desires. I'm the worst kind of monster. Yes, I can't be involved with Fine-chan anymore. Doing so would tarnish her worth, so. No, you haven't killed anyone. That's not true, look at all the blood on me. That's just what you think, because this place. Before I realized it, Fine-chan had moved in front of me, closing her eyes and placing a hand on her chest. Her body began to glow with a radiant light. It is just a dream world. Fine-chan's attire had changed from the lapis lazuli dress to the familiar academy uniform. Chapter 8, the finale. 2 hours earlier, inside the carriage. Agnes-chan seeking revenge. Humans, when they resolve to do something, often psych themselves up excessively to muster the courage. Given the circumstances surrounding Agnes Vallon, her only option would be revenge. At my deduction, Fine seemed about to say something but fell silent. The duel we had with the Four Fools was, in a way, a form of revenge as well. Fine must have recalled that moment and come to terms with it. The question is what kind of revenge it will be. Will she merely humiliate them, or will she cause irreparable physical harm, or perhaps even kill them? Meanwhile, Sarasa-san, who had arrived at the idea of revenge before me, was speculating on its nature. Based on the information we've gathered, there's a very real possibility that Agnes might choose to kill them in her quest for vengeance. However, I still don't understand why the demon, supposedly possessing her, is taking so long or using such lukewarm methods. If the goal of this revenge is to gain something, it wouldn't make sense to let her have lunch with Fine, which would help alleviate her stress. Moreover, the demon was once wary of Fine and even harmed her. Yet now it allows her to get close. Its actions are inconsistent. Whoa. At that moment, the carriage stopped in front of the temporary auditorium, where the social gathering was being held, causing Sarasa-san, seated across from me, to tumble toward me. Her petite frame was surprisingly light, making me worry that without someone looking after her, things could turn disastrous. Hey, you okay? Ah yeah, sorry for the trouble. Oh, Fine-kun, why are you staring at me like that? Was I doing that? Your gaze was so cold it could have been absolute zero. It sent shivers down my spine. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that at all. If it wasn't intentional, wait, intentional. While bantering with Fine, Sarasa-san seemed to realize something. She stepped out of the carriage and began touching the ground. Hey, did you hit your head or something? Quiet. I'm in the middle of a very delicate task. Silencing me, Sarasa-san continued her delicate task, ignoring the bewildered stares of the coachman and nearby attendees. After nodding to herself a few times, she returned to the carriage. I've confirmed it. There's a magic circle enveloping the entire venue. A magic circle? Yes, and it's a double-layered one. The first is a perception disruption circle, designed to prevent those inside from noticing anything unusual or changes. The second is a sleep manipulation circle, which forces everyone within its range to share the same dream, essentially dragging them into the dream realm. In the world of Kizaru, a dream isn't merely a physiological phenomenon. It involves detaching one's consciousness from the body and moving it to a temporary form in a subworld constructed from memories and experiences. That subworld is called the Dream Realm, officially termed Waneros by the Holy Goddess Church. However, since it's a mouthful and hard to remember, people commonly use the term Dream Realm. What a person can do in the Dream Realm depends on their mental state that day. When in high spirits, one can do virtually anything. When in low spirits, one might be unable to act, be attacked by monsters, or relive painful past events, experiencing what's known as a nightmare, which can even cause physical and mental harm in the real world. A fundamental rule is that those in the dream realm cannot realize they're dreaming, and it's supposedly impossible to manipulate someone else's dream realm from reality. Damn it. To think someone invented dream realm manipulation magic before me. The dream realm sharing formula, developed by Sarasa-san, allows multiple people to enter the same dream realm while retaining their real-world consciousness. We had planned to use it to trap Agnes in the dream realm and exorcise the demon possessing her, but if they've set this up first, we'll need to dismantle this magic circle before we can proceed. Is that something that can't be done easily? Even for me, dismantling this would take all night. What a hassle. I never expected our plan to stumble like this. I underestimated the power of the demon. Either way, we can't execute the plan like this. We'll have no choice but to physically restrain Agnes Valen. And no way. Fine's face clouded, likely imagining Agnes being restrained. I don't want to do anything that would directly harm her either. There has to be another way. Wait. Hold on. You said there's a double-layered magic circle, right? Can't we overlay our own formula on top of it? Sarasa-san's expression turned grim at my spur-of-the-moment idea, and she responded hesitantly. Is there a problem with that? First, with this unstable foundation, we'd need someone in reality to adjust the formula to ensure it functions properly. And deploying the formula requires an immense amount of magical power. I can handle the adjustments, but the issue is the power needed to activate it. Can I supply it? That would leave you, Ash Weiss, stuck in reality. Sending Fine Stott alone into the heart of enemy territory should be avoided. Yeah, you're right. She's right. With the possibility of facing a demon, we can't send Fine in alone. What if I supply the magical power? With my magic, I can transfer power in advance, so both Ash-san and I could enter the dream realm together. No, Fine Stott's magical capacity isn't enough. We'd need someone with Ashweiss's level of power. No, wait. If we channel it through Fine Stott, it might work. So it can be deployed. Yes, but this method. After suggesting it, Sarasa-san's cheeks flushed for some reason, and she began to hesitate again. Please, Sarasa-san, if it's to save Agnes-san, I'll do anything. Tell me how. Fine grabbed Sarasa-san's hands, her face full of determination. Is necessary. I didn't catch that. Ash Weiss and Fine Stott need to kiss directly to transfer the magical power. What? It's true that in Kizaru, there were events in each love interest's route where Fine received magical power through a kiss. But to think that I'd be the one doing it, who could have predicted that? Fine, are you sure about this? You can back out now if you want. And no. In a secluded garden at the edge of the temporary auditorium, the venue for the social gathering, Fine stood before me in her dress, exuding an allure and charm different from her usual self. Blushing but without hesitation, she brought her beautiful yet adorable face closer to mine. The sweet scent of her perfume tickled my nose, making my heart race with the feeling that I was doing something forbidden. What is this sensation? If it's with Ash-san, I'm always. Murmuring with dreamy eyes, Fine initiated the kiss. The sensation was so gentle and sweet that I nearly lost myself in it. Fine closed her eyes, seemingly focused solely on the kiss. She looked so adorable and dear that I instinctively reached to wrap my arms around her back. Ayash Leben, the magical power. You're supposed to transfer the magical power. Sarasa-san, her face bright red, shouted, and I quickly pulled my arms back. All right, I'm kissing her to transfer magical power. Okay, think back. In the game, how did they transfer power to Fine? I think they focused their mind and strongly visualized sending their energy into her, right? To think they managed to do that with this enchanting Fine in front of them. No time for complaints, just focus on transferring the power. Ha. I wasn't sure if it was working, but I could feel something power, energy, probably magical power, flowing from me into Fine. After a few minutes, Sarasa-san said, "That's enough," and I tried to pull away, but Fine clung to me like a child throwing a tantrum, starting a deeper kiss. Caught up in the pleasure, I nearly gave in to her, but you too, that's enough. This is a public place, have some decency. Sarasa-san tried to force us apart, though her strength was so lacking she didn't budge us an inch. Still, the voice of a third party snapped us back to reality. Sorry. I'm really sorry too. Fine, whatever. Did the power transfer work? When Sarasa-san asked, Fine closed her eyes and placed a hand on her chest. I think it worked. As she spoke, Fine's eyes, usually a beautiful emerald, shifted to the faintly glowing indigo of the first Saintess Klee upon awakening, and an unfamiliar aura radiated from her. But the strain of receiving so much power at once seemed to overwhelm her, and she swayed, nearly collapsing. Careful. Thank you. I caught her just in time, and she turned away, blushing. Was it bad after all? And no. It's not your fault, Ash-san. It's mine, why did I do that? Covering her face with both hands, she began to squirm in embarrassment. Was she completely unaware of what she was doing? Realizing that made my heart race even more. Hey, you too. I've said it before, but this is a public place. Stop being indecent. Sorry. I am sorry too for everything. I'll cast the magic now. Saint Gift. Apologizing in unison to an exasperated Sarasa-san, Fine hurriedly transferred the magical power to her using holy magic. To think a single spell could transfer this much power. Fine Stott's magic is truly fascinating. The rare experience of receiving holy magic directly seemed to reignite Sarasa-san's curiosity, returning her to her usual inquisitive self. And the formula. With this much power, deployment is possible. Now, line up in front of me. Activating magic with this much power is a rare opportunity. I'll burn this sight into my retinas. She seemed a bit too excited, but it's probably fine. Fine and I stood in front of Sarasa-san as instructed. Oh, I forgot to mention something crucial. In the dream realm, the strength of your will translates directly to power. As long as you recognize it's a dream and don't lose sight of your purpose, you're practically invincible. But we don't know what tricks the demon might pull. Stay sharp. Why yes. Got it. As we responded, Sarasa-san pulled out a paper inscribed with the Dream Realm sharing formula and poured the magical power into it. In the next moment, a massive magic circle enveloped the entire venue, bathing us in a warm, comforting light that outshone the moonlight and stars. Here we go. With Sarasa-san's words, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness hit me. My vision went dark, and now. Section. A D-dream? What are you talking about? The sensations, their pleas, their screams, they were so real. Yes, they were in the same dream, in the same dream realm, so it's only natural you felt their fear of being killed or the sensation of killing them so vividly. Let me say it again, you haven't killed anyone. Hidden in the shadows of the temporary auditorium, recreated in the dream realm, I watched as Fine tried to persuade Agnes. By the time we successfully entered the dream realm, Agnes's killing spree for revenge was nearing its end. We found her just as Bernard Jelba was torn apart by a dog-like monster. Even though it was a dream, the gruesomely realistic slaughter made even me feel nauseous. Yet Fine, without fear or hesitation, appeared before Agnes, speaking to her gently with that angelic smile. If she can persuade Agnes without issue, that'd be ideal, but I wanted to kill them and tear them apart. Someone as filthy as me shouldn't be around you, Fine-chan, or I'll. Anyone would feel negative emotions after being treated like that. What you felt, Agnes-san, is normal. Even I couldn't forgive those people until Ash-san helped me. So, if you're saying you're filthy, then I must be too. No, that's not true. I knew you were suffering last year, Fine-chan, but I couldn't reach out to you. Yet you're being so kind to someone like me. I'm nothing like you. Fine continued to speak gently, but Agnes, overwhelmed with emotion, belittled herself excessively. That's only because I had someone like Ash-san to support me. That's the only difference. So please, Agnes-san, don't blame yourself like that. I don't want to see my dear friend hurt herself and suffer. With a sad smile, Fine approached Agnes and hugged her tightly. You Fine-chan. Unable to hold back her emotions, Agnes began to sob, tears streaming down her face. Fine held her, gently patting her back, as Agnes cried her heart out in her arms. For now, it seems Agnes's situation is resolved. The remaining issue is, well, everything was going so smoothly until you ruined it. Ard. The dog-like monster transformed into a humanoid figure. A handsome young man with purple tattoos on his upper body, long claws made of magical power, and unnaturally long ears compared to a human. Artie, that must be its name. With an unsettling smile, it turned its gaze to Fine. Fine-chan, was it? Sorry about last time. I reacted instinctively when you tried to use that strange magic on her. Oh no, I'm not upset about that anymore. Caught off guard by the sudden apology, Fine responded hesitantly to Artie. So it perceived Fine's holy magic as strange magic. It makes sense, considering Fine is the only one in this world who can use magic to buff others. It's not surprising it seemed odd, but now that my regrets are settled, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Artie, the Dream Demon. I'm the true mastermind behind this series of events, and I'm the demon who's going to kill you now. Artie raised its right arm, aiming its massive claws to tear through Fine and me, who was hidden in the shadows. I leaped out, visualizing the strongest weapon I knew in this world, a sword modeled after the treasured blade klee. Gripping it tightly, I blocked Artie's claws. Ice-san. Agnes-san. Stay back, it's dangerous. Ignoring Agnes's surprise and Fine shielding her, I closed the distance to Artie. In the dream realm, the strength of your will is your power. As Sarasa-san said, as long as we know this is a dream, we're practically invincible. And she was right, Artie's magical claws shattered into pieces. Well, that's quite a flashy sword you've conjured, but I'm the dream demon. As long as I'm in the dream world. No, you're not a demon. Panting and struggling to reform its claws with magical power, Artie tried to taunt me, but I confronted it with the conclusion I'd drawn from its actions. What are you talking about? I'm clearly a demon. No, a demon wouldn't flinch at this sword, call Fine's power strange magic, or act so half-heartedly. Though I wasn't sure if it mattered in the dream realm, I took a deep breath and revealed its true nature. You're a familiar, created by human hands to serve humans, aren't you? Interlude 2, Reminiscence Side, Artie. When I was created by Mother, the kingdom of Laquisha was flourishing under the reign of a king renowned for his commercial acumen, earning it the title of the wealthiest nation in the world. Thanks to that prosperity, Mother was able to easily procure the materials needed to create me. Apparently, during that time, there were frequent cases of noble children in the kingdom dying young, tormented by nightmares. My mother, Alice Valen, then known as the kingdom's greatest mage, created me, a familiar named Artie, specialized in intervening in human consciousness, particularly dreams, to protect her unborn child from such a fate. So, if your kids grow up without being plagued by nightmares, does that mean I'm out of a job? Well, if that happens, maybe you could be my conversation partner instead. In front of you, I can be free without worrying about titles or status. Isn't it wonderful to have a friend who knows me even when I'm an old lady? Mother Alice smiled as she said this, her smile as bright and beautiful as the sun. I was certain I'd never forget it, not until the moment I ceased to exist. A familiar's life is tied to its master's. When the master dies, the familiar vanishes as well. While a master doesn't die if their familiar does, and some masters dismantle their familiars while still alive, Alice seemed intent on keeping me by her side even into old age. A foul-mouthed guy like me, you'll regret keeping me around. Hee, if that's the case, it'll make for an entertaining retirement. At my sarcasm, Alice smiled, gently rubbing her swollen belly. Her words filled me with an inexplicable joy, and I turned away, afraid she'd notice. Not long after, Alice gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Both mother and children were safe. The boy was named Aries, the girl Ariel. Once Alice was mobile again, she introduced me to her children. Look, you two, this is your big brother Artie. Hey, I'm a familiar, you know. No need to be so serious about it. Right, you two. At Alice's words, the twins babbled "Awu" and reached out with their tiny, precious hands to touch my materialized body. Seeing this, I, a mere familiar, a temporary life, felt my eyes grow hot. To hide my pathetic state from Alice, I dematerialized. The twins searched for me when I vanished, and Alice wore her usual bright smile. Those days were truly happy, an undeserved, peaceful happiness for a mere familiar like me. At night, I guarded the twins from nightmares, and during the day, I shared silly, meaningless banter with Alice, laughing together. I wished that life could go on forever. No, I prayed for it from the depths of my being. When the twins were old enough to toddle, the king died, and his less reputable younger brother became the new king. Soon after, the new king, Vaskia, sent a letter requesting a private meeting with Alice, whose magical talents were renowned throughout the kingdom. One cannot simply refuse a king's request. However, given his poor reputation and uncertainty about his intentions, Alice sent the twins and her husband to a relative's estate. On the day of the visit, Alice, the household staff, and I dematerialized, greeted King Vaskia. Are you Alice Valen? Stepping out of a luxurious carriage was a towering man with auburn hair, a head taller than the surrounding knights, clad in black armor with a greatsword slung across his back, looking ready for war. The household and Alice treated him with deference, so this must be the new king, Vaskia. Welcome to the Valen earldom, your majesty. Please come inside. One question. Do you accept that your talent, your power, your blood, everything you are belongs to me? I beg your pardon, but what does that mean? Exactly as it sounds. Do you accept becoming mine or not? Vaskia's words left not only Alice and the household staff, but also his own attendants and royal guards visibly bewildered. I was no different. Who would dare say such a thing to another man's wife? I already have a husband and children. I can serve your majesty, but I cannot become yours. Alice pondered seriously, carefully choosing her words to avoid offending Vaskia while asserting her will. But that was not what Vaskia wanted to hear. I see, you refuse to be mine. Then you are unnecessary. At a speed even I, with senses sharper than a human's, couldn't follow. Vaskia drew his sword with his right hand and thrust it into Alice's abdomen. And this land, and those who dwell upon it, are also unnecessary to me. Disappear. Raising his left hand toward the mansion, he activated a spell, obliterating it along with the staff inside. Finally, Vaskia withdrew the sword from Alice's abdomen, flicked the blood off the blade, and began walking toward the town. I materialized and rushed to her side, cradling her. Blood poured from her abdomen, and even I with no medical knowledge could tell. She, Alice, my mother, was beyond saving. If that's the case, then all I can do is... Artie, are you there? Why, yes, I'm right here. I'll stay with you, mother, until the very end. Hee, I'm glad you say that, but I still have a request for you. Mother reached for a tattered book and an iron chain that had flown from the exploded mansion, muttering something softly. At that moment, I felt a strange sensation. It was as if my connection to Mother had been severed. Mother, what did you do? Artie, I transferred your master to that book. Live and be free, and if possible, protect those children. With those words, the light faded from Mother's eyes, and her body grew cold. No, don't die, don't leave me alone. But Mother no longer responded to my cries, becoming nothing more than an object. I, too, dematerialized. What happened after that, I don't fully remember. The book that became my new master, along with powerful layered barriers and spells to prevent deterioration or destruction, was transformed into a magical artifact by the chain and left at the ruins of the mansion. Years later, the Vallon family's servants returned and, assuming the book's appearance meant it was connected to Mother, stored it in the library of the rebuilt mansion. I later learned that Vaskia was exiled from the kingdom. The Vallon family head, stripped of their title for a time, served a surviving royal in the fight against Vaskia. When that royal became the new king, the Vallon family's title was restored, and they received immense support for rebuilding their estate. But Vaskia survived, taking over a neighboring kingdom and becoming its new king. None of that mattered to me anymore. Of course, I wanted to avenge Mother if I could, but that wouldn't bring her back. So, to pass the time, I occasionally materialized to gather information from the library's books. Otherwise, I tried to fill my heart with false happiness in a dream realm recreating the days when Mother was alive. But it was futile. No matter how faithfully I recreated those memories, it was just a puppet, not Mother. Interacting with such a thing could never satisfy me. It never could. Years, perhaps centuries, later, a servant spotted my materialized form and mistook me for a demon, carving "Never break the seal" into the chain. More time passed, and another change came to the mansion. Nearly all the books in the library, except the one that was my master, vanished. In their place appeared a girl, always crying in a corner. She looked like a younger version of Mother, and for some reason I couldn't help but speak to her. I believed it could fill my starving heart. Or perhaps, this time, I could save my master and finally join Mother. Chapter 9, and night comes again. Artie a familiar. What does that mean? Agnes seemed bewildered by my declaration of Artie's true nature. Even Fine couldn't hide her surprise. How were you so certain I'm a familiar of all things? Care to explain? You're too kind to Agnes. I don't know any non-human entity that would act like that, except a familiar. Artie lowered its face, perhaps to hide its expression, and asked for my reasoning. I responded, still gripping the sword I'd visualized based on the treasured blade clear. I had suspected that the entity possessing Agnes wasn't a demon, but it was the array of spells set up in the temporary auditorium that led me to the possibility of it being a familiar. First, this revenge plot using the dream realm, it's far too convoluted. Even if someone is killed in the dream realm, it might cause some mental or physical damage, but at most, it's just a vivid nightmare. If the goal was to kill, it'd be simpler to do it in reality while the target is dreaming. Better yet, use perception disruption to make everyone but yourself unable to recognize you, then kill them directly. What convinced me Artie was a familiar was its numerous acts of consideration toward Agnes. We only saw Bernard Jelba's death, but even then, it was the dog-like monster Artie transformed into that did the killing, not Agnes. It allowed Fine to approach despite attacking her once before, gave advice to raise Fine's favorability, and ensured Agnes wouldn't be identified as the culprit if the events came to light. All these actions showed care for Agnes, even post-revenge. In the world of Kizaru, the only non-human entities that align with humans in this way are those created by humans to serve them, familiars. Haha, kind, huh? So that's how my actions look to you. Got any counter-arguments? With all that evidence laid out, I'm not enough of a clown to keep playing the demon. But I'm not so spineless as to surrender quietly either. Artie stepped back, conjuring claws far larger than before with magical power, slamming them down repeatedly. Me and Agnes Vallon know the truth. Whatever you're planning, your revenge. You called me kind, but that's a misunderstanding. Everything I've done has been for myself. As Sarasa-san said, the strength of will in the dream realm applies to familiars too, it seems. Artie's claws, accompanied by a complex expression, crying yet laughing, grew heavier, cracking the visualized sword I used to defend myself, forcing me to retreat. Then what's your goal? Pretending to be a demon, acting like a villain, what are you after? Isn't it obvious? To fulfill my role as a familiar protecting my master, to die, and to join the one who created me, Alice Vallon. Alice Vallon, a name I didn't know, but clearly someone connected to Agnes and no longer in this world. But a familiar should vanish when its master dies, so why does Artie still exist? That question was partially answered by Artie's roar. I couldn't protect Mother. Worse, she saved me. I could do nothing as she grew cold. I hid in the book she made my master, living in disgrace. I can't let go of this chance, perhaps the only one I'll ever get, to fulfill my master's wish and die. Its words carried an almost painful loneliness, regret, self-blame, and a longing for death. Artie, this familiar, had been waiting all this time to fulfill its purpose and join its beloved mother in the afterlife. I didn't know how to respond, and Artie's intensifying attacks were becoming harder to withstand. The pain, regret, and suffering Artie had endured for so long. How could someone like me, who's only lived a dozen or so years, possibly understand? No, don't say something so sad like dying, Artie. At that moment, a voice filled with immense will, resonating through the dream realm, stopped Artie's attacks. The voice belonged to Agnes, her expression even more anguished than Artie's. Because you were there, Artie, I could endure all the pain and hardship. If you leave for such a sad reason, I won't be able to bear it. Sobbing like a child, Agnes threw herself at Artie, clinging to it. Aju-chan, I. No, I don't want you to disappear. Stay with me like always forever. Don't say sad things like wanting to die. Faced with Agnes's pleas, neither I nor Artie could maintain our fighting spirit, and before we realized it, our weapons had vanished. Fine approached Agnes, gently stroking her head before turning to Artie. Artie-san, I can't even begin to imagine the pain and suffering you've endured, but please consider Agnes-san's feelings. I can be her friend, but I can't be her family. That's something only you can be. Family. Hearing Fine's word, family, Artie closed its eyes, took a deep breath, and gently patted Agnes's head in Fine's place. You really want a jerk like me around. I've been teasing you relentlessly, you know. I'm already used to that. A scumbag who tried to use you to die. But you still cared about me, didn't you? I'm a familiar, completely different from you in every way. Is that really okay? That's beside the point now. Overwhelmed by Agnes's tearful responses, tears rolled down Artie's cheeks. No helping it then. A familiar's duty is to fulfill its master's wishes. I'm not your master. Your family, Artie. The two embraced, crying loudly as if releasing all the pent-up emotions. At that moment, a radiant light like the sun shone through the dream realm. It felt as though a long night had finally ended. Section. Oh, you're back. When I opened my eyes, I was in the small garden by the temporary auditorium where we'd been before deploying the spell. How long was I out? Just a few minutes. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed it was resolved so quickly. Apparently, everything that happened in the dream realm took only a moment in reality. Relieved, I tried to stand, but felt a weight on my left arm. You lot are shameless, being so indecent even while asleep. You lot, puzzled by Sarasa-san's words, I looked to my side and saw Fine clinging to my left arm, sleeping peacefully with soft breaths. She looked so serene that I hesitated to wake her, but I needed to check on Agnes and Artie. Reluctantly, I gently shook her with my right hand. Hey, Fine, wake up. Ash-san. Rubbing her eyes, Fine slowly sat up, still clutching my left arm. After looking around to assess the situation, she blushed and quickly let go. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I know, don't worry. Let's go check on Agnes. Why, yes. Brushing grass off our suits and dresses and fixing our hair, we ran to find Agnes somewhere in the social gathering venue. Agnes-san. Agnes Vallon, in her dress, was leaning against a chair on the second-floor balcony of the temporary auditorium, gazing blankly at the night sky. Fine-chan, I. Agnes-san, are you okay? Do you feel anything strange? Are you hurt anywhere? Agnes seemed about to say something with a guilty expression, but Fine's genuinely worried look and rapid-fire concern made her close her mouth. Though Fine had been groggy at first, running had cleared her mind, recalling the events in the dream realm. Her frantic search for Agnes and Artie showed how much she cared. I am fine, whoa. Relieved to see Agnes alive, if not necessarily unharmed, Fine teared up and hugged her. I'm so glad, really so glad. Sorry for worrying you, Fine-chan. It's okay. As long as you're safe, that's enough. Hearing Fine's gentle words, tears rolled down Agnes's cheeks as she hugged her back tightly. It seems Agnes is physically and mentally fine. The remaining issue is... Sorry to interrupt. What happened to that familiar Artie? Artie's right here. Agnes took out a brooch from her chest and showed it to us. It used to be bound to a book at my family's home, but I used self-taught magic to forcibly make myself its master. Casting that massive spell drained a lot of its power, so it said it's gonna sleep for a while and used this brooch as its anchor before vanishing. But I can still feel its presence, so it hasn't disappeared. I see, got it. Thanks, Agnes-san. Now the last issue. Hey you lot, leaving me behind like that, some nerve you've got. Just then, Sarasa-san stumbled toward us, panting and looking like she might collapse. Are you okay? Okay. Of course not. Ha ha, hurry and heal me with that magic. As Sarasa-san bent over, hands on her knees, gasping, Fine hurriedly cast a recovery spell with holy magic. Once her fatigue eased, Sarasa-san sat on the ground, wiping her sweat. With that stamina, I'm surprised you made it here. There must have been tons of other attendees. What are you talking about? They're all still asleep. They'll wake up in a few minutes, though. Her words reminded me that despite running full speed through a noble social gathering, no one had said a word to us. Then, Agnes looked at Sarasa-san with an anxious expression. What about the people at the venue? No one's dead or injured. Thanks to the perception disruption spell, they won't remember anything except that they were asleep. Some might experience mental changes, but that's none of our concern. You won't be held responsible for anything. Thank goodness. Really, no one died, I'm so glad. Agnes sighed in relief, and we finally relaxed, believing it was all over. Just then, the bell signaling the start of the social gathering rang, and the temporary auditorium grew lively. As Sarasa-san predicted, those under the spell's effect were waking up. Which means... Right. The social gathering hasn't even started yet. So I have to go to the party in this outfit. Well, yeah, we did get invitations from His Highness. I'll do my best. Still shy about her dress, Fine gave a wry smile as she started toward the venue, then turned to Agnes. What about you, Agnes-san? Want to rest here a bit longer? No way, I can't slack off while my friend's working hard. Thank you, but don't push yourself, okay? Yes. At the word friend, Fine beamed with genuine joy, and the two held hands as they headed to the venue. Watching them, I thought, guess I should head in too, when Sarasa-san gave me a pointed look. Well, quite the happy expression you've got there, Ash Weiss. Of course I'm happy. Friends like them, you can never have too many. Even if it means fewer chances to shamelessly kiss in public. Sorry. Apologizing to Sarasa-san, who was clearly still hung up on the kiss, she said she'd cool off here for a bit, and headed to a chair on the balcony. I followed Fine and the others to the social gathering venue. The social gathering proceeded despite initial confusion over the mysterious memory gaps and unintended naps, thanks to the perception disruption spell erasing any concerns. Surprisingly, there were no clashes between the Naraversed mainstream and anti-mainstream factions. And, Agnes-sama, I have urgent business, excuse me. Agnes Valen, Earl's daughter. I swear I won't say those things anymore. I don't know why, but please forgive me. Not only students like Gradine and Bernard Jelba, who bullied Agnes, but even those who'd been cruel to Fine, fled in fear, or apologized for past actions. Whether Artie or Sarasa-san did something through the dream realm is unclear, but at least they shouldn't face such cruelty at the academy anymore. In any case, this year's social gathering wasn't a matchmaking ball or a bloody power struggle, but a true social event. Phew! Near the end of the gathering, I slipped away to a secluded balcony on the top floor of the temporary auditorium and let out a long breath. Being in that crowd for so long was exhausting. And to top it off, it's supposed to end with a ball. Sure, the game had a dance scene, but I completely forgot about it until now. Ash-san, so this is where you were. Oh, fine, slacking off too. Something like that. Murmuring cryptically, Fine stood before me and took my right hand. Fine. Thanks to you, Ash-san, I can attend classes like everyone else. And well, my dancing has gotten good enough to earn praise from the teacher. She looked up at me, pausing before speaking. So, would you dance with me? Last time it was pretty awkward. Isn't the guy supposed to ask? Why yes, but was that rude? No, I was just impressed that you've gained so much confidence. If you're okay with me, I'd be honored, my lady. Yes, please. Like that night long ago, Fine and I held hands, dancing to the faint music from below, unnoticed by anyone. Fine's dancing had improved so much that she wouldn't embarrass herself at any ball, and though she was a bit shy, her face showed genuine confidence. Delighted by this, I savored our moonlit dance. Epilogue. In Kizioro, there's an event quest that almost certainly triggers near the end of the first year, one that's mandatory to clear unless you're aiming for a bad ending. It's a pivotal quest where Fine's powers are acknowledged. She comes to terms with being the Saintess. It shifts the mindset of the Academy's students and significantly boosts the favorability of each romanceable character. However, in the bad ending route, and in this world that has reached such an end, this quest naturally never occurs, nor is it cleared. The quest, Light of Dispel, meant to break the curse on the king, never happened. That day, the entire kingdom was stunned by the news. The palace announced that King Salus A. Laquertia IX had fallen into a critical, unconscious state. And this shocking news overshadowed another incident, robbing people of the chance to pay it any attention. The sudden death of a female attendant, a close confidant of Crown Prince Elzes A. Laquertia, in an unfortunate accident went unnoticed, with no one sparing it any interest or concern. Afterward. Hello, this is the author. The theme this time revolves around the aftermath of various bad endings and their resolutions, alongside the deepening relationship between Ash and Fine, as well as even sweeter daily life moments. I hope you enjoy the sweet yet tantalizing story of these two as the seasons change. Thank you, truly, from the bottom of my heart, to all the readers who have read this story. Short story, Fine and the Pool. Ash-san, I won this at the shopping district's lottery today. With only a few days left of summer break, I'd finished my assignments, completed a quest to renew my adventurer's license, and taken care of my usual money-making errands. I was lounging in the living room when Fine, back from shopping, timidly held out what looked like a ticket. Upon closer inspection, it was a pair of tickets for a large outdoor leisure pool facility on the outskirts of the capital. Come to think of it, in Kizioro, there was a summer-limited outing event where a romanceable character wins these tickets in a lottery, leading to a swimsuit event together. So, what should we do with these? What do you want to do, Fine? Well, I'd like to go with you, Ash-san, if possible. But, Fine lowered her face, her ears turning bright red with embarrassment. I can't swim. She seemed deeply ashamed of not knowing how to swim, which explained her fidgeting. In my previous life, not knowing how to swim wasn't particularly rare, and globally, many countries don't have swimming classes in school. Even in Japan, some schools don't include swimming in their curriculum. But since Kizioro was made by Japanese creators, it's built on typical Japanese values, including the assumption that everyone can swim, which seems to have carried over to the people of this world. Fine was hesitant, clearly bothered by her inability to swim. There are no swimming schools in the capital, and it's unlikely this leisure facility offers lessons. The tickets are valid only until the last day of summer break, so learning to swim by then is out of the question. However, if I were to drown or something, I'd cause trouble for everyone, right? So, what should I do? Fine seems overly anxious, likely because she doesn't know what kind of place this leisure facility is. It's called a pool, but it's more about playing in the water than swimming, so there's no need to worry about drowning. They also rent out flotation rings. Really? Yeah, so don't be scared. Just go have fun with someone you like. Someone I like. Fine fell into thought, considering who to go with. Well, given the location, it's none of my business. Deciding that, I was about to resume reading my entertainment novel on the sofa when Ash-san, if you're okay with it, would you like to go to this place together? Huh. Section. In this kingdom, there are no safe public beaches to speak of, only exclusive resorts for the highest-ranking nobles, accessible only to their kin. Large lakes and rivers are too dangerous for recreation due to the risk of encountering monsters. To address this, over a decade ago, a wealthy tycoon invested their fortune to create a safe sea substitute, this large leisure pool facility. With lifeguards, rescue staff, ample rental equipment, a food court, no dangerous monsters, and its proximity to the capital, it's packed every summer with students from the Royal Magic Academy and other affluent youths. Amidst this, the gazes of everyone, male and female alike, were fixed on one point. Under countless eyes, a strikingly beautiful girl in a cute pink bikini with frilled edges and a matching frilled skirt, Fine, blushed furiously as she hurried toward me, her sandals pattering. I'd finished changing earlier and was waiting. Sorry, there were more people than I expected, so I got delayed. And no, I didn't wait long, so it's fine. Honestly, Fine's current appearance was so dazzling I didn't know where to look. The frills on her bikini hid the valley of her ample chest, but it was still impossible not to notice. That's exactly why I had to stay vigilant. Judging by the reactions of the surrounding guests since Fine appeared, some might approach her with unsavory intentions. The main attraction of this leisure facility is a large water slide that uses magic, but taking someone who can't swim straight to that would be unwise. So, our destination would be, will I drown here? The water's flowing, so I might lose my footing. It's fine, it's fine. Even little kids are playing here, and we've got flotation rings, so you won't drown. Reassuring her, Fine cautiously dipped her foot into the pool. See, the water's shallow enough to stand in, and the current's not strong. You'll be okay, right? Why, yes, I suppose. We'd come to a family-friendly flowing pool, designed to mimic the sea. Magical devices generated waves at random intervals, and the pool's edge was lined with a sandy beach, making it feel like a real ocean. Though, of course, the water is fresh, not salty, and lacks the ocean's fishy smell. Apparently, another area has a pool with waves strong enough for surfing. Anyway, Fine, still unaccustomed to the gentle waves below her knees, clung closely to me, which meant her ample chest, covered only by a thin bikini, was pressed against my body, specifically my elbow. Fighting my urges with sheer willpower, I forced a smile. Fine, want to play with this ball. We can stay near the edge, so there's no risk of drowning. Why, yes, that sounds good. I was so close to you. Did you say something? And no. Just talking to myself, so please don't mind. For some reason, Fine's face turned bright red, her body trembling with embarrassment as she kept her chest pressed against my arm. We moved to a less crowded spot to play with the ball. End of Volume 2.